The message that changed everything arrived disguised as a routine Instagram collaboration request. But whoever wrote it knew details about my content that I'd never shared publicly. I was 25 and working as a content creator, making a living through sponsored posts and affiliate marketing, while desperately trying to build enough of an audience to turn social media into actual career stability rather than month-to-month survival. My Instagram focused on urban exploration and hidden places around the South Coast, abandoned buildings, forgotten tunnels, derelict sites that most people walked past without noticing. The sort of atmospheric photography that attracted followers interested in urban decay and architectural history. The message came from an account with minimal following, but a professional tone, asking if I'd be interested in participating in what they called an interactive location discovery project that would pay considerably more than my usual brand partnerships. What made me pay attention wasn't the money, though that was appealing, but the specific locations they mentioned in their pitch. Places I'd photographed recently but hadn't posted yet, including a Victorian railway tunnel that I'd spent weeks researching and only visited the previous day. They knew about locations I'd explored but hadn't documented publicly, suggesting either sophisticated research into my activities or access to information that should have been private. The project they described was intriguing but vague, something involving collaborative exploration of hidden urban spaces, using social media to document discoveries while participating in what they called a real-world puzzle game that combined urban exploration with mystery solving. They were looking for content creators with genuine knowledge of forgotten places and the skills to access locations that weren't obvious to casual urban explorers. The payment structure was unusual but attractive. A substantial upfront fee for initial participation, with additional payments based on the quality and uniqueness of locations I could document through their project platform. They provided a link to their private website where participants could access project details and begin what they described as an initiation challenge that would determine whether I was suitable for their community. The website looked professional despite being clearly private rather than publicly advertised. Clean design, sophisticated functionality, but with content that required membership approval rather than open access. The initiation challenge was straightforward but engaging. A series of location-based puzzles that required combining historical research with practical urban exploration skills. Each puzzle provided cryptic clues about hidden places around Brighton and surrounding areas, challenging participants to identify and photograph specific locations within time limits that tested both researchability and physical exploration skills. The puzzles were genuinely challenging, requiring knowledge of local history, architectural details, and urban geography that went far beyond casual tourism or standard exploration guides. Solving them felt rewarding in ways that normal social media content creation never achieved. Intellectual engagement combined with physical exploration, all within a community that valued genuine discovery over performative documentation. I completed the initiation challenges successfully and was granted full access to what they called the Exploration Network, a private community of content creators and urban explorers who collaborated on location discovery projects. The network's main feature was an interactive map showing hidden locations throughout the UK, contributed by members who shared their discoveries in exchange for access to information about places documented by other participants. The quality of locations was impressive, spaces that I'd never seen documented anywhere else, including places that seemed impossible for casual explorers to access without specialized knowledge or equipment. Some locations came with detailed access instructions, historical background, and even safety warnings that suggested the contributors had extensive experience with challenging urban exploration. I started contributing my own discoveries to the network, sharing information about places I'd found through years of independent exploration around the South Coast. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context about my locations, shared related discoveries, and offered collaboration opportunities that could enhance both our individual content creation and collective exploration knowledge. But as I spent more time in the network, I started noticing aspects of the community that made me uncomfortable. Some members discussed accessing locations that were clearly private property, using methods that went beyond traditional urban exploration into what seemed like breaking and entering. They shared techniques for bypassing security systems, manipulating locks, and avoiding detection by property owners or security personnel. The tone of these discussions was casual and matter-of-fact, as if illegal access to private spaces was routine problem-solving rather than criminal activity. When I expressed concern about the legality of some activities being discussed, other members assured me that abandoned properties weren't truly private in any meaningful sense, and that documentation of forgotten places served important historical and cultural purposes that justified flexible interpretation of property rights. They explained that their network focused on spaces that had been abandoned by their owners and were slowly deteriorating without any beneficial use, making their exploration activities more like historic preservation than trespassing. The access methods they shared were presented as necessary skills for anyone serious about documenting genuinely hidden places rather than just visiting locations that were already known to casual urban explorers. Over the next few weeks, I found myself using techniques I'd learned from the network to access locations that had previously been beyond my exploration capabilities. The results were impressive, unique content that significantly improved my Instagram engagement and led to collaboration opportunities with brands that were specifically interested in working with creators who could provide genuinely exclusive location access. My content quality improved dramatically as I documented spaces that other creators couldn't access, giving my social media presence the sort of authentic uniqueness that was essential for building sustainable creator careers. But I also started noticing that some network members were discussing activities that went beyond exploration into what seemed like deliberate violation of private spaces. Rather than simply documenting abandoned locations, some participants were accessing occupied buildings, private residences, and even commercial properties that were clearly not meant for outside exploration. They shared information about people's daily routines, security weaknesses in residential areas, and methods for accessing private spaces without detection by inhabitants. The discussions had shifted from historic preservation to what appeared to be systematic invasion of privacy, justified through claims about documenting authentic urban life rather than just empty buildings. Some members posted content that appeared to have been captured inside people's homes, offices, and other private spaces that were definitely not abandoned or forgotten. The production quality suggested sophisticated equipment and planning rather than opportunistic photography, indicating systematic approach to accessing and documenting private spaces. When I questioned the ethics of this type of content, other network members explained that they were conducting important social research into how people actually lived in urban environments, as opposed to the curated presentations that people shared through their own social media. They argued that authentic documentation of private life was valuable for understanding genuine human behavior patterns, social dynamics, and cultural practices that weren't visible through public observation or voluntary self-documentation. The privacy violations were presented as necessary methodology for serious urban anthropology, providing insights that couldn't be obtained through conventional research or documentation approaches. Their justifications sounded sophisticated, but I was uncomfortable with participating in what seemed like systematic surveillance disguised as academic exploration. I tried to focus on legitimate abandoned locations while avoiding discussion threads that involved private property access, but the network's recommendation algorithms seemed designed to gradually expose members to more extreme content based on their participation patterns. Even when I restricted my activities to clearly abandoned buildings, the platform would suggest related content that included increasingly invasive documentation of occupied spaces. The progression seemed deliberate, designed to normalize privacy violations by gradually introducing them alongside legitimate exploration content that members had initially accessed for innocent purposes. I realized that my participation in the network had made me part of a community that was systematically violating people's privacy while presenting these activities as legitimate exploration and documentation. But I also understood that my Instagram growth had become dependent on the unique locations I'd accessed through network resources, and abandoning that community would mean returning to generic content that wouldn't sustain my creator career. The network had provided exactly the sort of exclusive access that differentiated successful creators from those who struggled to build sustainable audiences. About 3 months after joining the network, I received a private message that changed my understanding of what I'd been participating in. Rather than another collaboration opportunity, it was a detailed analysis of my content creation patterns, location research methods, and social media audience demographics. The analysis was thorough and professional, compiled with the sort of marketing research sophistication that major brands used for campaign planning. But instead of offering sponsorship opportunities, the message explained that my participation in the network had been valuable for purposes that went beyond community exploration projects. My content had provided them with comprehensive intelligence about accessible locations throughout the South Coast. My audience research had helped them understand how to present privacy violations as legitimate exploration, and my documentation methods had enhanced their operational planning for activities that were considerably more systematic than urban exploration. They thanked me for my contribution to their location intelligence gathering and mentioned that they'd been particularly impressed by my ability to access challenging locations while maintaining the sort of social media presence that provided excellent cover for activities that required public credibility. The network wasn't a community of urban explorers, but a recruitment and intelligence system designed to identify people with location access skills while gathering information about spaces that could be used for activities that weren't related to exploration or documentation. My months of sharing location information had provided them with exactly the sort of intelligence they needed for expanding their privacy violation activities into new areas. They didn't need me to directly participate in illegal activities because my legitimate exploration work had already given them comprehensive information about accessible hidden spaces throughout my region. My Instagram success had been built on discoveries that were now being used to facilitate systematic privacy violations that I'd found morally disturbing, but had rationalized as necessary for maintaining my creator career. The network continues to operate, recruiting new creators and gathering location intelligence while presenting privacy violations as legitimate exploration activities. Members continue to share information about accessing private spaces, documenting people without consent, and treating human privacy as content to be consumed by audiences who value authentic access over ethical consideration. I still create urban exploration content for Instagram, still photograph abandoned buildings and forgotten spaces, Still wonder how many of my followers are using my location research for purposes that go beyond casual photography. But I'm also aware that my documentation of hidden spaces has been used to facilitate privacy violations. My content creation skills have been analyzed for operational planning purposes, and my social media presence has provided cover for activities that treat other people's private lives as entertainment for audiences who pay for access to authentic human vulnerability. You know, when someone asks you for a favor and you say yes without really thinking about what you're agreeing to? That's exactly how I ended up helping my flatmate with what she claimed was university research, but turned out to be something that still makes me check my locks twice before bed. This happened about 18 months ago when I was living in Leeds with Sarah, who was doing some kind of postgraduate psychology course that seemed to involve a lot of late nights on her laptop and very little actual attendance at the university. I was working at a coffee shop and trying to figure out what to do with my life after dropping out of my English degree the year before. Sarah was always a bit secretive about her studies, but I assumed that was normal for postgrad work. She'd disappear for days sometimes, come back with expensive equipment I'd never seen before, and spend hours writing reports that she never talked about despite us being close enough that we usually shared everything. The favor she asked me was simple enough. She needed someone to help with data collection for her dissertation about online behavior patterns. Nothing complicated, just following some links she'd provide and documenting my reactions to different types of content. She'd pay me £50 for a few hours of work, which was decent money for someone living on coffee shop wages. I should have asked more questions about what kind of content I'd be looking at, but Sarah assured me it was nothing illegal or obviously disturbing, just research into how people respond to information that exists outside mainstream internet platforms, the sort of academic study that universities were always conducting about digital media and social psychology. She set me up with some software on her laptop that took ages to connect to anything, explaining that her research required accessing communities that weren't indexed by normal search engines. Academic research often needed to study spaces that weren't easily accessible to casual users, she said, to understand how information really moved through digital networks. The first few sites she directed me to were disappointing, if anything. Discussion groups about privacy rights, political communities that seemed focused on topics too controversial for mainstream social media, academic-looking resources about subjects I'd never heard of. Exactly the sort of dry, intellectual content you'd expect from university research. But as Sarah guided me through different areas of this hidden internet, the content started becoming more interesting in ways that made me uncomfortable. Not obviously illegal material, but discussions about activities that seem to operate outside normal social boundaries, communities where people shared information about accessing restricted spaces, monitoring other people's activities, and conducting research that traditional academic institutions wouldn't approve. Some groups were focused on what they called social observation, systematic documentation of how people behaved when they thought they weren't being watched. Others discussed methods for accessing private information about individuals and using that knowledge for various research purposes. Sarah explained that understanding these communities was essential for her dissertation about the psychology of privacy in digital environments. She needed to document how people justified activities that most others would consider ethically questionable, analyzing the psychological mechanisms that allowed individuals to rationalize behavior that violated social norms. The academic context made sense, and I found myself genuinely interested in the psychological questions her research was exploring. How did people convince themselves that invasion of privacy was justified? What social conditions allowed communities to develop around activities that isolated individuals would recognize as inappropriate? Over several sessions, Sarah had me explore increasingly extreme communities, always with the same academic framework about understanding psychological rationalization and social boundary violation. But I started noticing that some of the communities weren't just discussing theoretical approaches to social observation and privacy violation. They were actively sharing specific information about real people, planning activities that seemed designed to cause genuine harm, rather than gather academic insights. Some participants posted detailed personal information about individuals they'd been monitoring, including photographs taken without consent, records of daily routines, and even access to private communications that had been intercepted through various technical methods. The discussions weren't academic analysis of privacy violation, but active coordination of harassment campaigns against specific targets who had been selected for reasons that weren't always clear, but seemed to involve personal grudges or systematic targeting of vulnerable individuals. When I mentioned my concerns to Sarah, she explained that documenting active harmful behavior was unfortunately necessary for understanding how these communities functioned. Her research couldn't rely only on theoretical discussions, but needed to observe actual implementation of privacy violation techniques to provide meaningful academic insights. She assured me that observing this content was contributing to research that would eventually help develop better protections for potential victims, making temporary discomfort about witnessing harmful behavior justified by the long-term benefits of understanding how digital harassment actually operated. But I also started realizing that Sarah's research methods seemed to go beyond passive observation into something that looked more like active participation in the communities we were studying. She had established relationships with regular participants, contributed information that enhanced discussions about monitoring and harassment techniques, and seemed to have access to restricted areas of these communities that suggested long-term involvement rather than recent academic research. Some of the personal information being shared about harassment targets was local to Leeds, including details about people's daily routines in areas I recognized from around the city. This wasn't abstract research into distant communities, but active documentation of potential victims who lived in our immediate area. I realized that Sarah's dissertation research might be providing cover for activities that went considerably beyond academic study into active participation in harassment campaigns against real people in our own community. When I tried to research Sarah's university course and dissertation supervisor, I discovered that the postgraduate psychology program she claimed to be enrolled in didn't exist at Leeds University, and the research she described wasn't being conducted through any legitimate academic institution. Either she was involved in research through a different institution than she'd claimed, or her activities weren't actually academic research, but something else entirely, that required the sort of systematic privacy violation and harassment coordination I'd been helping her document. I started paying closer attention to Sarah's equipment and research materials, trying to understand what kind of work she was actually conducting, and whether it was connected to legitimate academic research or something more problematic. The technical setup in her room was considerably more sophisticated than typical university research would require, with equipment that seemed designed for systematic monitoring and data collection, rather than occasional academic projects. She had multiple communication devices, data storage systems that were running continuously, and networking equipment that suggested permanent installation rather than temporary research setup. Most disturbing was discovering that some of the harassment targets we'd been observing through the hidden communities were people I'd seen around Leeds, including individuals whose daily routines Sarah seemed to know with accuracy that could only come from systematic personal surveillance. I realized that the research I'd been helping with wasn't academic study of online harassment communities, but active participation in harassment activities targeting real people in our local area. Sarah wasn't a postgraduate researcher studying digital privacy violation, but someone who was using academic research as cover for participating in systematic harassment and surveillance of specific individuals she'd selected for reasons I didn't understand. My assistance with her supposed dissertation had made me complicit in activities that were causing genuine harm to people who had no idea they were being monitored and targeted by someone living in their own community. I tried to confront Sarah about what I'd discovered, but she disappeared from the flat along with all her equipment, leaving behind only the basic furniture that had been there when she'd moved in months earlier. The landlord told me she'd paid rent through the end of the lease, but hadn't provided forwarding information, suggesting she'd planned to leave suddenly once her activities in Leeds were completed. I never found out what happened to the harassment targets we'd been observing, or whether Sarah's sudden departure meant their surveillance had ended, or simply been transferred to different methods that didn't require maintaining a local residence. The hidden communities continue to operate. The systematic harassment of vulnerable individuals continues to expand, and people continue to be monitored and targeted by individuals who present their activities as legitimate research while conducting systematic violation of privacy and personal safety. I still work at the coffee shop, still live in Leeds, still wonder whether some of my customers might be involved in activities similar to what Sarah was conducting, using legitimate-sounding explanations to justify systematic harm to people who have no idea they're being watched and targeted. But I'm also aware that offers to help with academic research can be covers for activities that have nothing to do with legitimate study, and that people who need money and want to help with what sounds like important work can easily become complicit in systematic harassment disguised as scholarly investigation. The favor I did for my flatmate continues to make me uncomfortable every time I see someone who might have been one of the surveillance targets we documented, wondering whether my assistance contributed to ongoing harm that I helped facilitate without understanding what I was really agreeing to do. My parents hired me to house sit for the Williamses while they were on holiday in Spain, promising it would be easy money for watching an empty Victorian terrace in Bath for 2 weeks. But Mrs. Williams had left me instructions that made no sense for normal house-sitting duties. I was 24 and working part-time at a garden centre while trying to save enough money to move out of my parents' house in nearby Bristol. So £200 for essentially living rent-free in a beautiful period property seemed like perfect timing. The instructions Mrs. Williams had left were unusually detailed, covering not just the basics about watering plants and collecting post, but specific schedules for opening and closing curtains, times when I should leave lights on in particular rooms, and even requirements about which television programs to have playing at certain hours. She'd emphasized that maintaining normal household activity patterns was essential for security purposes, though the level of precision seemed excessive for deterring casual burglars. The house was exactly as impressive as I'd expected from the outside. 3 stories of original Victorian features, period furniture, and the sort of tasteful decoration that suggested comfortable middle-class prosperity. But as I settled in for my first evening, I started noticing things that made me uncomfortable about why Mrs. Williams might need such specific activity simulation. The curtains were positioned to be visible from multiple angles outside the house, suggesting someone might be observing whether the instructions were being followed correctly. Some rooms had furniture arrangements that seemed designed more for external visibility than comfortable living, with seating positioned where occupants would be clearly visible through windows. Most unsettling was discovering that several rooms contained equipment that wasn't mentioned in the house-sitting instructions. Cameras, recording devices, and monitoring systems that suggested the property was being used for purposes beyond normal family residence. I found extensive networking equipment in a basement room that Mrs. Williams hadn't shown me during the initial tour, along with multiple computer systems that appeared to be running continuously, despite the family being on holiday. The basement setup looked more like a professional surveillance operation than home security, with equipment that would be expensive and technically complex for casual residential use. I started paying closer attention to the specific instructions Mrs. Williams had provided, trying to understand why normal household activities needed to be performed on such rigid schedules. The curtain timings corresponded to periods when external observation would be optimal. Lighting schedules ensured that occupied rooms would be clearly visible from outside, and television programming requirements created audio backgrounds that could mask other activities. Rather than deterring surveillance, the instructions seemed designed to facilitate it, ensuring that someone watching the house would see exactly what they expected during specific time periods. I researched the neighborhood and found that several other properties had been used for similar house-sitting arrangements, with local students and young people hired to maintain activity patterns, while homeowners were supposedly traveling. But some of these house-sitters had reported unusual experiences during their stays, technical problems with internet and phone connections, evidence that their activities were being monitored more closely than normal security would require, and instructions that seemed designed for purposes beyond simple property protection. A few had discovered that the houses they were staying in contained equipment and activities that weren't related to normal residential use, but were too concerned about losing their house-sitting income to report these discoveries officially. I decided to investigate the basement equipment more thoroughly, hoping to understand what the Williamses were actually using their property for when they weren't supposedly on holiday. The computer systems were running software that I didn't recognize, but which appeared to be hosting services that were accessible through networks that weren't part of normal internet infrastructure. Some of the systems were streaming video content that seemed to originate from various residential properties, suggesting that the Williams house was part of a broader surveillance network rather than just individually monitored. The content being streamed included footage from inside homes where people were going about normal daily activities, apparently unaware that their private lives were being documented and broadcast to remote audiences. I found evidence that the Williams property itself was generating similar content, with cameras positioned throughout the house capturing activities that had been taking place during previous house-sitting arrangements. The detailed instructions I'd been given were designed to ensure that house-sitters performed predictable activities that would create interesting content for whoever was monitoring the surveillance feeds. I realized that I hadn't been hired to protect an empty house, but to provide live entertainment for people who were paying to watch unsuspecting young people go about their daily routines in what they thought was private residential space. The equipment in the basement was broadcasting my activities to audiences who were paying for access to voyeuristic content featuring people who had no idea they were being observed. Mrs. Williams hadn't gone on holiday at all. She had temporarily relocated while her house was being used as a streaming location for surveillance content that would be impossible to capture if the actual residents were present. I should have left immediately and reported what I'd discovered to appropriate authorities, but I was also curious about the scope of the surveillance network and how many other house-sitters might be unknowingly providing content for similar audiences. I researched the hidden internet services that the basement equipment was connecting to, trying to understand how residential surveillance content was being distributed and monetized. The access methods required software that went beyond normal browsing, but the communities I found were surprisingly active, with hundreds of participants discussing surveillance content from various residential properties throughout the UK. The house-sitting scheme was just one method for accessing private residential spaces, with other approaches including fake maintenance visits, temporary accommodation arrangements, and even legitimate rental properties that contained hidden surveillance equipment. The audiences were paying for access to authentic private behavior rather than staged performances, creating a market for content that could only be captured through systematic deception of unsuspecting individuals. My own activities in the Williams house were being discussed in real time by viewers who rated different house sitters based on their appearance, daily routines, and entertainment value for surveillance audiences. Some discussions included detailed analysis of my personal habits, speculation about my private life, and suggestions for ways that future house-sitting arrangements could be structured to generate more compelling content. The participants treated house-sitters like unpaid performers in ongoing reality shows, discussing our activities with the sort of casual familiarity that suggested they'd been watching residential surveillance content for extended periods. I tried to investigate how many other properties in Bath might be part of similar surveillance schemes, looking for patterns in house-sitting advertisements and residential rental arrangements that might indicate systematic exploitation. The scope was larger than I'd initially understood, with multiple properties throughout the city being used for surveillance content generation through various deceptive arrangements. Some involved fake holiday rentals where guests unknowingly provided content for surveillance audiences. Others used maintenance access to install permanent monitoring equipment in legitimate residential properties. The network had developed sophisticated methods for accessing private residential spaces while maintaining plausible explanations that would protect the surveillance activities from official investigation. I realized that discovering the surveillance had made me a problem that needed to be managed, as my investigation could potentially expose the broader network of properties and compromise their ability to continue generating content through deceptive arrangements. About a week into my house-sitting stay, I started experiencing technical problems that seemed designed to isolate me from outside communication, while ensuring I remained in the property to continue providing surveillance content. Phone and internet connections became unreliable, making it difficult to research the surveillance network or contact people who might help me address what I'd discovered. The problems were sophisticated enough to suggest deliberate interference rather than routine technical difficulties, but subtle enough that reporting them wouldn't result in immediate investigation. I realized that the surveillance network had methods for managing house-sitters who discovered their activities, using technical manipulation to prevent exposure while encouraging continued participation through isolation and dependency. The house-sitting arrangement had been designed not just to generate surveillance content, but to trap participants in situations where they couldn't easily escape or report what they were experiencing. Mrs. Williams returned from her supposed holiday exactly when scheduled, acting as if nothing unusual had occurred, and thanking me for maintaining the property so well during her absence. But her knowledge of my activities during the house-sitting period was considerably more detailed than could be explained by normal security monitoring, including awareness of my investigation into the basement equipment and research into surveillance communities. She paid me the promised fee and mentioned that they might need house-sitting services again in the future, suggesting that my performance had been satisfactory for their actual purposes. The casual way she discussed my stay made it clear that she understood I'd discovered the surveillance activities, but wasn't concerned about potential consequences. I left the Williams house with £200 and the understanding that residential surveillance networks operated with sophistication and confidence that suggested minimal concern about official investigation or legal consequences. The house-sitting advertisements continue to appear in local publications, offering easy money for watching empty properties while homeowners travel, attracting students and young people who need income and housing flexibility. But I'm also aware that some of these opportunities involve providing unpaid entertainment for surveillance audiences who pay for access to authentic private behavior captured through systematic deception of people who think they're performing simple property protection services. The Victorian Terrace in Bath continues to host house sitters who follow detailed instructions designed to generate compelling surveillance content, while Mrs. Williams continues to recruit young people who need money and don't ask too many questions about why normal house sitting requires such specific performance schedules. You know how sometimes you're so desperate for something to change in your life that you'll ignore obvious red flags? That's basically how I ended up volunteering for what I thought was legitimate mental health research, but turned out to be something much worse. This was about 2 years ago, when I was completely stuck. 27 years old, living in Manchester, working as a teaching assistant, because I couldn't get a proper counselling job, despite having a psychology degree. I was sending out applications constantly, getting nowhere, watching my university friends build actual careers, while I helped teenagers with their homework. So when I saw this advert for volunteer research positions with something called MindBridge Research, it felt like exactly what I needed. Mental health charity, looking for people with psychology backgrounds, the sort of experience that might finally make employers take my CV seriously. I should have realized something was off when they got back to me so quickly. Their website said they had a 6-month waiting list for volunteer positions, but I heard back within 3 days. They said my qualifications were particularly suitable for their current research needs. The charity operated from a converted office building near the university, focusing on what they described as innovative approaches to understanding psychological trauma and developing new therapeutic interventions. During my initial interview, they explained that their current project involves studying how people cope with exposure to disturbing content online, particularly the psychological mechanisms that allow some individuals to process traumatic material without developing lasting mental health problems. The research was important because increasing numbers of people were encountering violent or disturbing content through social media and news platforms, but traditional psychology had limited understanding of how this exposure affected mental well-being or how resilience could be built. They needed volunteers with counseling backgrounds to help analyze and document psychological responses to various types of challenging material, contributing to research that could eventually help develop better support systems for people who experience trauma through digital media. The work would involve reviewing disturbing content and providing professional analysis of its psychological impact, using my training to identify potential therapeutic interventions that might help others who encountered similar material accidentally. They emphasized that all content would be legal and ethically sourced, obtained through partnerships with law enforcement agencies and academic institutions that needed psychological expertise to understand the effects of material they encountered during their own work. The project offered a small stipend plus comprehensive professional development that would enhance my qualifications for future counseling positions, making it an opportunity that could significantly advance my career while contributing to important research. I agreed to participate and was given access to their research platform, which required special software to protect the sensitive nature of the material being studied. and ensure that research content didn't become accidentally accessible to people who weren't trained to process it appropriately. The initial content was challenging but manageable. Crime scene footage, interview recordings with trauma survivors, and documentation of various incidents that demonstrated the range of disturbing material that people might encounter through normal internet use. My role was to analyze the psychological impact of each piece of content, identifying elements that were particularly traumatic and suggesting therapeutic approaches that might help people process similar experiences. The research team was impressed with my analysis and gradually provided access to more complex material that required deeper psychological expertise to understand and document appropriately. Some content came from international sources and depicted cultural practices or legal systems that were different from UK standards, requiring careful analysis to separate genuine psychological insights from personal cultural reactions. But as I progressed through the research materials, I started encountering content that seemed to go beyond what legitimate academic or law enforcement research would require. Material that was clearly designed to cause maximum psychological distress, rather than serve educational or investigative purposes, created specifically to traumatize viewers, rather than document real events for legitimate analysis. Some content appeared to be produced recently rather than historical documentation, suggesting ongoing activities rather than archived materials being studied for academic purposes. When I raised concerns about the source and purpose of some materials, the research supervisors explained that understanding artificially created trauma content was essential for developing effective interventions, as increasing numbers of people were being deliberately exposed to psychological manipulation through various online platforms. The content I was analyzing represented the sort of material that was being used to cause psychological harm to vulnerable individuals, making it crucial to understand how these materials worked so that appropriate therapeutic responses could be developed. They assured me that all materials were obtained through legitimate channels and that my analysis was contributing to protective research rather than harmful activities. But I also started noticing that the research platform provided access to materials that weren't part of my assigned analysis, suggesting a broader collection of disturbing content that went beyond what would be necessary for the psychological research project I'd agreed to participate in. Some of this additional material appeared to be organized by psychological impact rather than academic category, with content grouped according to the type of trauma it was designed to create rather than its source or legal status. The organization suggested systematic study of psychological manipulation techniques rather than legitimate research into trauma recovery, with materials selected specifically for their ability to cause particular types of mental distress. I realized that Mindbridge research might not be the legitimate academic charity I'd assumed, but an organization that collected and studied traumatic material for purposes that weren't related to therapeutic development. I tried to research the charity more thoroughly, looking for independent verification of their academic credentials and connections to legitimate mental health organizations. What I discovered was disturbing. Mindbridge research had minimal presence in academic psychology communities, no published research that could be verified through normal scholarly channels, and funding sources that weren't transparent through standard charity oversight mechanisms. Their office building housed multiple organizations with similarly vague purposes, all focused on research projects that required access to sensitive or disturbing materials for reasons that weren't clearly documented in public records. I started investigating the special software they'd provided for accessing research materials, trying to understand what kind of network I'd been given access to through my volunteer work. The software connected to parts of the internet that weren't accessible through normal browsing, communities where people shared and discussed the same types of disturbing content I'd been analyzing for the research project. These communities weren't focused on academic research or therapeutic development, but on collecting and consuming traumatic material for entertainment purposes, with participants rating content based on its psychological impact and requesting specific types of disturbing material. My analysis work for Mindbridge Research had apparently been contributing to these communities, providing professional psychological assessment that helped them understand and improve the traumatic effectiveness of content they were collecting and sharing. The research project wasn't studying trauma to develop therapeutic interventions, but to enhance the psychological impact of material being distributed to people who consume traumatic content as a form of entertainment. My counseling expertise had been used to make disturbing material more effective at causing psychological harm, rather than helping people recover from trauma exposure. I tried to stop participating in the research project, but discovered that my volunteer agreement included clauses about completing assigned work and maintaining confidentiality about materials I'd accessed during the research period. The charity's legal department contacted me when I attempted to withdraw, explaining that premature termination of my volunteer commitment could result in legal consequences related to breach of confidentiality agreements and misuse of sensitive research materials. They suggested that completing the remaining research assignments would be considerably less complicated than attempting to withdraw from commitments I'd already undertaken through signed agreements. The legal pressure was subtle but effective, making it clear that continued participation was considerably safer than attempting to expose what I'd discovered about the true nature of their research activities. Over the next few weeks, I continued analyzing disturbing content while understanding that my professional expertise was being used to enhance psychological manipulation techniques rather than develop therapeutic interventions. The materials became increasingly extreme, clearly designed to cause maximum psychological trauma to viewers who encountered them through the hidden internet communities that were using my analysis to improve their content effectiveness. Some content appeared to be produced specifically for psychological research purposes, created with systematic attention to elements that my analysis had identified as particularly traumatic or disturbing. I realized that my research contributions weren't just helping existing content become more harmful, but were being used to guide the creation of new material designed specifically to cause psychological damage to vulnerable people. The research project had evolved from studying trauma to actively participating in its creation, with my professional expertise being used to develop increasingly effective methods for causing psychological harm through carefully designed disturbing content. About 3 months into my volunteer work, I received additional responsibilities that made the true scope of their activities clear. Rather than just analyzing existing content, I was asked to help identify individuals who might be suitable targets for psychological manipulation, using my counseling background to profile people who would be particularly vulnerable to specific types of traumatic content. The targeting research involved analyzing social media profiles, online behavior patterns, and communication styles to identify individuals who showed signs of existing psychological vulnerability that could be exploited through exposure to carefully selected disturbing material. My analysis was being used to help the hidden communities identify and target specific individuals for systematic psychological harassment, using content that had been optimized for maximum traumatic impact based on their personal psychological vulnerabilities. The volunteer work had evolved from studying trauma recovery to actively participating in targeted psychological warfare against vulnerable individuals who had been selected based on their susceptibility to particular types of mental health manipulation. I should have reported everything to appropriate authorities, but the legal agreements I'd signed made it clear that exposing their activities would result in serious consequences that could destroy my career prospects and financial stability. The charity had been careful to structure their volunteer program in ways that protected their activities, while ensuring that participants became legally complicit in their operations, making exposure extremely risky for anyone who discovered the true nature of their work. I completed my volunteer commitment and received the professional development credentials they promised, but understood that my counseling expertise had been used to facilitate systematic psychological abuse of vulnerable individuals through carefully designed traumatic content. Mindbridge Research continues to recruit volunteers with mental health backgrounds, offering career development opportunities to people who need professional experience and don't realize they're contributing to psychological manipulation techniques rather than legitimate therapeutic research. The hidden internet communities continue to use professional psychological analysis to improve their content effectiveness, targeting vulnerable individuals with traumatic material that has been optimized for maximum psychological impact based on expert assessment of trauma mechanisms. I still work as a teaching assistant, still apply for counseling positions, still wonder whether my professional credentials are connected to activities that use mental health expertise to cause psychological harm, rather than provide therapeutic support. The package arrived on a Monday morning while I was having coffee in my kitchen, addressed to me by name, but with no return address or delivery company markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on my doorstep, like it had materialized overnight. Inside was a laptop I'd never seen before, expensive looking but completely unmarked, along with a handwritten note explaining that I'd been selected for a freelance research project that would pay £500 for a few days' work. I was 29 and struggling to keep my freelance writing career viable, mostly producing content for local businesses and the occasional magazine article when editors needed someone who could work quickly and cheaply. The money being offered was more than I usually earned in a month. The note was brief and professional, explaining that the research involved documenting online communities that weren't accessible through normal browsers. Nothing illegal, just academic investigation of how information spreads through hidden networks that most people never encounter. They'd chosen me based on my journalism background and writing samples they'd found online, looking for someone who could observe and document without technical preconceptions about what they might discover. The laptop came preloaded with software I'd never used before, along with detailed instructions for accessing what they called alternative information networks. The process was more complex than regular internet browsing, involving multiple steps and security protocols that suggested the content wasn't meant for casual access. I should have been more suspicious about receiving expensive equipment from anonymous sources, but the financial pressure of freelance work made the opportunity difficult to refuse. £500 would solve several immediate problems and buy me time to find more reliable income. The first communities I accessed were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of academic papers, forums where people shared information that had been censored from mainstream platforms. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations between different communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more disturbing than academic research. Not obviously illegal content, but documentation of activities that mainstream platforms wouldn't host. Real-time discussions about events that weren't being reported in normal news sources. Communities sharing information about incidents they claimed were being deliberately suppressed. The research brief had asked me to focus particularly on communities discussing local events, incidents in Newcastle, and the surrounding areas that might not be receiving broader media attention. I found several groups dedicated to what they called regional intelligence. People sharing information about activities in their immediate geographic areas that weren't appearing in local newspapers or radio broadcasts. The Newcastle section was surprisingly active, with dozens of regular contributors discussing everything from local authority decisions to business activities that weren't being publicly reported. Some posts included photographic evidence supporting claims about incidents that had supposedly occurred, but weren't being covered by local media. Images of accident scenes, building damage, even what appeared to be emergency service activities that hadn't been mentioned in official reports. The documentation quality was often professional, suggesting either serious amateur investigators or people with official access to information that wasn't being shared publicly. One thread that particularly caught my attention focused on missing persons cases in the Northeast that hadn't received media coverage. Contributors shared details about people who had disappeared without official investigations being launched, or families being properly informed about search efforts. The cases they discussed weren't random disappearances, but seemed to follow patterns that suggested systematic targeting of specific types of individuals. People living alone, working irregular hours, without strong family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of their absence. I recognized some of the locations being discussed, areas of Newcastle where I'd worked on assignments, neighborhoods I was familiar with from my journalism research. The proximity made the content feel more immediate and credible than if it had been about distant places. As I documented these communities for my research assignment, I started cross-referencing their claims with official sources and mainstream news reports. What I discovered was disturbing. Many of the incidents they discussed had indeed occurred, but with minimal official acknowledgement and virtually no media coverage. Missing person reports that had been filed but not publicized, accident investigations that had been conducted but not reported, even criminal activities that had been recorded but not prosecuted. Either the hidden communities had access to official information that wasn't being shared publicly, or they were conducting their own investigations into incidents that authorities were choosing not to pursue. I started contributing to the discussions, sharing information I'd gathered through my journalism work that might be relevant to their research. Nothing confidential, just background context about local issues that could help verify or contradict claims being made. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other contributors provided additional information that helped me understand connections between different incidents, patterns that weren't obvious when each event was considered individually. They also began sharing more sensitive material with me, including documentation that suggested some of the missing persons cases were connected to activities that were being deliberately concealed from public scrutiny. Photographs of locations where people had last been seen, records of their final communications, even evidence that their disappearances had been noted by authorities but not investigated with appropriate thoroughness. The material painted a picture of systematic negligence or deliberate concealment, with certain types of disappearances being treated as administrative problems rather than potential crimes requiring investigation. I should have reported this information to appropriate authorities, rather than continuing to participate in communities that were clearly operating outside official oversight. But I was becoming genuinely concerned about the patterns they were documenting, and traditional journalism hadn't provided opportunities to investigate issues that weren't being acknowledged by official sources. About 6 weeks into my research, I received additional instructions that shifted the focus of my assignment. Rather than just documenting existing communities, I was asked to investigate specific cases that had been identified as potentially significant. People who had disappeared under circumstances that suggested they might be connected to activities that weren't being properly investigated. The cases were all local to Newcastle, involving individuals who shared characteristics that made their disappearances particularly concerning. All lived alone, all worked from home, or had irregular employment. All had minimal family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of problems. I was provided with detailed background information about each case, personal histories, work patterns, social connections, even financial circumstances that might make them vulnerable to exploitation. The level of detail was impressive, but also unsettling. Someone had conducted comprehensive research into these individuals' private lives, gathering information that wouldn't be available through normal journalism or official investigation. I started investigating the cases using traditional journalism methods, contacting police departments, searching public records, trying to verify the claims that these disappearances weren't being properly investigated. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic negligence. Most of the cases had indeed been reported to authorities, but with minimal follow-up investigation. Missing person reports had been filed, but searches had been perfunctory and investigations had been closed quickly without resolution. The pattern suggested either severe resource limitations affecting police response to certain types of cases, or deliberate decisions to avoid thorough investigation of disappearances that met specific criteria. I documented my findings and shared them with the hidden communities, hoping to contribute to their ongoing research into systematic problems with missing person investigations. But I also started to notice changes in my own circumstances that seemed connected to my investigation activities. People I'd contacted during my research began experiencing problems that interfered with their ability to provide information. Sources became reluctant to discuss cases they'd previously been willing to address openly. Some contacts mentioned receiving warnings about sharing information with journalists, though they couldn't identify who had contacted them or what authority they represented. My own internet connectivity became unreliable when accessing certain types of information, and I started experiencing technical problems with equipment that had previously functioned normally. Most unsettling was discovering that people were asking questions about my research activities in contexts that suggested my investigation was being monitored by individuals with access to information I hadn't shared publicly. I researched methods for conducting journalism investigations without creating unnecessary visibility for sources or subjects, but realized that my activities had already attracted attention from people who had resources to monitor and interfere with independent research. The hidden communities provided advice about protecting investigation activities from unwanted scrutiny, but also warned that certain types of research could create personal risks for investigators who weren't prepared for retaliation. Several contributors mentioned experiencing harassment after their documentation had led to official attention, including professional difficulties, financial problems, and even personal safety concerns. They advised extreme caution when investigating cases that might be connected to activities involving people with official authority or significant resources. This advice proved relevant sooner than I'd expected. About 2 months after beginning my research, I received a visit that made it clear my investigation activities had attracted unwanted attention. 2 people arrived at my flat, claiming to represent a government agency investigating unauthorized access to sensitive information. They were polite but thorough, asking detailed questions about my research methods and the sources of information I'd been accessing. They seemed particularly interested in the hidden communities I'd been participating in, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar research activities in different regions. Their knowledge of my investigation was comprehensive, suggesting either sophisticated monitoring of my online activities or information provided by sources within the communities I'd been researching. They explained that some of the cases I'd been investigating were connected to ongoing official operations that required confidentiality to maintain effectiveness. My journalism research was potentially compromising legitimate law enforcement activities by drawing unwanted attention to sensitive investigations. They didn't threaten me directly, but made it clear that continuing my research could create legal complications that would be difficult to resolve through normal journalism channels. In exchange for discontinuing my investigation, they were prepared to provide background information that would help me understand why certain missing person cases weren't being pursued through traditional methods. The explanation sounded plausible, but their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of surveillance they demonstrated suggested resources that went far beyond normal law enforcement oversight of journalism activities. I agreed to discontinue my research while privately resolving to verify their claims through independent sources. Over the next few weeks, I tried to confirm the legitimacy of the agency they claimed to represent and the official operations they described. I found no corroborating evidence for their explanation. No government agencies matching their description. No official operations that could account for the systematic negligence I documented. No legitimate reasons why missing person investigations would be deliberately restricted. Either their work was so classified that no public information existed, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden communities to share my concerns and seek advice about verifying official claims that couldn't be independently researched. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences. Official contact after investigating sensitive cases, explanations that couldn't be verified, pressure to discontinue research that had identified problematic patterns. Some contributors had been threatened with prosecution for accessing classified information, though the classification of their research couldn't be verified through normal channels. Others had experienced escalating problems that made continuing their investigation impossible. Technical difficulties, financial pressures, even personal safety concerns that forced them to abandon their research. The pattern suggested coordinated efforts to discourage investigation of activities that were operating without proper oversight or accountability. I started researching the individuals who had visited me, trying to understand their actual authority and whether their claims about official operations could be substantiated. The business cards they'd provided led to addresses that didn't correspond to legitimate government offices, and the phone numbers connected to generic voicemail systems that provided no useful information. Either they were operating with extraordinary secrecy protocols, or they represented interests that weren't connected to legitimate law enforcement activities. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than systematic negligence in missing person investigations. The patterns I documented were likely evidence of activities that were being conducted outside official oversight, with missing persons cases being deliberately ignored to avoid scrutiny of whatever was causing the disappearances. The hidden communities had become a way for people to document and share information about these activities, creating alternative investigation networks for cases that weren't being pursued through official channels. But participation had also made us visible to people who had resources to monitor our research and motivation to discourage our documentation. Last week, I discovered something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities were being monitored. The laptop that had been provided for my research assignment contained sophisticated surveillance software that had been recording not just my investigation activities, but all my computer usage, internet communications, and even ambient audio from my flat. I'd been under comprehensive observation since the moment I'd accepted the research assignment, With everything I'd discovered, everyone I'd contacted, and every piece of evidence I'd gathered being monitored by people who had provided the tools for my investigation. The realization that my research had been watched from the beginning made me understand that the assignment itself had been part of a system designed to identify and monitor people who might investigate activities that weren't meant to be scrutinized. The £500 had been payment for allowing myself to be surveilled while investigating cases that were connected to activities someone wanted to keep hidden. I'd essentially been recruited to document my own investigation, providing comprehensive intelligence about my methods, sources, and findings to people who could use that information to prevent similar research by others. The package that had started everything sits in my desk drawer now, containing evidence of surveillance that extends far beyond my own investigation, to include systematic monitoring of anyone who asks inconvenient questions about missing persons cases in the Northeast. I still write freelance articles for local businesses, still struggle with the financial uncertainty of independent journalism, still wonder which of my sources might be experiencing problems because I contacted them during research that was being monitored from the beginning. But I'm also aware that my investigation activities are being recorded, my communications are being monitored, and my research methods are being studied by people who turn curiosity about systematic problems into comprehensive intelligence gathering about the people asking questions. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon while I was sorting through job applications at my kitchen table in Coventry. Laptop balanced between takeaway containers and bills I'd been avoiding since my redundancy 3 months earlier. At first glance, it looked like any other freelance opportunity, polite, professional, asking about my background in market research and whether I might be interested in participating in a consumer behavior study. The sender claimed to be conducting research into how adults discover and evaluate information sources, particularly in the digital age. It was the payment offer that caught my attention. £200 for a few hours of guided internet research, considerably more than I'd been earning from the occasional survey work that kept me barely solvent. The postscript made me pause, though. Given your background in consumer analysis, your insights into alternative information discovery methods would be particularly valuable. I'd never specialized in alternative information discovery. My market research experience was entirely conventional. Focus groups, consumer surveys, brand perception studies. Nothing that would suggest expertise in whatever they meant by alternative methods. I replied cautiously, asking for more details about the research project and what exactly they meant by alternative information discovery. The response came within hours, including what appeared to be legitimate academic credentials and a brief outline of their study into how consumers find information outside mainstream channels. They were particularly interested in how people without technical backgrounds navigate what they called unconventional information sources, content that exists beyond normal search engines and social media platforms, but doesn't require specialized knowledge to access. The research would involve guided exploration of various information communities, documenting my reactions and observations about content quality, reliability, and user experience. All conducted remotely with appropriate safety precautions. It seemed straightforward enough. I'd certainly spent enough time recently searching for job opportunities and financial advice through every possible channel. Understanding how people find reliable information in an ocean of digital noise was clearly valuable research. We arranged a video call for the following weekend. The researcher who appeared on screen looked exactly as I'd expected. Early 30s, professional but slightly academic, comfortable with technology. They asked thoughtful questions about my market research background, approaches to evaluating information reliability, experience with different types of online communities. About halfway through the interview, they shifted focus, asked whether I'd ever encountered information sources that seemed to exist parallel to mainstream internet content, communities or resources that weren't indexed by normal search engines but contained genuinely useful material. I admitted that during my recent job searching, I'd occasionally found leads through sources that weren't obvious from standard career websites. Nothing dramatic, just recommendations and opportunities that seemed to circulate through networks I wasn't normally part of. The researcher seemed particularly interested in this observation, asked whether I'd ever felt curious about these hidden networks, whether I'd considered exploring them more systematically to understand what information they contained. I explained that my technical knowledge was limited to basic computer use. I wouldn't know how to access hidden networks even if I wanted to. The researcher smiled and suggested this might actually be perfect for their research. They were looking for people who could document the experience of discovering hidden information communities from a complete beginner's perspective. Technical experts often had too much prior knowledge to provide genuine first-time reactions to what they found. Would I be interested in participating in guided exploration of some hidden information networks with detailed safety instructions to help them understand how non-technical adults might react to content that existed outside mainstream channels? The request felt like a natural extension of our discussion about information discovery. Understanding hidden networks would certainly be valuable knowledge, especially if they contain opportunities or resources that weren't available through conventional channels. They provided detailed instructions for accessing hidden services safely, emphasizing that we'd only visit communities focused on information sharing rather than anything obviously problematic. Academic research, essentially, conducted with proper precautions. The software installation was more complex than regular internet browsing, but their instructions were clear enough that I managed it without major difficulty. They'd provided a list of addresses for communities they'd already verified as appropriate for research purposes. The first few sites were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of historical documents, communities focused on information that had been censored or suppressed. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations from these initial communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more interesting from a market research perspective. Not illegal content, but documentation of business practices and corporate activities that weren't being reported through mainstream business media. Internal communications from major companies, documentation of regulatory violations, communities discussing market manipulation and consumer deception techniques. The researcher had asked me to document my reactions to this material, particularly focusing on how it might influence consumer decision-making. They were especially interested in psychological responses. What felt credible, what seemed actionable, how exposure might change someone's approach to purchasing decisions. I found myself spending hours exploring these hidden business communities, taking notes about information quality and community structures, trying to analyze what made certain claims feel more reliable than obvious conspiracy theories. Some communities hosted real-time discussions about corporate activities that weren't being covered in financial news. Others shared documentation of consumer rights violations that had been settled quietly, without public disclosure. The line between legitimate business journalism and corporate conspiracy theories was often difficult to determine. One community that particularly caught my attention focused on what they called local business intelligence, members sharing information about companies and organizations in their immediate geographic areas that wasn't appearing in local business press. The UK section contained posts about businesses in various cities and towns, often with financial documentation or regulatory filings supporting claims that weren't receiving broader attention. I found myself checking this community regularly, curious about whether anything would appear relating to Coventry or the West Midlands business community I was trying to break back into. About 3 weeks into my exploration, someone posted a series of documents that made my stomach drop. The files contained detailed financial information about the recruitment agency I'd been working with since my redundancy. Not just general business data, but specific records of their client relationships and fee structures that revealed practices that were definitely not being disclosed to job seekers. The post claimed that several local recruitment agencies were operating what amounted to employment fraud schemes, charging fees to employers for services that weren't being provided, while manipulating job seekers into accepting positions that didn't match advertised terms. Most disturbing were internal communications suggesting that some agencies were deliberately prolonging unemployment for certain candidates to maximize government subsidy payments while maintaining the appearance of active job placement efforts. I recognized names and companies from my own job search experience. Agencies that had promised opportunities that never materialized. Positions that had been filled internally after lengthy application processes. Interviews that seemed designed to waste time rather than evaluate candidates. The documentation suggested a systematic approach to exploiting both unemployed individuals and the government systems designed to support them. Professional fraud disguised as legitimate employment services. I should have reported the information to relevant authorities immediately, but I was concerned about explaining how I'd discovered the documents without revealing my participation in research that might be considered inappropriate or potentially illegal. Instead, I started paying closer attention to my interactions with recruitment agencies, looking for signs of the deceptive practices the hidden community had documented. I noticed things I'd previously attributed to normal business inefficiency. Deliberately vague job descriptions that allowed agencies to claim positions had been filled by internal candidates. Interview processes that seemed designed to gather personal information rather than assess qualifications, requirements for financial disclosure that weren't standard practice. Most significantly, I realized that several agencies had been coordinating their responses to my applications, ensuring that I remained in a cycle of near-miss opportunities that maintain hope while preventing actual employment. I began documenting these interactions more carefully, creating records of conversations and email exchanges that revealed patterns of deliberate manipulation. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic employment fraud. The agencies were indeed operating coordinated schemes designed to exploit both job seekers and government funding systems. They maintained databases of long-term unemployed individuals who could be cycled through fake opportunities to justify continued subsidy payments while ensuring these people never actually obtained stable employment. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, designed to maintain motivation and compliance while preventing the sort of genuine job placement that would remove candidates from the system. I researched the hidden community more thoroughly, trying to understand who was posting this information and why they were documenting employment fraud specifically. The community structure was more complex than I'd initially realized. Members weren't just sharing random business intelligence, but appeared to be conducting systematic investigation of corporate practices that weren't receiving official scrutiny. Some posts included detailed analysis of regulatory capture, suggesting that employment fraud was continuing, because oversight bodies were staffed by people with financial interests in maintaining current systems. The documentation quality was often professional, including forensic accounting analysis and cross-referencing of information from multiple sources. This wasn't casual whistleblowing, but something approaching genuine investigative journalism. I found posts about similar employment fraud schemes in different cities, suggesting this wasn't isolated to Coventry, but part of a broader pattern affecting unemployed people across the UK. The scope indicated that employment fraud had become institutionalized, with government systems inadvertently funding schemes that perpetuated unemployment while appearing to address it. I started contributing my own documentation to the community, sharing evidence about recruitment agency practices without identifying specific individuals or companies. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context and suggested methods for gathering more comprehensive evidence. They also warned me about potential risks of investigating too openly. Several contributors mentioned experiencing retaliation after their documentation had led to official scrutiny, blacklisting from employment agencies, credit rating problems, even legal threats from companies that didn't appreciate unwanted attention. The advice was to document carefully but discreetly, avoid direct confrontation with agencies involved in fraudulent practices, and be prepared for professional retaliation if my investigation became known to the wrong people. This advice proved prescient sooner than I'd expected. About a month after I'd started contributing to the community, I received a phone call that made it clear my activities hadn't gone unnoticed. Not through the hidden community itself, but from someone claiming to represent a professional standards body for recruitment agencies. A polite inquiry about my recent experiences with local employment services, asking whether I'd encountered any practices that concerned me. The caller included enough specific details about my job search activities to make it obvious that my interactions with various agencies had been more closely monitored than I'd realized. Someone had been tracking my applications, interview attendance, even my communication patterns with different agencies. They suggested a meeting to discuss my concerns in a confidential setting, where I could provide feedback about recruitment industry practices without worrying about professional repercussions. The meeting was scheduled for the following week at a location away from any employment agency, a conference room in a business center that seemed designed for sensitive discussions requiring privacy. I should have declined the meeting and reported everything I discovered to proper authorities, instead of participating in what felt increasingly like an investigation, operating outside normal oversight. But I was curious about who these people were and what exactly they knew about my activities. More importantly, I needed to understand whether my employment prospects were being deliberately sabotaged and by whom. The meeting location was exactly as impersonal as I'd expected. Generic business center, anonymous conference room, the sort of space designed for discussions that participants might want to forget. 2 people were waiting when I arrived. Professional appearance, polite demeanor, the sort of individuals you might expect from any industry oversight body. They thanked me for coming and explained that they were investigating concerns about recruitment industry practices affecting long-term unemployed individuals. My documentation had been valuable, they assured me, helping them understand the scope of practices that weren't being properly regulated or reported through official channels. They asked detailed questions about what I'd experienced, which agencies I'd worked with, what documentation I'd gathered about their practices. Their knowledge of the recruitment industry was comprehensive, suggesting either extensive research or direct involvement in employment services. About halfway through the discussion, they shifted focus to my research activities, asked about my exploration of hidden business communities, my participation in documentation projects, my communication with other people investigating employment fraud. They seemed particularly interested in the community where I'd first seen documents about recruitment agencies, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar investigations in different regions. Their questions became increasingly specific about my technical knowledge and methods for accessing hidden services. Not accusatory, but thorough enough to suggest they understood exactly what I'd been doing and possibly who I'd been communicating with. Eventually, they explained the real purpose of our meeting. The practices I documented were part of an authorized pilot program studying long-term unemployment intervention strategies. The recruitment agencies were participating in research designed to understand how employment services could be improved for difficult-to-place candidates. The program was legitimate and properly approved, but necessarily discreet, because public awareness might compromise the validity of behavioral research into unemployment patterns. My documentation had been noticed because it potentially threatened the integrity of ongoing research. Not because I discovered anything inappropriate, but because external scrutiny could alter participant behavior and invalidate months of careful data collection. They appreciated my concern about employment practices, but asked that I discontinue my documentation and avoid sharing information about the research through any channels, including hidden communities where I'd been contributing evidence. In exchange for my cooperation, they were prepared to provide priority placement through agencies that weren't participating in the research program, helping me obtain employment that wouldn't be affected by experimental intervention strategies. The explanation sounded reasonable, but something about their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of detail they possessed about my hidden community participation suggested surveillance that went beyond casual monitoring of job search activities. I agreed to discontinue my documentation while privately resolving to research their claims more thoroughly before accepting their explanation. Over the next few weeks, I tried to verify the legitimacy of the research program they'd described, contacted government departments that might be conducting such studies, searched for published information about authorized employment intervention research. I found nothing that corroborated their explanation. No research projects matching their description. No government connections that could be verified. No official documentation of pilot programs involving recruitment agencies. Either the research was so sensitive that all information was classified, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden community to share my concerns about the meeting and seek advice about verifying official research claims. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences, investigators or officials contacting them after they documented questionable business practices, providing explanations that couldn't be verified through normal channels. Some contributors had been threatened with legal action for sharing commercially sensitive information about authorized programs. Others had experienced employment difficulties or financial problems after refusing to stop their documentation activities. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to discourage investigation of practices that were operating without proper transparency or accountability. I started researching the business center where I'd attended the meeting, trying to understand who had access to their facilities and whether the people I'd met could be verified through legitimate channels. The center's booking records weren't publicly accessible, but staff mentioned that the room had been reserved by a consultancy firm that used their facilities regularly for client meetings requiring discretion. I researched the consultancy and found a professional website with generic services and no specific information about current projects or personnel. The sort of deliberately vague presentation that could cover almost any type of consulting work. Further investigation revealed connections between the consultancy and government contracts related to employment services, though the specific nature of their work wasn't clearly documented in public records. The hidden community provided additional context about similar organizations operating in other regions. Consultancies with vague mandates and official connections, often involved in activities that seemed to operate outside normal oversight, while maintaining plausible explanations for their work. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than recruitment agency fraud. The employment practices I documented were likely part of a broader system designed to manage unemployment as an economic resource, rather than a social problem to be solved. The hidden community had become a way for people to document and share information about these practices, creating alternative information networks for evidence that wasn't being reported through official channels. But it had also made us visible to people who had resources and motivation to monitor our activities and discourage our documentation. Last week, I found something in my flat that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely I was being monitored. A small device, no larger than a USB drive, tucked behind my laptop, where it wouldn't be noticed during normal use. Professional installation, designed to be invisible unless someone was specifically looking for surveillance equipment. When I researched the device online, I found it was sophisticated monitoring equipment capable of recording internet activity, email communications, and even ambient audio. The sort of surveillance that would document every website visited, every message sent, every conversation conducted near my computer. I'd been under comprehensive observation for months, possibly since I'd first started contributing to the hidden community. Everything I'd researched, everyone I'd communicated with, every piece of evidence I'd gathered had been monitored and recorded. The realization that my investigation had been watched from the beginning made me understand the true scope of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just about employment fraud, but about a system capable of monitoring and controlling people who asked inconvenient questions about how economic systems really functioned. I removed the device but kept it in my desk drawer, unsure whether disposing of it would create additional problems, or whether my discovery was being monitored through other methods I hadn't detected. The hidden community continues to operate, though several regular contributors have stopped posting, and some documentation has been removed without explanation. Those of us who remain active share information more carefully, aware that our activities are being monitored by people with considerable resources and few obvious constraints. I'm still unemployed, still searching for legitimate opportunities, still wondering which agencies are genuine and which are part of systems designed to maintain unemployment while profiting from government funding intended to address it. But I'm also aware that my job search activities are being recorded, my internet research is being monitored, and my financial situation is being tracked by people who benefit from keeping certain individuals unemployed indefinitely. Even now, after all this time, I can still see the one face that wasn't covered, mouth wide open in genuine terror, eyes bulging as they realized what was about to happen to them, while hundreds of people watched online. The laptop was sitting on a table next to some old textbooks and children's toys at a car boot sale in Wakefield, priced at £40 by an elderly man who seemed eager to get rid of it. He explained that it had belonged to his son, who'd moved abroad for work, and left behind various items he didn't want to ship overseas. It was a Saturday morning in October, the sort of crisp autumn day that brings out dozens of sellers hoping to clear their garages and lofts before winter. I was there looking for books and teaching materials that might be useful for my Year 6 classroom. At 31, I'd been teaching primary school long enough to know that stretching your budget meant weekend trips to car boot sales and charity shops, hunting for resources that the school's funding couldn't cover. It was a Saturday morning in October, and I'd gone to a car boot sale looking for books and teaching materials that might be useful for my classroom. The sort of weekend activity that teachers do when they're trying to make their budget stretch further than the school's funding allows. The laptop looked to be in decent enough condition despite being a few years old, and £40 seemed reasonable for something that would let me work from home without having to carry my school laptop back and forth every day. The man threw in a charger and carrying case, pleased to have found someone who'd actually used the machine rather than just wanting it for parts. I didn't bother checking it thoroughly at the sale, just confirmed it would power on and seemed to be functioning normally. When I got home, I plugged it in and started setting it up for my own use, planning to wipe the existing user account and install fresh software. But when I accessed the previous owner's files to back up anything that might be important before deleting them, I found folders with names that immediately made me uncomfortable. Video files, communication logs, and software I didn't recognize, all organized in ways that suggested activities the previous owner hadn't mentioned to his father. One folder contained what appeared to be streaming software and technical documentation for broadcast equipment. Professional quality programs that would cost hundreds of pounds and weren't the sort of thing you'd expect someone to have unless they were seriously involved in content creation. Another folder contained correspondence with people using usernames rather than real names, discussing technical aspects of hosting and distribution that were carefully worded but clearly referred to activities that weren't entirely legal. The third folder contained video files that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the list. Recordings of what appeared to be live streams, showing dark rooms with industrial equipment and bound figures, the sort of content that explained why someone might want to get rid of a laptop without properly wiping the hard drive. I opened one of the files and immediately understood that I was looking at something the previous owner had created rather than just downloaded. The camera work was deliberate, the audio quality was professional, and in the background I could hear a voice giving instructions that sounded like it belonged to someone who was clearly in control of the situation. The video showed a basement space with concrete walls and harsh lighting, containing equipment that was obviously designed for restraint and violence, rather than any legitimate purpose. Most disturbing was the casual, business-like tone of the voice directing what was happening off-camera. I closed the file and sat in my kitchen trying to process what I'd discovered. The polite elderly man at the car boot sale had unknowingly sold me evidence of what appeared to be serious criminal activity conducted by his son. Over the next few hours, I went through more of the files and correspondence on the laptop. The scope of the previous owner's activities was larger than I'd initially realized. Multiple locations, regular scheduling, sophisticated technical setup. This wasn't occasional dabbling in extreme content. It was a substantial ongoing enterprise. Some of the correspondence included references to participants and equipment that made it clear the previous owner wasn't working alone. He was part of a group that shared resources and technical knowledge, though the communications were careful never to use real names or specific addresses. What bothered me most wasn't just the criminal nature of what I'd discovered, but the professional way it had been documented. Detailed logs of events, technical specifications for equipment, even what appeared to be financial records tracking expenses and income. The previous owner had been running what amounted to a business, complete with the sort of administrative overhead you'd expect from any legitimate enterprise. Except instead of providing normal services, he'd been creating violent content for audiences willing to pay for access to live streams. I found files containing schedules that suggested regular broadcasts over a period of several years. Different locations were used on rotating basis, with detailed notes about equipment setup and technical requirements for each venue. Most of the locations were identified only by codes rather than actual addresses, but some files contained photographs that showed enough detail to suggest they were commercial or industrial properties rather than residential spaces. One set of photos showed a warehouse or factory unit with distinctive architectural features that looked familiar in ways I couldn't immediately place. The building style, the window design, even the surrounding landscape seemed like something I'd seen before, though I couldn't remember where. I spent the rest of the weekend researching what I could find online about the type of content the previous owner had been creating. Most sources dismissed red rooms as internet mythology, but a few seemed to have genuine knowledge about how such activities might function in practice. The technical requirements, legal risks, and financial resources needed to maintain live violent streaming were considerable. Someone would need partners with complementary skills, multiple secure locations, and sophisticated methods for avoiding detection by law enforcement, which meant the mild-mannered son, whose laptop I'd bought, was actually involved in running what amounted to a criminal enterprise, with all the risks that implied for anyone who might accidentally discover evidence of their activities. On Monday morning, I tried to focus on normal teaching responsibilities while privately wrestling with what to do about my discovery. Reporting the previous owner to police would require explaining how I'd obtained the evidence and potentially compromising any investigation they might want to conduct. But continuing to possess the laptop felt like becoming an accessory to criminal activity, even though my discovery had been entirely accidental and I had no intention of using the material for any purpose. During my lunch break, I researched local missing person reports to see if any cases might correspond to people who appeared in the video files. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect in the Wakefield area. One case particularly disturbed me because the missing person had been a teacher at a school not far from mine. They disappeared about 8 months earlier after leaving work on what should have been a routine Friday afternoon, and despite extensive searches and media appeals, no trace had been found. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing teacher had been someone with a similar profile to myself. Single, living alone, following predictable routines that would make them easy to observe and potentially target. The possibility that someone in my own profession might have become a victim in the content I discovered made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about accidentally finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about people who lived lives similar to mine being targeted for reasons I didn't understand. That evening, I decided to look more carefully at the warehouse photos I'd found on the laptop, trying to identify where they might have been taken. The architectural style and surrounding environment provided enough clues to narrow down the possible locations to specific areas around Yorkshire. One photo showed a view from inside the warehouse, looking out through a loading bay door. In the distance, I could see a distinctive church spire and what appeared to be a retail park that looked familiar from somewhere I'd visited recently. I spent hours comparing the photo to online maps and street view images, trying to identify the specific location. The combination of the church spire, retail park, and surrounding landscape eventually led me to an area about 20 minutes from Wakefield. The warehouse was in an industrial estate that I'd driven past many times without paying particular attention to the individual buildings. But now that I knew what to look for, I could see how the location would be perfect for activities that required privacy and security. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the industrial estate and the businesses that operated there. Most were legitimate companies with normal commercial activities, but several units appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on their online presence. I decided to drive past the area during the weekend, telling myself I was just curious to see if I could identify the specific building from the photos. The industrial estate was mostly quiet on Saturday afternoon, with only a few cars in the various car parks. The warehouse I'd identified from the photos was clearly vacant, with for lease signs and boarded windows, but there were fresh tire tracks in the car park and what appeared to be utility connections that suggested power and water were still active, despite the building being officially empty. From the road, everything looked completely abandoned, but knowing what I potentially knew about how the space might be used made it feel sinister in ways that were difficult to explain. I parked and walked around the perimeter of the building, looking for any obvious signs of recent activity. Most of the windows were boarded up, but one loading bay had a small gap where I could see inside. The interior had been cleared of most equipment, but I could see mounting points on the walls where cameras had obviously been positioned, and electrical installations that weren't typical of standard warehouse fittings. Someone had spent considerable time and money converting the space for specific purposes that weren't related to normal commercial storage or manufacturing. The sort of professional installation that suggested serious long-term planning rather than temporary use. As I was photographing the mounting points through the gap in the boarding, I heard a car pulling into the car park behind me. I turned around to see a van parking near the building's main entrance. 2 people got out and began unloading equipment that looked like cameras and lighting gear. They moved with the efficiency of people who were familiar with the location and had done this setup many times before. I should have left immediately and reported what I was seeing to the authorities, but I was curious about whether this was connected to the content I'd found on the laptop, and whether I was witnessing the continuation of activities that I'd assumed had ended when the previous owner moved abroad. I moved to a position where I could observe without being seen, watching as the 2 people systematically set up what appeared to be a professional filming operation inside the supposedly abandoned warehouse. They worked for about an hour, positioning equipment and testing various technical systems. Around 6 o'clock, another vehicle arrived with what appeared to be additional personnel and someone who seemed to be having difficulty walking steadily. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing the setup for content creation. I was potentially watching the preparation for another live stream, like the ones I'd seen recorded on the laptop. I fumbled for my phone to call the police, but as I was trying to dial, one of the people setting up equipment looked directly at me through the gap where I was watching. Our eyes met for several seconds before they calmly walked over to speak to one of their colleagues, pointing in my direction while continuing what appeared to be a normal conversation about their work. I ran back to my car and drove home as quickly as possible, hands shaking as I tried to process what had just happened. Someone involved in creating violent content had seen me observing their activities and hadn't seemed particularly concerned about being witnessed. Either they were confident that I wouldn't report what I'd seen, or they had methods for dealing with unwanted attention that didn't require immediate panic or dramatic responses. That evening, I tried to decide whether to contact the police about what I'd witnessed. The evidence from the laptop combined with what I'd seen at the warehouse should be enough to justify an investigation, even if my story about accidentally discovering criminal activity sounded unlikely. But I was worried about what might happen if the people I'd observed discovered that someone had connected their current activities to evidence from the previous owner's laptop. They demonstrated professional competence and lack of concern about being witnessed, which suggested they had experience dealing with potential problems. I spent the next week trying to maintain normal teaching routines while privately wrestling with the knowledge of what I'd discovered and witnessed. Every unexpected sound outside my house made me check the windows. Every stranger who seemed to look in my direction felt potentially threatening. But nothing obvious happened. No threatening messages, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that people who went to such lengths to maintain secure locations might take additional steps to protect their interests from exposure. 2 weeks after visiting the warehouse, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my front door while I was at work. Inside was a single photograph that made my stomach drop as I looked at it. The photograph showed me taking pictures through the gap in the warehouse boarding, clearly taken by someone who had been positioned to observe my activities without me realizing they were there. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Curiosity satisfied. No signature, no return address, just those 2 words that made it obvious someone wanted me to understand that my investigation had been noticed and documented. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a warning designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered rather than a prelude to more serious consequences. But I couldn't explain how they'd identified me or obtained my home address based on a brief observation at the warehouse. Either they had considerably more resources than I'd assumed, or they'd been monitoring my activities more closely than the photograph alone suggested. I never reported what I'd found on the laptop or witnessed at the warehouse. The risks of becoming involved in an investigation seemed to outweigh the potential benefits of helping to stop criminal activity that might continue regardless of my intervention. But I still think about that face in the video file. The one person who wasn't wearing a mask or hood, who had looked directly into the camera with an expression that suggested they knew exactly who might be watching. And I think about the casual way the people at the warehouse had reacted to being observed, as if unwanted attention was just another technical problem to be managed, rather than a serious threat to their activities. Sometimes I wonder how many other people have accidentally discovered evidence of similar activities, and whether they reported what they found or stayed quiet like I did, too frightened of the consequences to risk becoming involved in something they didn't understand. The link had been sitting in my inbox for 3 days before I opened it, mostly because I get so many random messages from anonymous users that I've learned to ignore most of them until I'm properly bored. I was 22 and working in the stockroom at a Sainsbury's in Preston, spending 8 hours a day moving boxes around and trying not to think too much about how this wasn't exactly where I'd imagined myself ending up after college. The pay was decent enough for what it was, but the work was mind-numbing in ways that made every shift feel like it lasted twice as long as it actually did. Most of my mental stimulation came from browsing message boards during breaks and lunch, anonymous forums where people shared interesting content, discussed topics that were too controversial for mainstream social media, posted things they'd discovered in the darker corners of the internet. I wasn't looking for anything particularly extreme, just wanted to read something more engaging than the usual social media nonsense that everyone else seemed satisfied with. Real discussions about real topics by people who weren't trying to maintain personal brands or worry about what their employers might think. The message boards I frequented attracted people who'd been banned from regular platforms or preferred not to use their real names when discussing sensitive subjects. Not necessarily criminals or extremists, just individuals who valued privacy and authentic conversation over performative social interaction. One board I visited regularly had a section for sharing unusual content that people had discovered during their online wanderings. Leaked documents, underground media, historical footage that had been suppressed or forgotten. The sort of material that demonstrated there was always more happening in the world than mainstream news sources bothered to report. The link had come through a private message from a stranger who claimed to have found something that would interest anyone serious about documenting authentic, extreme content. They'd noticed my posts in discussions about banned media and thought I might appreciate access to material that most people would never encounter. I'd received similar messages before from people wanting to share shocking videos or disturbing images they'd found somewhere online. Most turned out to be obviously fake content or things I'd already seen posted elsewhere. But the stranger's message was different, more measured, more focused on the documentary value of what they were offering rather than its shock potential. They explained that the link led to a streaming site that hosted live content from various hidden locations. Not recorded material, but real-time feeds showing events as they happened. The sort of authentic documentation that serious researchers valued for its immediacy and unfiltered nature. I should have been more suspicious about why someone would share access to exclusive streaming content with a random person from a message board. But I was curious, and my job gave me plenty of time to explore whatever caught my interest without worrying about productivity or professional consequences. The link led to a site with a basic interface showing multiple video feeds from different locations. Most were static or showed empty rooms, but a few had obvious activity suggesting they were genuinely live rather than pre-recorded loops. The video quality was better than I'd expected for streaming content, and the feeds updated regularly in ways that confirmed they were showing real-time events rather than edited footage. Professional equipment and reliable internet connections rather than amateur recordings from phone cameras. One feed showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage space with someone restrained in the center of the frame. The timestamp indicated it was happening live, and occasionally I could see movement that confirmed the person was conscious and aware of their situation. I watched for about 20 minutes during my lunch break, telling myself I was documenting whether this type of content actually existed, rather than just consuming it for entertainment. The academic approach that people on the message boards always claim to take when discussing extreme material. Around the edges of the video feed, I could see interface elements that suggested this was part of a larger streaming platform. Chat functions, viewer counters, menu options that implied there were additional feeds available to people with appropriate access levels. The chat showed comments from maybe 30 other viewers discussing what they were seeing with the clinical detachment of people analyzing documentary footage. No obvious excitement about violence, just matter-of-fact observations about technical aspects of the setup. What made me pay closer attention was a detail in the background of the main feed. On the wall behind the restrained figure was a poster that looked familiar, a local council notice about planning applications that I'd seen around Preston. The format and official logos were definitely from Preston City Council, the sort of bureaucratic signage you see in public buildings and commercial properties throughout the area, which suggested this feed was showing events happening locally rather than in some distant foreign location. Over the next few days, I found myself checking the streaming site regularly to see if the feeds had changed or if new content was available. The interface seemed to update on an irregular schedule, with different rooms becoming active at different times. Most of the locations looked similar, basement or garage spaces with concrete walls and industrial lighting, but the background details varied enough to suggest they were different physical locations rather than the same room filmed from different angles. I started paying attention to these background details, looking for clues about where the feeds might be originating. Council notices, business signage, architectural features that might indicate specific geographic areas. Several feeds showed details that suggested UK locations, electrical fittings, building materials, even glimpses of packaging that looked typically British. But one feed in particular kept showing elements that seemed specifically local to the Preston area. Not just a council poster, but other details that I recognized from around town. A particular type of street lighting visible through a small window, road markings that matched local standards, even background sounds that seemed consistent with urban Lancashire rather than anywhere foreign. The possibility that live violent content was being streamed from locations near where I lived and worked made everything feel more immediate and disturbing. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It could be occurring within a few miles of where I was sitting in the Sainsbury's stockroom. I started researching whether there had been any local missing person reports that might correspond to people I'd seen in the feeds. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect in an area the size of Preston. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person had last been seen in an area I knew well. They'd disappeared after leaving work at a retail park about 10 minutes from where I worked, and despite extensive searches and media appeals, no trace had been found. The timing roughly corresponded to when I'd first started accessing the streaming site, and the physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the feeds. The connection was too vague to be certain, but disturbing enough to make me wonder if other viewers had noticed similar patterns. I considered reporting what I discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Supermarket worker claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while browsing anonymous message boards during lunch breaks. They'd probably assume I was having mental health issues or making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone was connecting their content to real-world missing person cases. I'd been accessing their site regularly for weeks, possibly leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. The stranger had warned me that accessing hidden streaming content required understanding how to protect your identity from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite having been granted access to material that was obviously intended for a select audience. About a month after first accessing the streaming site, I received another message from the stranger asking whether I'd found the content educational and if I was interested in additional material that wasn't available to general viewers. Their tone was friendly but felt more personal than our previous communication, as if they knew something about my response to the content that they hadn't mentioned before, or had been monitoring my viewing patterns more closely than I'd realized. I replied cautiously, saying that I'd found the material academically interesting but disturbing on a personal level. I tried to sound thoughtful rather than frightened, hoping to maintain access while expressing some reservations about the content. Their response came back within hours, which suggested they'd been online waiting for my reply, rather than just checking messages occasionally. They said they understood my concerns, but reminded me that serious documentation sometimes required confronting uncomfortable realities. They offered to provide access to additional feeds that would help me develop a more comprehensive understanding of how such content was created and distributed. Something about the way they phrased the offer made me uncomfortable. as if my continued viewing was expected rather than voluntary, and declining might have consequences I wouldn't like. I didn't reply immediately, telling myself I needed time to think about whether I wanted to continue accessing content that was clearly illegal and potentially connected to local criminal activity. But I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or lack of appreciation for the exclusive access I'd been granted. The next day at work, I noticed someone I didn't recognize hanging around the car park during my lunch break. Nothing obviously suspicious, just someone who seemed to be waiting for something or observing the area more carefully than you'd expect from casual visitors. They were positioned where they could see the staff entrance but weren't obviously watching it. The sort of surveillance that would be easy to dismiss as coincidence unless you were already paranoid about being monitored. I mentioned it to one of my colleagues, who said they'd noticed the same person on previous days but assumed they were waiting for someone or had legitimate business in the area. The sort of explanation that made perfect sense unless you had reasons to be concerned about unwanted attention. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing but collectively made me uncomfortable. Post delivered at unusual times, items in my flat that seemed to have been moved slightly, sounds outside my door that could have been coincidence but felt like surveillance. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was at work. Inside was a single photograph that made my hands shake as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking from my flat to the bus stop, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything obviously suspicious. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Interesting viewing habits. No signature, no return address. Just those 3 words that made it obvious someone knew about my access to the streaming site and had been monitoring my activities as a result. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a scare tactic designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained detailed knowledge of my movements or managed to deliver the message without being noticed. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger in the supermarket felt threatening. Every unexpected sound in my flat made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening messages, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities beyond what had already been demonstrated. I stopped accessing the streaming site and tried to focus on normal work and social activities. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd seen, or the fear that I'd gotten involved in something more serious than casual browsing of extreme content. The person I'd noticed in the car park disappeared around the same time I stopped visiting the site. Either they'd found what they were looking for, or whoever was behind the surveillance had decided I was no longer worth monitoring. But I still think about those feeds, and the casual way the chat participants had discussed real violence as if it were documentary footage rather than live criminal activity. How many other people might be accessing similar content without understanding the risks involved in connecting it to real-world events? And I think about the stranger and whether they were genuinely sharing interesting content with fellow researchers or deliberately drawing people into situations they weren't equipped to handle safely. Sometimes I wonder if receiving that link was as random as it seemed, or if someone had been monitoring the message boards long enough to identify people who might be curious about extreme content, but naive about the consequences of accessing it. The link is still in my message history, though I've never tried to access it again. Sometimes I'm tempted to see if the site is still active, if the same feeds are running, if other people are still watching and commenting as if real violence were just another form of online entertainment. But mostly, I try to pretend I never saw it, never accessed those feeds, never connected what I was watching to missing people from my own area. Because acknowledging what I know would mean accepting that some of the most disturbing content online isn't created in distant countries by foreign criminals, but by people who might live in the same town, shop in the same places, walk the same streets as everyone else. The advert was tucked between job listings for cleaners and gardeners, written in the same mundane language you'd expect for any domestic service. Discreet home monitoring while away, professional, reliable, competitive rates, references provided only after service completion. It was that last phrase that felt slightly off. Most services provide references beforehand, not after. But I was desperate to sort out security for my Victorian terrace in Sheffield before my holiday to Greece. Break-ins weren't rare in my area, and period locks wouldn't deter anyone determined enough to try. I called the number that afternoon. The voice was polite and businesslike, explaining temporary monitoring equipment during client absence, cameras and sensors, remote observation, response to issues, considerably cheaper than house sitting. They could assess the property that evening and provide a quote. The consultant, who arrived at 7:30, looked exactly right. Well-dressed, professional tablet, sensible questions about access points and valuables. He walked through systematically, noting camera positions and vulnerable areas, made casual conversation about the house's period features, admired the original cornicing, asked about the basement access. His assessment was thorough without being intrusive. He explained which rooms would need monitoring, how equipment would be positioned to avoid being obvious to potential intruders, what kind of response they could provide if problems were detected. Everything sounded reasonable, professional, legitimate. The quote was fair for 2 weeks of monitoring. They were available for my exact dates. I agreed to installation the day before departure. Payment on completion, as their advert had specified. Installation day arrived with unseasonable rain that made the house feel smaller, more enclosed. 2 technicians worked efficiently through the morning, drilling discreet holes, running thin cables, positioning small cameras in corners where they'd be invisible to casual observation. They tested each component carefully, ensuring clear video quality and reliable transmission. They explained the monitoring process. Continuous but passive observation, immediate contact if anything concerning was detected, coordination with local police if necessary. In case of emergency, they had my mobile number and hotel details, professional, thorough, reassuring. I left for Greece feeling confident that competent people were protecting my property. The holiday was exactly what I'd needed. 2 weeks of sun, decent food, relaxation that comes from knowing responsibilities are handled by professionals. I received 3 routine updates during my absence. Brief texts confirming normal activity, no security concerns, all systems functioning properly. The sort of communication that justified the expense and validated my decision to hire them. When I returned, the house felt exactly as I'd left it. All monitoring equipment had been removed so thoroughly there was no obvious evidence it had ever been installed. A brief report waited on my kitchen table, summarizing 2 weeks of observation with professional efficiency. According to the report, there had been no security incidents, no attempted break-ins, no unusual activity around the property. A few routine visits from postal workers and delivery drivers, but nothing requiring intervention. The service had been invisible, effective, exactly what I'd paid for. I was impressed enough to recommend them to neighbors who'd expressed similar concerns about leaving properties unattended. Mrs. Patterson, from 3 doors down, used them for her Lake District trip in October. Mr. Chen across the street hired them for his business travel in November. The Johnsons at number 47 booked them for their Christmas cruise. All reported the same professional service, the same invisible efficiency, the same peace of mind that comes from knowing your home is being properly monitored. The problem started subtly, about 6 weeks after my return. 2 days after what should have been the end of all monitoring, I noticed the bathroom light was on when I came home from work. I always switched it off, always checked before leaving. Standing in the hallway, I caught a faint smell I couldn't place, like bleach mixed with something metallic, sharp and wrong. It stayed there for hours, stubborn as though it had been worked into the air. I checked the house thoroughly, but found nothing missing, nothing obviously disturbed. Just that persistent feeling that someone else had been moving through my space, touching my belongings, breathing my air. Then the targeted advertising started. Emails about specific cleaning supplies for Victorian properties, repair services for damp issues I'd never mentioned to anyone, security equipment for period features only I would know needed attention, phone calls offering solutions to maintenance problems they couldn't possibly know about. The precision was unsettling. Companies contacting me about the loose floorboard in the back bedroom, the crack in the basement wall I'd been meaning to fix, even the specific brand of paint I'd need to touch up the kitchen skirting. Knowledge that could only come from someone who'd been inside my house, observing details I'd never shared with anyone. Mrs. Patterson mentioned she was having similar experiences. Targeted recommendations since her monitoring service. Companies knowing details about her Victorian conversion that she'd never discussed online. Mr. Chen had received calls about his boiler efficiency and garden drainage, problems he'd been researching privately. The Johnsons were getting quotes for roof repairs and double glazing replacement, work they'd been considering but hadn't mentioned to anyone except each other. All of us using the same monitoring service. All of us feeling like our privacy had been compromised in ways we couldn't articulate or prove. I tried calling their number, generic voicemail promising return calls that never came. Email bounced back as undeliverable. The professional website I'd found originally no longer existed. The company had either ceased operating or made themselves deliberately unreachable once their services were complete. That's when I started wondering what they'd actually monitored during my holiday and whether the surveillance had ended when their equipment was supposedly removed. The question nagged at me for weeks. I'd assumed the monitoring was straightforward security observation. Cameras watching for intruders, sensors detecting unauthorized entry, professional staff responding to genuine emergencies. But the targeted marketing suggested they'd gathered considerably more information than necessary for basic home protection. I researched methods for detecting hidden surveillance equipment, purchased radio frequency detectors, infrared scanners, devices designed to locate concealed cameras and listening devices. Found nothing obvious, but the targeted advertising continued with increasing specificity and accuracy. Companies were contacting me about problems I'd only just discovered myself. A blocked drain in the utility room, condensation issues in the loft, even wear patterns on carpets that would only be visible to someone conducting detailed interior surveys. It was during this research that I stumbled across something that changed my understanding entirely. I was looking into home security options online, trying to find legitimate alternatives to the service I'd used, when a search led me to areas of the internet I'd never encountered before. Hidden services that required special software to access, communities operating outside normal oversight and regulation. One site, reached through several layers of anonymity, hosted what appeared to be live feeds from residential properties, real-time surveillance of people in their own homes, completely unaware they were being observed by strangers online. The interface was professional despite its hidden nature. Multiple video feeds showing different locations, chat functions allowing viewers to communicate, even rating systems for different streams based on content quality and viewer engagement. Most feeds showed empty rooms or routine domestic activity. People cooking, watching television, going about normal daily routines, while cameras documented their every movement. Dozens of properties, hundreds of viewers, a thriving community built around watching strangers live their private lives. I scrolled through available feeds with mounting horror, recognizing the violation these people were experiencing without their knowledge or consent. Then I saw something that made my blood turn to ice water. One feed showed my living room. I couldn't process what I was seeing at first. Cold spread through my chest as I stared at the screen. My coffee mug on the side table where I'd left it an hour ago. Afternoon light falling through windows at exactly the right angle. The book I'd been reading still open on the sofa, reading glasses beside it where I'd placed them before going to make tea. I watched the timestamp update in real time while someone in the chat commented about my choice of evening reading. Another viewer making predictions about what I'd do when I returned from the kitchen. This wasn't archive footage from my holiday monitoring. This was happening now, in real time, while I sat at my laptop in the very room being broadcast to anonymous strangers online. The realization hit me with physical force. The monitoring service hadn't removed all their equipment when I returned from Greece. They'd left cameras running, streaming my daily life to paying audiences who treated my private moments as entertainment. I slammed the laptop shut and sat in darkness, trying to process the violation I discovered. Then I reopened it and forced myself to keep watching, needing to understand the full scope of what was happening. The chat was active with viewers discussing my routine, making observations about my habits, even placing bets on my behavior patterns. They knew when I usually went to bed, what I typically watched on television, how long I spent reading before sleep. Intimate knowledge of my private life gathered through weeks or months of continuous observation. Some comments suggested viewers had been watching since shortly after my return from holiday. Others referenced changes in my routine, expressing disappointment when I'd altered patterns they'd grown accustomed to following. I was living entertainment for strangers who'd been studying my life with the dedication of researchers, analyzing my behavior, predicting my choices, treating my existence as a performance staged for their amusement. Over the next few hours, I searched every room systematically, behind mirrors, inside light fittings, around door frames, anywhere cameras could be concealed. I kept thinking about that smell, the way it had clung to the air like evidence, the bathroom light that had been left on, the subtle signs of intrusion I dismissed as paranoia. I hired a professional security consultant to sweep the property. They found nothing obvious, suggested monitoring might use methods that weren't physically present in the house. Remote access through existing devices, exploitation of smart systems, surveillance through infrastructure I wasn't aware of. But I didn't have smart home technology, and the feeds were showing angles that couldn't be captured through televisions or computers. Someone had installed professional surveillance equipment that was sophisticated enough to avoid detection by standard sweeping procedures. The feeds continued showing perfect coverage of my daily routine from multiple angles, suggesting a comprehensive system rather than occasional monitoring. I started covering mirrors with towels, unplugging every electrical device, even dismantling the smoke alarm and peeling back wallpaper to check for hidden wiring. The feed quality never diminished. Anonymous viewers discussed my increasing paranoia as entertainment, one commenting, "He's taking apart the kitchen radio now lol," while another typed, "Bet he checks the fridge next. They always do." Complete. Perfect. Every move I made to reclaim privacy was exactly the content they wanted. My desperate attempts to locate surveillance equipment had become part of the show, providing viewers with drama and unpredictability that enhanced their entertainment experience. They were watching me search for them, commenting on my methods, laughing at my futile efforts to regain control of my own home. I checked the other feeds on the site and recognized several properties from my neighborhood. Mrs. Patterson's front room, Mr. Chen's kitchen, even the Johnsons' bedroom where they were sleeping peacefully, while strangers watched and commented on their unconscious movements. All of us who'd used the same monitoring service. All of us now providing ongoing entertainment for audiences who'd paid for permanent access to our private lives. The scope was larger than I'd initially understood. This wasn't just about my house, but about an entire network of residential surveillance disguised as legitimate security services. Professional installation during supposed holiday monitoring, equipment left behind to provide continuous streaming content. I researched the site structure and found hundreds of residential feeds from across the UK. Victorian terraces, modern developments, converted flats, a comprehensive collection of homes where owners had unknowingly become performers in an ongoing reality show. The business model was sophisticated. Customers paid for access to different tiers of content, with premium subscriptions providing high-definition feeds and interactive features. Popular streams generated additional revenue through viewer donations and special requests. My house appeared to be performing well in their metrics. High viewer engagement, consistent audience, positive ratings for content quality and entertainment value. I was a successful performer in a show I'd never auditioned for, generating income for people who'd converted my home into a broadcast studio. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, 2 months after I discovered the feeds. Professional letterhead, quality paper, polite language thanking me for previous use of their monitoring service. An offer for enhanced lifestyle documentation at significantly reduced rates, with detailed information about comprehensive surveillance that would cover all aspects of daily routine and personal habits. But it was the personal touches that made my hands shake. References to my recent home improvement research and interesting reading choices, mentioning specific book titles I'd been browsing online that morning. Casual observations about my evolving sleep patterns and dietary preferences. Knowledge that could only come from continuous, detailed observation. The final paragraph dropped all pretense of professional courtesy, a suggestion that clients who appreciated comprehensive monitoring consistently had positive experiences, while those who failed to understand the benefits often found themselves experiencing unfortunate incidents, equipment malfunctions, security breaches, even accidents around the home. The threat was wrapped in corporate language, but it was unmistakably there. Accept the surveillance as an ongoing service, or risk consequences that could affect my safety, security, and well-being. I never responded to the letter, but the message was clear. I'd become part of their business whether I'd consented to ongoing monitoring or not. The feeds remained active. Anonymous viewers continued discussing my routines, making predictions about my behavior, treating my private life as interactive entertainment. Sometimes I found myself performing for cameras I couldn't locate, wondering if compliance might offer some protection from whatever threats they'd implied. but mostly I tried to maintain normal routines while knowing that dozens of strangers were watching me eat breakfast, read books, fall asleep in front of the television. The psychological impact was cumulative. Every private moment felt observed, every personal habit subject to analysis by anonymous audiences. I couldn't relax in my own home, couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, judged, discussed by people who knew intimate details of my life, while remaining completely hidden themselves. Last week, I found something on my kitchen counter that made my hands shake. A tiny ceramic house, perfect miniature of my own terrace, positioned exactly where cameras would capture it clearly. Even the small chip in the front step was there. Damage I'd noticed just 3 days ago when the postman stumbled. When I checked the feed, viewers were discussing their housewarming gift, debating whether I understood the message. It wasn't just any figurine. It was my house, recreated in porcelain by people who could enter whenever they chose, study architectural details, reproduce them with perfect accuracy, then leave tokens to prove their complete access and control. They weren't just watching anymore. They were inside, moving through my home while I slept, studying every detail, leaving evidence of their presence for both me and their online audience to discover. The ceramic house sat on my counter for 3 days before I finally moved it. During those 3 days, viewer comments speculated about my psychological state, analyzed my reluctance to disturb their gift, discussed whether my eventual response would meet their expectations for dramatic content. When I finally picked it up, my hands were trembling. The ceramic was warm, as if it had been recently handled. Underneath, someone had carved a tiny message into my kitchen counter. Thank you for the show. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon while I was sorting through job applications at my kitchen table in Coventry. Laptop balanced between takeaway containers and bills I'd been avoiding since my redundancy 3 months earlier. At first glance, it looked like any other freelance opportunity, polite, professional, asking about my background in market research and whether I might be interested in participating in a consumer behavior study. The sender claimed to be conducting research into how adults discover and evaluate information sources, particularly in the digital age. It was the payment offer that caught my attention. £200 for a few hours of guided internet research, considerably more than I'd been earning from the occasional survey work that kept me barely solvent. The postscript made me pause, though. Given your background in consumer analysis, your insights into alternative information discovery methods would be particularly valuable. I'd never specialized in alternative information discovery. My market research experience was entirely conventional. Focus groups, consumer surveys, brand perception studies. Nothing that would suggest expertise in whatever they meant by alternative methods. I replied cautiously, asking for more details about the research project and what exactly they meant by alternative information discovery. The response came within hours, including what appeared to be legitimate academic credentials and a brief outline of their study into how consumers find information outside mainstream channels. They were particularly interested in how people without technical backgrounds navigate what they called unconventional information sources, content that exists beyond normal search engines and social media platforms, but doesn't require specialized knowledge to access. The research would involve guided exploration of various information communities, documenting my reactions and observations about content quality, reliability, and user experience, all conducted remotely with appropriate safety precautions. It seemed straightforward enough. I I'd certainly spent enough time recently searching for job opportunities and financial advice through every possible channel. Understanding how people find reliable information in an ocean of digital noise was clearly valuable research. We arranged a video call for the following weekend. The researcher who appeared on screen looked exactly as I'd expected. Early 30s, professional but slightly academic, comfortable with technology. They asked thoughtful questions about my market research background, approaches to evaluating information reliability, experience with different types of online communities. About halfway through the interview, they shifted focus, asked whether I'd ever encountered information sources that seemed to exist parallel to mainstream internet content, communities or resources that weren't indexed by normal search engines but contained genuinely useful material. I admitted that during my recent job searching, I'd occasionally found leads through sources that weren't obvious from standard career websites. Nothing dramatic, just recommendations and opportunities that seemed to circulate through networks I wasn't normally part of. The researcher seemed particularly interested in this observation, asked whether I'd ever felt curious about these hidden networks, whether I'd considered exploring them more systematically to understand what information they contained. I explained that my technical knowledge was limited to basic computer use. I wouldn't know how to access hidden networks even if I wanted to. The researcher smiled and suggested this might actually be perfect for their research. They were looking for people who could document the experience of discovering hidden information communities from a complete beginner's perspective. Technical experts often had too much prior knowledge to provide genuine first-time reactions to what they found. Would I be interested in participating in guided exploration of some hidden information networks with detailed safety instructions to help them understand how non-technical adults might react to content that existed outside mainstream channels? The request felt like a natural extension of our discussion about information discovery. Understanding hidden networks would certainly be valuable knowledge, especially if they contained opportunities or resources that weren't available through conventional channels. They provided detailed instructions for accessing hidden services safely, emphasizing that we'd only visit communities focused on information sharing rather than anything obviously problematic. Academic research, essentially, conducted with proper precautions. The software installation was more complex than regular internet browsing, but their instructions were clear enough that I managed it without major difficulty. They'd provided a list of addresses for communities they'd already verified as appropriate for research purposes. The first few sites were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of historical documents, communities focused on information that had been censored or suppressed. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations from these initial communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more interesting from a market research perspective. Not illegal content, but documentation of business practices and corporate activities that weren't being reported through mainstream business media. Internal communications from major companies, documentation of regulatory violations, communities discussing market manipulation and consumer deception techniques. The researcher had asked me to document my reactions to this material, particularly focusing on how it might influence consumer decision-making. They were especially interested in psychological responses, what felt credible, what seemed actionable, how exposure might change someone's approach to purchasing decisions. I found myself spending hours exploring these hidden business communities, taking notes about information quality and community structures, trying to analyze what made certain claims feel more reliable than obvious conspiracy theories. Some communities hosted real-time discussions about corporate activities that weren't being covered in financial news. Others shared documentation of consumer rights violations that had been settled quietly without public disclosure. The line between legitimate business journalism and corporate conspiracy theories was often difficult to determine. One community that particularly caught my attention focused on what they called local business intelligence. Members sharing information about companies and organizations in their immediate geographic areas that wasn't appearing in local business press. The UK section contained posts about businesses in various cities and towns, often with financial documentation or regulatory filings supporting claims that weren't receiving broader attention. I found myself checking this community regularly, curious about whether anything would appear relating to Coventry or the West Midlands business community I was trying to break back into. About 3 weeks into my exploration, someone posted a series of documents that made my stomach drop. The files contained detailed financial information about the recruitment agency I'd been working with since my redundancy. Not just general business data, but specific records of their client relationships and fee structures that revealed practices that were definitely not being disclosed to job seekers. The post claimed that several local recruitment agencies were operating what amounted to employment fraud schemes, charging fees to employers for services that weren't being provided while manipulating job seekers into accepting positions that didn't match advertised terms. Most disturbing were internal communications, suggesting that some agencies were deliberately prolonging unemployment for certain candidates to maximize government subsidy payments while maintaining the appearance of active job placement efforts. I recognized names and companies from my own job search experience, agencies that had promised opportunities that never materialized, positions that had been filled internally after lengthy application processes, interviews that seemed designed to waste time rather than evaluate candidates. The documentation suggested a systematic approach to exploiting both unemployed individuals and the government systems designed to support them. Professional fraud disguised as legitimate employment services. I should have reported the information to relevant authorities immediately, but I was concerned about explaining how I'd discovered the documents without revealing my participation in research that might be considered inappropriate or potentially illegal. Instead, I started paying closer attention to my interactions with recruitment agencies, looking for signs of the deceptive practices the hidden community had documented. I noticed things I'd previously attributed to normal business inefficiency. Deliberately vague job descriptions that allowed agencies to claim positions had been filled by internal candidates, interview processes that seemed designed to gather personal information rather than assess qualifications, requirements for financial disclosure that weren't standard practice. Most significantly, I realized that several agencies had been coordinating their responses to my applications, ensuring that I remained in a cycle of near-miss opportunities that maintained hope while preventing actual employment. I began documenting these interactions more carefully, creating records of conversations and email exchanges that revealed patterns of deliberate manipulation. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic employment fraud. The agencies were indeed operating coordinated schemes designed to exploit both job seekers and government funding systems. They maintained databases of long-term unemployed individuals who could be cycled through fake opportunities to justify continued subsidy payments, while ensuring these people never actually obtained stable employment. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, designed to maintain motivation and compliance, while preventing the sort of genuine job placement that would remove candidates from the system. I researched the hidden community more thoroughly, trying to understand who was posting this information and why they were documenting employment fraud specifically. The community structure was more complex than I'd initially realized. Members weren't just sharing random business intelligence, but appeared to be conducting systematic investigation of corporate practices that weren't receiving official scrutiny. Some posts included detailed analysis of regulatory capture, suggesting that employment fraud was continuing because oversight bodies were staffed by people with financial interests in maintaining current systems. The documentation quality was often professional, including forensic accounting analysis and cross-referencing of information from multiple sources. This wasn't casual whistleblowing, but something approaching genuine investigative journalism. I found posts about similar employment fraud schemes in different cities, suggesting this wasn't isolated to Coventry, but part of a broader pattern affecting unemployed people across the UK. The scope indicated that employment fraud had become institutionalized, with government systems inadvertently funding schemes that perpetuated unemployment while appearing to address it. I started contributing my own documentation to the community, sharing evidence about recruitment agency practices without identifying specific individuals or companies. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context and suggested methods for gathering more comprehensive evidence. They also warned me about potential risks of investigating too openly. Several contributors mentioned experiencing retaliation after their documentation had led to official scrutiny. Blacklisting from employment agencies, credit rating problems, even legal threats from companies that didn't appreciate unwanted attention. The advice was to document carefully but discreetly, avoid direct confrontation with agencies involved in fraudulent practices, and be prepared for professional retaliation if my investigation became known to the wrong people. This advice proved prescient sooner than I'd expected. About a month after I'd started contributing to the community, I received a phone call that made it clear my activities hadn't gone unnoticed. Not through the hidden community itself, but from someone claiming to represent a professional standards body for recruitment agencies. A polite inquiry about my recent experiences with local employment services, asking whether I'd encountered any practices that concerned me. The caller included enough specific details about my job search activities to make it obvious that my interactions with various agencies had been more closely monitored than I'd realized. Someone had been tracking my applications, interview attendance, even my communication patterns with different agencies. They suggested a meeting to discuss my concerns in a confidential setting where I could provide feedback about recruitment industry practices without worrying about professional repercussions. The meeting was scheduled for the following week at a location away from any employment agency, a conference room in a business center that seemed designed for sensitive discussions requiring privacy. I should have declined the meeting and reported everything I discovered to proper authorities instead of participating in what felt increasingly like an investigation operating outside normal oversight. But I was curious about who these people were and what exactly they knew about my activities. More importantly, I needed to understand whether my employment prospects were being deliberately sabotaged and by whom. The meeting location was exactly as impersonal as I'd expected. Generic business center, anonymous conference room, the sort of space designed for discussions that participants might want to forget. 2 people were waiting when I arrived. Professional appearance, polite demeanor, the sort of individuals you might expect from any industry oversight body. They thanked me for coming and explained that they were investigating concerns about recruitment industry practices affecting long-term unemployed individuals. My documentation had been valuable, they assured me, helping them understand the scope of practices that weren't being properly regulated or reported through official channels. They asked detailed questions about what I'd experienced, which agencies I'd worked with, what documentation I'd gathered about their practices. Their knowledge of the recruitment industry was comprehensive, suggesting either extensive research or direct involvement in employment services. About halfway through the discussion, they shifted focus to my research activities. Asked about my exploration of hidden business communities, my participation in documentation projects, my communication with other people investigating employment fraud. They seemed particularly interested in the community where I'd first seen documents about recruitment agencies, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar investigations in different regions. Their questions became increasingly specific about my technical knowledge and methods for accessing hidden services. Not accusatory, but thorough enough to suggest they understood exactly what I'd been doing and possibly who I'd been communicating with. Eventually, they explained the real purpose of our meeting. The practices I documented were part of an authorized pilot program studying long-term unemployment intervention strategies. The recruitment agencies were participating in research designed to understand how employment services could be improved for difficult-to-place candidates. The program was legitimate and properly approved, but necessarily discreet because public awareness might compromise the validity of behavioral research into unemployment patterns. My documentation had been noticed because it potentially threatened the integrity of ongoing research, not because I discovered anything inappropriate, but because external scrutiny could alter participant behavior and invalidate months of careful data collection. They appreciated my concern about employment practices, but asked that I discontinue my documentation and avoid sharing information about the research through any channels, including hidden communities where I'd been contributing evidence. In exchange for my cooperation, they were prepared to provide priority placement through agencies that weren't participating in the research program, helping me obtain employment that wouldn't be affected by experimental intervention strategies. The explanation sounded reasonable, but something about their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of detail they possessed about my hidden community participation suggested surveillance that went beyond casual monitoring of job search activities. I agreed to discontinue my documentation while privately resolving to research their claims more thoroughly before accepting their explanation. Over the next few weeks, I tried to verify the legitimacy of the research program they described, contacted government departments that might be conducting such studies, searched for published information about authorized employment intervention research. I found nothing that corroborated their explanation. No research projects matching their description, no government connections that could be verified, no official documentation of pilot programs involving recruitment agencies. Either the research was so sensitive that all information was classified, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden community to share my concerns about the meeting and seek advice about verifying official research claims. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences. Investigators or officials contacting them after they documented questionable business practices, providing explanations that couldn't be verified through normal channels. Some contributors had been threatened with legal action for sharing commercially sensitive information about authorized programs. Others had experienced employment difficulties or financial problems after refusing to stop their documentation activities. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to discourage investigation of practices that were operating without proper transparency or accountability. I started researching the business center where I'd attended the meeting, trying to understand who had access to their facilities and whether the people I'd met could be verified through legitimate channels. The center's booking records weren't publicly accessible, but staff mentioned that the room had been reserved by a consultancy firm that used their facilities regularly for client meetings requiring discretion. I researched the consultancy and found a professional website with generic services and no specific information about current projects or personnel. The sort of deliberately vague presentation that could cover almost any type of consulting work. Further investigation revealed connections between the consultancy and government contracts related to employment services, though the specific nature of their work wasn't clearly documented in public records. The hidden community provided additional context about similar organizations operating in other regions, consultancies with vague mandates and official connections, often involved in activities that seemed to operate outside normal oversight while maintaining plausible explanations for their work. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than recruitment agency fraud. The employment practices I documented were likely part of a broader system designed to manage unemployment as an economic resource rather than a social problem to be solved. The hidden community had become a way for people to document and share information about these practices, creating alternative information networks for evidence that wasn't being reported through official channels. But it had also made us visible to people who had resources and motivation to monitor our activities and discourage our documentation. Last week, I found something in my flat that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely I was being monitored. A small device, no larger than a USB drive, tucked behind my laptop where it wouldn't be noticed during normal use. Professional installation, designed to be invisible unless someone was specifically looking for surveillance equipment. When I researched the device online, I found it was sophisticated monitoring equipment capable of recording internet activity, email communications, and even ambient audio. The sort of surveillance that would document every website visited, every message sent, every conversation conducted near my computer. I'd been under comprehensive observation for months, possibly since I'd first started contributing to the hidden community. Everything I'd researched, everyone I'd communicated with, every piece of evidence I'd gathered had been monitored and recorded. The realization that my investigation had been watched from the beginning made me understand the true scope of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just about employment fraud, but about a system capable of monitoring and controlling people who asked inconvenient questions about how economic systems really functioned. I removed the device but kept it in my desk drawer, unsure whether disposing of it would create additional problems or whether my discovery was being monitored through other methods I hadn't detected. The hidden community continues to operate, though several regular contributors have stopped posting, and some documentation has been removed without explanation. Those of us who remain active share information more carefully, aware that our activities are being monitored by people with considerable resources and few obvious constraints. I'm still unemployed, still searching for legitimate opportunities, still wondering which agencies are genuine and which are part of systems designed to maintain unemployment while profiting from government funding intended to address it. But I'm also aware that my job search activities are being recorded, my internet research is being monitored, and my financial situation is being tracked by people who benefit from keeping certain individuals unemployed indefinitely. I've always been good with languages. It's the one skill that came naturally to me when everything else felt like a struggle. By 25, I was fluent in 4 languages besides English and working on a 5th. People assumed I'd become a teacher or join the diplomatic service, but translation work paid better and let me work from home in my small flat in Oxford. Most of my jobs came through a freelancer website where clients post projects and translators bid for the work. It's competitive, but I'd built a solid reputation for accuracy and discretion, particularly with technical or specialized content. The majority of my work involved translating business documents, academic papers, or technical manuals. Nothing exciting, but it paid the bills. 3 months ago, I received a private message through the platform from someone who didn't have a public profile. They claimed to represent a research group studying dark web communication systems and needed a translator for content in languages I specialized in: Mandarin, Russian, Arabic, and Spanish. The message explained that the content might be disturbing as it related to criminal networks operating on the dark web, but assured me the research was for academic purposes and would help law enforcement agencies monitor these hidden corners of the internet. The pay they offered was substantial, nearly triple my usual rate, enough to clear my student debts within months rather than years. They explained the higher compensation was due to the disturbing nature of the material and the strict confidentiality requirements. I'd need to sign an extensive non-disclosure agreement and work through their secure platform rather than my usual channels. I should have been more skeptical, but the opportunity felt legitimate. The email addresses used academic domains, the contracts appeared professional, and the initial test translation they sent, an analysis of communication methods used by drug cartels, seemed consistent with criminology research. Besides, I'd translated medical documents and legal depositions before that contained disturbing content. I was confident in my ability to remain detached and professional. After completing the test piece to their satisfaction, I received access to their secure platform. It required multiple layers of authentication and used encryption that seemed unnecessarily robust for academic research, but I rationalized that this level of security made sense for sensitive work involving dark web criminal networks. They even provided me with special software to access .onion sites, dark web addresses not accessible through standard browsers. The first few weeks involved translating text conversations, dark web forum posts, and what appeared to be marketplace listings from various languages into English. The content was disturbing. Discussions of drug trafficking, weapons sales, and human smuggling on hidden sites accessible only through Tor networks. But nothing beyond what I'd expected given the project description. I maintained professional distance, focusing on accuracy rather than content. About a month into the project, the nature of the assignments began to shift. I started receiving links to video files hosted on their secure server. The brief explained that these were recordings of conversations between members of criminal organizations, and they needed both verbal and behavioral translations, noting cultural contexts and non-verbal communication that might not be obvious to researchers unfamiliar with the languages and cultures involved. The first few videos matched this description. Grainy footage of people discussing what appeared to be illegal business transactions in various languages. I transcribed and translated their conversations, noted cultural nuances, and provided context where needed. Then the videos began to change. The quality improved. The settings became more controlled. Stark rooms with concrete walls, minimal furniture, professional lighting. The conversations became one-sided, with one person speaking directly to the camera, while others remained silent in the background. The speakers began addressing viewers directly, promising special experiences and authentic content. I told myself this was just deeper research into how these networks marketed themselves, but I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the material. When I asked my contact about the changing nature of the content, they explained that the research had progressed to studying how these networks advertised to potential customers. The explanation seemed reasonable enough for me to continue. One night, I received an urgent translation request with a substantial bonus for immediate completion. The file was a live stream recording in Russian, hosted on a dark website with a complex .onion address. When I opened it, I was confronted with something I had never expected to see. The video showed a room similar to those I'd been seeing recently, but this time there was a person restrained in a chair. A masked individual stood nearby, occasionally adjusting camera equipment. The Russian speaker was describing what was about to happen and explaining how viewers could influence the proceedings through cryptocurrency payments. The entire setup was clearly a dark web red room, a live-streamed torture session where anonymous viewers could pay to request specific actions from anywhere in the world while hiding behind layers of encryption. I immediately closed the file and messaged my contact, explaining that I couldn't participate in translating this type of content and that they should report it to authorities. Their response was alarmingly casual. They thanked me for my concern, but explained that this was a sophisticated simulation created to study how these networks operated. They assured me no one was actually harmed in the creation of these educational materials. I wasn't convinced, but I also had no proof that what I'd seen wasn't staged. I decided to withdraw from the project anyway, citing ethical concerns. They accepted my decision and processed my final payment, which appeared in my bank account the next day, significantly more than what I was owed, with a note classifying the excess as a discretionary bonus for exceptional service. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A week later, I received an email from a different address containing a video file. When I opened it, I saw a compilation of clips showing me in my flat, working at my desk, sleeping, showering, talking on the phone. All filmed from angles that suggested cameras had been installed throughout my home. The email contained no message, just the video. I searched my flat frantically, finding tiny cameras concealed in smoke detectors, light fixtures, and air vents. I removed them all, changed my locks, and spent the night at a friend's house. When I returned the next day, I found an envelope had been slipped under my door containing a USB drive. The drive held a single file, a video of what appeared to be an actual dark web red room broadcast, not a simulation. The setting was similar to the videos I'd been translating, but this was clearly real. The victim's fear was palpable, the violence undeniable. At the end of the video, text appeared in all 5 languages I spoke, stating that I was now complicit in their operation and that my translations had helped them expand their dark web audience to new markets across multiple language barriers. I went to the police immediately. I showed them the cameras I'd found, explained the work I'd been doing, and described the threatening video. They took the report seriously and sent an officer to check my flat for additional surveillance equipment. They found nothing beyond what I'd already discovered, but advised me to stay elsewhere while they investigated. Their investigation revealed that the academic domains used in the emails were spoofed. The payment had come through a series of dark web cryptocurrency exchanges designed to be untraceable. The secure platform I'd been working on had disappeared completely, leaving no digital footprint. They told me this had the hallmarks of a sophisticated dark web criminal operation and suggested I remain vigilant but try to resume normal life. I spent the next few weeks staying with friends, checking for surveillance, and jumping at every unexpected noise. Eventually, with no further contact from the people who had hired me, I began to relax slightly. Perhaps they had moved on, finding another translator who wouldn't question their requests. Then the messages started appearing on my phone. Text messages in different languages, all containing variations of the same theme. They knew where I was, they were watching me, and I had unfinished work to complete. The messages came from different numbers, sometimes in languages I didn't even work with. I changed my number twice, but the messages always found me. About a month after I went to the police, I received a package at my new temporary address, a place only my closest friends knew about. Inside was a high-quality digital camera and a list of instructions in multiple languages. I was to set up the camera at specific angles, test lighting conditions, and prepare for a live translation assignment at a designated time. The instructions emphasized that failure to comply would result in the release of videos showing me viewing and translating material related to criminal activities. I took the package to the police, who added it to their investigation, but warned me that these networks were notoriously difficult to track. They suggested I consider temporarily relocating to a different city while they continued to investigate. I moved to Glasgow, where a university friend had a spare room in her flat. I told no one except my immediate family where I was going. I found work translating mundane corporate documents under a different name. I started to rebuild some semblance of normal life. 3 weeks ago, I noticed someone following me home from the small office where I'd found work, a nondescript man in a dark coat who maintained the same distance behind me for several streets. When I changed direction suddenly, he adjusted his course to match. I lost him by ducking into a department store and leaving through a different exit, but the encounter left me shaken. The following day, I received an email containing a street view photograph of the building where I was staying in Glasgow. The subject line was simply, "Found you," written in all 5 languages I spoke. 2 days later, a courier delivered a package to my workplace. Inside was another digital camera, identical to the one I turned over to the police, and a note explaining that my debut broadcast had been scheduled for the following week. This time, the note included details about my friend's daily routine, my parents' home address, and my sister's workplace. The threat was clear: comply or those close to me would suffer. I'm now in a small bed and breakfast in the Scottish Highlands, using a public computer to write this. I've left my phone, laptop, and all other trackable devices behind. I paid cash for the train ticket and registered under a false name. But I know this is only a temporary solution. The most terrifying realization is that these people don't just want a translator. They want a performer. Someone who can communicate with victims and viewers in multiple languages simultaneously. Someone who can expand their audience beyond English-speaking viewers. Someone who can bring a unique skill to their broadcasts. When I translate materials, I don't just convert words from one language to another. I convey nuance, emotion, cultural context. I make communication feel natural and authentic across language barriers. It's a skill that took years to develop, and now it's being sought after for the most horrific purpose imaginable. The scheduled date for what they're calling my debut broadcast is 3 days from now. I've stopped running because I've realized there's nowhere I can go that they won't eventually find me. These people have resources, connections, and apparently unlimited access to surveillance. They tracked me across 3 cities through name changes and new devices. I've contacted the police again, sharing everything I know about the scheduled broadcast. They've promised to increase patrols near my family's homes and to continue investigating, but they've been frank about the limitations they face with these types of networks. Jurisdiction issues, encryption, anonymizing technology, all create barriers to effective law enforcement action. I keep thinking about how I unwittingly help these people expand their dark web audience. How many translations did I provide that helped them reach new viewers in the hidden corners of the internet? How many people paid in Bitcoin to access content because they could now understand what was being offered? I became part of their dark web operation without realizing it, and now they want to bring me fully into their world. Tonight, the owner of the bed and breakfast knocked on my door to let me know a package had arrived for me. A package addressed to the false name I'm using at a location I selected at random just yesterday. I haven't opened it. It's sitting on the dresser as I write this. I know what it contains. Another camera, another set of instructions, another reminder that they can find me anywhere. The broadcast is scheduled for Saturday night. I'm running out of options and places to hide. I keep hoping the police investigation will yield results before then, but I'm not optimistic. These networks have stayed ahead of law enforcement for years. They wouldn't have survived this long if they were easy to catch. The most disturbing thought is that if they force me to participate, thousands of people in multiple countries will be watching on the dark web. People who have paid in untraceable cryptocurrency for access. People hiding behind anonymous Tor browsers. People who consider this dark web entertainment. And I'll be expected to translate the horror into their native languages, making sure nothing is lost in translation. I never thought my gift for languages would make me valuable to people like this. I never imagined my skills would be sought after for something so horrific on the dark web. But in a perverse way, it makes sense. Expanding markets in the darkest corners of the internet requires breaking down language barriers, even for the most terrible content hidden behind layers of encryption and anonymity. I don't know what I'll do when Saturday comes. I don't know if there's anywhere left to run. I only know that my words have power, and for the first time in my life, that terrifies me. The package on the dresser just moved slightly. I think my time is up. I've been sitting on this story for nearly 3 years now. Every time I consider sharing it, something stops me. Maybe fear, maybe guilt, maybe the knowledge that once it's out there, I can't take it back. But after what happened last Tuesday, I need to get this off my chest. Some things you just can't explain to someone who hasn't seen what the internet really hides. It started with boredom, honestly. Nothing dramatic, no tragic backstory. Just a guy with too much time on his hands and a fancy gaming PC that could handle pretty much anything. I'd recently moved to Bristol for a job in IT security, ironically enough. I was living alone for the first time in one of those cookie-cutter apartment blocks they keep throwing up near city centres. The walls were thin enough that I could hear my neighbours sneeze, but somehow I still felt isolated. My friends were all back in Birmingham, and I wasn't great at the whole making new connections thing. So I spent a lot of nights at home, gaming or browsing the web. I'd known about the dark web for years, of course. Anyone in IT security does. I'd even accessed it a few times for research purposes during uni, checking out how certain black markets operated so we could better understand security vulnerabilities. Nothing sinister, just academic curiosity. But on this particular night, a rainy Tuesday in October, I was especially restless. I'd finished a 12-hour shift sorting out a ransomware issue for a client, and my brain was still buzzing even though my body was exhausted. That weird combination where you're too tired to do anything productive, but too wired to sleep. So I set up a secure browser, connected through a couple of VPNs, force of habit from work, and started browsing. At first, it was just the usual stuff. Marketplaces selling drugs, forums discussing privacy, sites offering counterfeit documents. I remember the soft blue glow of my monitor reflecting on my coffee mug, the one with the faded Liverpool FC logo that I'd had since uni. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was about to call it a night when a notification popped up on one of the forums I'd been browsing. Someone had messaged me directly, which was unusual. I'd been lurking, not posting. I wasn't even using a regular username, just a randomly generated string of characters. The message was simple, asking if I was looking for something specific. I almost ignored it. My IT security brain was throwing up red flags like crazy. But there was that curiosity again, that same itch that had gotten me browsing the dark web in the first place. I responded non-committally, saying I was just exploring. The conversation that followed seemed benign enough, just someone being friendly, asking about my interests, how long I'd been on the forum. Looking back, they were clearly probing to see if I was law enforcement, but at the time, it just felt like casual chat. I was distracted anyway, half watching a YouTube video in another window, and occasionally getting up to stretch my legs or refill my coffee. My flat had that faintly musty smell it always got when it rained. I never could figure out where the dampness was coming from. About 20 minutes into the conversation, they shared a link. Said it might interest me based on what we'd been discussing, which had drifted to the topic of how much of what people claimed about the dark web was urban legend versus reality. I hesitated. Clicking random links on the dark web is basically security suicide 101. But they mentioned it was a forum specifically discussing the myths and realities of services for hire on the dark web, supposedly debunking the hitman for hire sites as scams, which they mostly are. I was genuinely interested from a professional standpoint. I'd been teaching a module on digital security that touched on exactly this subject. My finger hovered over the trackpad. I really should have known better. I'd literally spent that morning cleaning up after a ransomware attack that started with someone clicking a suspicious link. But it was late, I was tired, and my judgment was compromised. I clicked. It took me to what looked like another forum, but more sophisticated than most dark websites. Clean design, proper formatting. None of the clunky early 2000s aesthetics that dominate most .onion domains. I had to create an account to view most of the content, which again set off alarm bells, but I used all my usual precautions: temporary email, generated password, fake details. The verification process was more thorough than usual, requiring me to complete a series of puzzles rather than just clicking a link. That should have been another warning sign, but I was mildly impressed by the security measures. Professional curiosity, I suppose. Once in, I browsed a few threads. It seemed legitimate enough. Discussions about various dark web services, debates about which ones were scams, analyses of how law enforcement tracked these kinds of operations. There was a whole section dedicated to service provider vetting that claimed to verify whether sellers of various illegal services were legitimate or not. I remember my eyes starting to sting from staring at the screen too long, and I rubbed them, noticing the stubble on my chin. I hadn't shaved in days, hadn't really needed to, since I was working remotely that week. Then I noticed a locked thread titled Verification Events. It had thousands of views, but only a handful of replies. Something about the clinical terminology made me uneasy, but I was already in too deep. I clicked it, only to get a message that this section was for verified members only. Below, it was a link to apply for verification. The application form was brief, asking about my interests and what I hoped to gain from verification. I was vague, saying I was researching the reality behind dark web legends for academic purposes. I didn't expect anything to come of it. These exclusive forums usually ignored new members, so I was surprised when, less than 5 minutes later, I received a notification that my application was being processed and I should remain online. While waiting, I got up to use the bathroom. The linoleum was cold under my feet. I kept meaning to buy a bath mat, but somehow never remembered when I was actually out shopping. When I came back, there was a new notification. My application had been provisionally approved, pending a demonstration verification session that would begin in 10 minutes. There was a countdown timer and instructions to ensure my connection was stable and secure. I should have logged off right then. Every instinct I'd developed over years in IT security was screaming at me to disconnect. But there was a strange sense of detachment, almost like I was watching someone else make these decisions. I told myself it was just professional curiosity, that I'd watch the demonstration, gather information about how these scams operated, and then report it through proper channels. I even opened a text document to take notes, as if that somehow made what I was doing legitimate research rather than dangerous stupidity. The countdown reached 0, and my screen changed to what looked like a video streaming interface with a chat panel to the right. A message appeared stating that the demonstration would begin shortly, and that this was a proof of capability session for new clients. No interaction or bidding would be permitted during the demonstration. This was observation only. The video began playing. At first, it showed an ordinary street somewhere urban. Could have been anywhere in Britain or Europe. Brick buildings, parked cars, streetlights casting orange pools on wet pavement. The camera appeared to be stationary but high quality, possibly mounted somewhere overlooking the street. A timestamp in the corner showed it was live footage, just minutes behind real time. I remember noticing condensation forming on my window as the rain outside grew heavier, creating rivulets that distorted the view of the building across the street. For several minutes, nothing happened. The chat remained quiet, except for occasional messages confirming that members were connected and viewing. Then a car pulled up, a dark-colored sedan, nothing distinctive. A man got out, looked to be in his 40s, wearing a business suit. He locked the car and started walking down the street, checking his phone. The camera followed him, which meant it wasn't stationary as I'd first thought. Someone was controlling it remotely, tracking this random businessman as he walked. I felt the first real stab of unease. This wasn't a demonstration of a scam. This was surveillance of an actual person. A message appeared in the chat, giving a brief profile of the man. His name, occupation, home address, details about his family, and below that, the reason he'd been selected. Allegations of embezzlement from a company pension fund. Money that belonged to people who had worked their whole lives for a secure retirement. The message explained that this was a contracted demonstration, the fee already paid by former employees who had lost their savings. The clinical tone made it all the more disturbing, like reading a weather report that happened to be describing a hurricane heading straight for you. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, an elaborate performance to convince potential clients that they were legitimate. I almost convinced myself of that until the camera angle changed, and I saw a new figure enter the frame. Someone wearing dark clothing and a nondescript cap, walking on the opposite side of the street in the same direction as the businessman. The chat became more active. Comments appeared noting the operator's approach, discussing the technique being demonstrated. Some mentioned previous demonstrations they'd witnessed, comparing methodologies. I felt sick but couldn't look away. It was like watching a nature documentary where you know the gazelle is about to be taken down by a lion, but it's happening in slow motion. The businessman stopped at a corner, waiting to cross. The operator casually crossed the street, ending up just behind him. They were now both waiting for the traffic light to change. I remember holding my breath, my coffee forgotten and growing cold beside me. The ticking of my cheap wall clock seemed abnormally loud in the silence of my flat. When it happened, it was so quick I almost missed it. As the light changed and people began to cross, the operator moved directly behind the businessman. There was a slight motion, just a small movement of their arm. And then they were walking past, continuing on as the businessman took a few more steps and then suddenly stumbled. At first, it looked like he'd simply tripped. He put his hand against the building to steady himself, then touched his side where the operator had been. His expression changed from confusion to alarm. He looked around, seemingly trying to call out, but no one stopped. He slid down the wall to a sitting position, his briefcase still clutched in one hand. The camera stayed on him as people walked past, most not even noticing the man sitting against the wall. One woman paused, seemed to ask if he was all right, but then moved on when he waved her away. It took less than 3 minutes before his movement stopped completely. Not a single person realized what had happened. To them, it probably just looked like a drunk or someone feeling unwell. The operator was long gone, not even in frame anymore. The camera lingered on the businessman for another minute before the feed cut to black. A message appeared thanking viewers for attending the demonstration and stating that verification of new members had been completed. Those who wished to inquire about services now had access to the necessary channels. I closed my laptop immediately. I felt cold all over, my hands shaking so badly I could barely stand up. I just watched someone being murdered in real time. There was no question in my mind anymore that it was staged. The clinical efficiency, the complete lack of drama, the ordinary setting, it was all too real. I spent the rest of the night pacing my flat, desperately trying to figure out what to do. Go to the police and tell them what? That I'd witnessed a murder somewhere in an unnamed city, committed by someone I couldn't identify, against a victim whose name I only knew from an anonymous forum post. I had no proof, no recording. I hadn't thought to capture the stream, and even if I had, I'd have to admit to being in a place I should never have been. I decided to wait until morning to see if there was any news about a businessman found dead in the street. I checked every news site I could think of, searched for any reports of unexpected deaths or murders. Nothing. Either it hadn't been reported yet, or it had happened somewhere whose local news I couldn't access, or the thought that kept creeping back despite my attempts to suppress it. They were efficient enough to have removed the body before it was discovered. For days afterward, I was a wreck. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat properly. I kept checking the forum, but my account had been deactivated. The link I'd been sent no longer worked. It was as if the entire thing had never existed. I considered anonymous tips to various police departments, but had no idea where to even begin. Which jurisdiction? What details could I provide that wouldn't immediately be dismissed as a hoax or the ravings of a paranoid mind? Eventually, I convinced myself that maybe it had been elaborate theatre after all. A convincing performance designed to scam people out of money for hitman services that would never be delivered. The alternative was too horrible to contemplate, that I'd witnessed an actual murder and done nothing about it. I moved flats the next month, telling myself it was because I'd found a better place closer to work. In reality, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I opened my laptop, I imagined someone on the other end monitoring my activity. I changed my phone number, created new email accounts, scrubbed my online presence as much as possible. Professional paranoia turned up to 11. Life gradually returned to something resembling normal. I dated, made a few friends, even got promoted at work. The memory remained, but it became easier to dismiss as a bizarre experience that couldn't possibly have been what it seemed. Until last Tuesday, I was working late, finishing up a security audit for a client, when an email arrived. No subject line sent to my personal account. The new one I'd created after that night. The sender's address was a string of random characters. The message contained only a link and the words, "We've missed your observations. A new demonstration is scheduled." Below it was my home address, my current address, not the flat where I'd been that night 3 years ago. They'd found me. They'd been watching me all along. I've been staying at a hotel since then, paid in cash. I bought a new laptop that I've never connected to any of my accounts. I'm writing this as a record, a warning maybe, though I don't know who it will reach or how. If you're reading this, remember, the dark web isn't just a playground for curious minds or a marketplace for illegal goods. There are corners of it where the darkest human impulses aren't just fantasies, but services rendered with terrifying efficiency. And once you've seen them, they've seen you too. My hotel room door just rattled, like someone trying the handle. The reception desk isn't answering my call. I think I've run out of places to hide. The first thing you should know is that my family has always been careful. Our father worked in data security for 30 years, so internet safety wasn't just casual advice in our household. It was doctrine. We used VPNs before most people knew what they were. We covered webcams with tape. We treated public Wi-Fi like contaminated water. We weren't paranoid, just realistic about digital vulnerabilities. Growing up this way, I learned to navigate online spaces with caution, even if I never fully understood the technical details behind our family protocols. That's what makes everything that happened so ironic. It wasn't me who ventured into dangerous digital territory. It was my sister Mia, the careful one, the one who majored in cybersecurity before switching to journalism. Mia, who lectured me about password hygiene and regularly sent me articles about privacy breaches. Mia, who disappeared exactly 72 hours after telling me she had found something that would change how people understand the internet. The police found nothing useful. Her apartment was undisturbed, almost suspiciously so. Bed made, dishes washed, everything in perfect order. Her phone sat on her nightstand, deliberately powered off, rather than dead. Her laptop was gone. Security footage showed her entering her building on Tuesday evening, face obscured by her usual baseball cap, worn specifically to avoid facial recognition. No footage showed her leaving. By Friday morning, when she missed our weekly coffee meetup, I knew something was wrong. By Friday afternoon, when she missed her call with our parents, we all did. The weeks following her disappearance became a blur of police interviews, searching her apartment repeatedly, putting up flyers, and creating social media campaigns. The detective assigned to her case was sympathetic, but overwhelmed with other cases. After the first month, the updates became less frequent, the leads non-existent. By March, it felt like we were the only ones still actively looking. That's when I decided to examine her work more closely. Mia had been investigating technology-related stories for the past year. Data privacy concerns, corporate surveillance, emerging tech ethics. Nothing that seemed particularly dangerous or controversial. But as I went through her published articles, I noticed a pattern in her recent work: increased focus on digital encryption, anonymous networks, and references to something called invitation-only forums. Her last published piece mentioned research into the modern digital underground, but provided few specifics. I reached out to her editor, who seemed reluctant to discuss her unfinished work. After persistent questioning, he finally admitted that Mia had been working on a series about dark web marketplaces specifically focusing on the myths and realities of what she called pay-per-view trauma. He claimed he had discouraged the project, believing it was both journalistically dubious and potentially unsafe. Mia had insisted on continuing her research, promising to be careful and maintain anonymity online. With this information, I contacted a friend from college who worked in cybersecurity. He hesitated when I explained what I needed, but my desperation must have been obvious. He agreed to help me access Mia's online accounts, though he made it clear he was only doing this because it involved a missing person. Mia's email gave us little to work with, mostly routine correspondence, subscription newsletters, and communications with known sources. Her cloud storage contained research for published articles, but nothing about her current project. It was her browser history that provided our first real lead. Although she had apparently cleared it regularly, the synced data from her accounts showed repeated visits to forums discussing anonymous browsing techniques, cryptocurrency transactions, and secure communication methods. My cybersecurity friend showed me how to safely install a Tor browser and access some of the sites Mia had visited. Most were surprisingly mundane: privacy-focused discussion boards, whistleblower information exchanges, and academic research repositories. But one recurring address stood out: an alphanumeric string ending in .onion that Mia had visited multiple times in the weeks before her disappearance. My friend couldn't access it directly. It required login credentials we didn't have. I spent the next several weeks learning everything I could about dark web navigation, cryptocurrency, and secure communication protocols. I created anonymous accounts on the forums Mia had frequented, carefully asking questions about the mysterious .onion address. Most users ignored me. Some warned me to stop asking. One sent a private message claiming the address belonged to a site called The Viewing Room, describing it as a place where everything has a price, especially the truth. This user, who went by the handle Perennial Watcher, claimed to have information about my sister, though they never specified how they knew we were connected. They offered to help me access the viewing room, but only if I agreed to their conditions. I would need to make a cryptocurrency payment, use only their recommended security measures, and promise never to reveal their involvement. The whole exchange felt dangerous, potentially illegal, but my desperation overwhelmed my caution. I agreed. The instructions arrived the next day: elaborate security protocols, specific times to attempt access, and a cryptocurrency wallet address for payment. The amount translated to roughly $500. I followed every step precisely, making the payment and downloading additional security software. 3 days later, I received login credentials and detailed instructions for accessing the viewing room. The site itself was minimalist: black background, simple text navigation, no graphics. The main page displayed only a welcome message and a membership tier system ranging from observer to director. My credentials gave me observer access, apparently the lowest level. This tier allowed viewing of archived sessions, but no participation in live events. A counter in the corner showed 37 current users online. The archive section contained dozens of video files organized by date. Each had a clinical title format, a number followed by a letter designation and timestamp. No descriptions, no previews. With trembling fingers, I clicked on the most recent file. The video showed a simple room with white walls. A person sat in a chair facing the camera, their face obscured by digital blurring. They held a card with a date and time from 2 weeks earlier, presumably proving the video's authenticity. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then text appeared on screen, apparently messages from viewers asking for specific actions. The blurred figure would comply with simple requests. raising a hand, displaying a newspaper, turning to show different angles of the room. The video ended after approximately 20 minutes. I watched several more videos, all following the same pattern. Different rooms, different blurred figures, but the same basic concept. Viewers making requests, subjects complying. Nothing overtly violent or disturbing, just strangely clinical and detached. I couldn't understand why this would interest Mia journalistically, nor why accessing such content would put her in danger. Then I noticed a search function. With growing unease, I entered Mia's name. No results. I tried various keywords related to her: journalist, reporter, investigation. Nothing. Finally, in desperation, I searched for the date of her disappearance. 3 results appeared. I selected the first file, dated the night Mia went missing. The video began like the others. A white room, a chair, a blurred figure holding the date card. But something about the person's posture, the way they held themselves, triggered a visceral recognition. Despite the digital obscuring, I knew I was looking at my sister. The realization hit me physically, a wave of nausea and dizziness that nearly caused me to black out. When I steadied myself and focused again on the screen, the video had progressed. Mia remained seated, responding to viewer instructions. Text messages scrolled alongside the video. Usernames I didn't recognize, making requests that grew increasingly personal. They asked about her work, her investigation, what she knew about the viewing room. Mia's responses were not audible. All videos on the site played without sound. But I could see her speaking, her body language becoming more tense as the session continued. Approximately 15 minutes into the video, a new username appeared in the chat: Director Prime. Their message was simple: interview concluded. Proceeding to assessment phase. The tenor of the chat changed immediately, messages coming rapidly with single-word responses: breach, compromise, liability, confirmed. A final message from Director Prime appeared: consensus reached, signal termination approved. The video ended abruptly. I immediately clicked on the second search result, dated 1 day later. This video showed the same room but empty. The third video, dated 1 week after her disappearance, displayed only a black screen with text: asset containment complete. Archive restricted to Tier 3 and above. I sat in stunned silence, trying to process what I had seen. The clinical detachment of the interface, the bureaucratic language of the chat, the implication of what signal termination might mean. It all pointed to something organized, systematic, and terrifying. This wasn't random violence or opportunistic crime. This was something that operated with rules, procedures, consensus decisions. I tried to access additional information, searching for Director Prime or any of the other usernames I had seen in the chat. Each attempt was met with an access denied message. After approximately 30 minutes of increasingly frantic searching, my screen went black, replaced by a single line of text: observer status revoked, connection terminated. I immediately contacted my cybersecurity friend, explaining what I had found. His reaction was grave concern, not just for Mia, but for my safety as well. He insisted on coming over, bringing equipment to secure my devices and network. While waiting for him to arrive, I received an email from an address consisting only of numbers. The subject line was observation notice. The body contained 3 lines of text: your access to restricted archives has been logged. Your connection to subject 47J has been confirmed. Your status has been updated to person of interest. Below this was an image, a still frame from what appeared to be a security camera, showing the exterior of my apartment building. The timestamp was from 10 minutes earlier. My friend arrived 30 minutes later, immediately disconnecting my router and checking my apartment for unknown devices. He found nothing obvious, but explained that if the people behind the viewing room were as sophisticated as they appeared, they might have capabilities beyond what we could easily detect. He suggested I leave my apartment immediately, use only cash, and avoid any devices connected to my name or accounts. I spent the next several weeks moving between budget hotels, using public computers for limited online activities, and trying to decide what to do. Going to the police seemed logical, but what evidence did I have? A website I had accessed illegally, videos that no longer existed in any form I could share, and an email that had disappeared from the temporary account I had been using. Even if they believed me, what could they investigate? Eventually, I contacted a journalist from a major newspaper who specialized in technology and privacy issues. Without revealing my identity, I shared what I had discovered about the viewing room, emphasizing my sister's disappearance and the apparent organization behind the site. The journalist was cautious but interested, asking detailed questions and requesting any documentation I could provide. 3 days after this contact, the journalist's social media accounts went silent. A week later, a brief notice appeared in the newspaper's staff section, stating they had taken a leave of absence for personal reasons. My attempts to re-establish contact went unanswered. That was 2 months ago. I've since returned to my normal life, or the appearance of it. I go to work, maintain my routine, use my regular devices, but I've installed every security measure recommended by my increasingly paranoid cybersecurity friend. I use different phones regularly. I sweep my apartment for surveillance devices daily. I watch for patterns, for people who appear too frequently in my periphery. Sometimes I convince myself it was all an elaborate hoax, a twisted prank or scam, targeting people searching for missing loved ones. Sometimes I believe Mia stumbled onto something real, something organized and dangerous that operates in plain sight through our digital infrastructure. Most days, I fluctuate between these possibilities, unable to settle on which is more terrifying. Last week, I received a package containing Mia's laptop. No return address, no note. The device powered on normally but had been wiped clean. Factory settings restored, no personal data remaining. The only new file was a text document containing a single line. Investigation closed. Signal terminated. Observers reassigned. Yesterday, I noticed a new Wi-Fi network appearing intermittently near my apartment. The name changes but always follows the same pattern. A number, followed by a letter designation, followed by observer. It appears strongest late at night, when the building is quiet. Sometimes, when I can't sleep, I watch my device list and see unknown connections attempting to join my network. Each attempt lasts exactly 47 seconds before disappearing. I don't know if Mia is alive. I don't know who operates the viewing room or what their purpose truly is. I don't know if they're private citizens, criminal organizations, or something with governmental connections. What I do know is that somewhere right now, someone is watching through a screen as another person holds up today's date on a card. Somewhere decisions are being made about who constitutes a liability. Somewhere a consensus is being reached. And increasingly, I feel like I'm sitting in a white room, my face obscured to viewers I cannot see, waiting for the moment when my signal too is terminated. It's strange what a simple dare can lead to. They say curiosity killed the cat, but no one tells you about the part where the cat spends months afterward looking over its shoulder, jumping at shadows, and sleeping with one eye open. I've debated sharing this for almost a year now. My therapist thinks it would help to externalize the experience, but I can't bring myself to tell her the whole story. Some things you just can't explain to someone whose darkest online experience is probably accidentally clicking on a pop-up ad. So I'm writing it here instead, anonymously, maybe as a warning, maybe just to convince myself it really happened. Everything started last autumn, during that weird limbo week between Christmas and New Year, when time seems to lose all meaning. I was staying at my flat in Leeds, rather than going home to my parents in Newcastle, partly because train tickets were ridiculously expensive, and partly because I needed some time alone after a rather messy breakup in early December. My flatmate had gone to his girlfriend's for the holidays, so I had the place to myself, just me, a stack of leftover Christmas chocolates, and an endless stream of mediocre content on Netflix. I was slouched on our sagging sofa one evening, laptop balanced precariously on my stomach, mindlessly scrolling through social media while some forgettable crime documentary played in the background. The radiator was making that annoying ticking sound it always did when it was heating up, and I could hear the neighbors upstairs apparently rearranging their furniture for the 5th time that week. My phone buzzed with a message from my friend Alex. We'd known each other since 6th form and still kept in regular contact despite ending up at different universities. Alex and I had this ongoing thing where we dare each other to try increasingly bizarre internet challenges or explore strange online rabbit holes. It had started years ago with innocent stuff like spend an hour on Wikipedia following random links and see where you end up. But it gradually evolved into more obscure corners of the internet. Nothing illegal, just weird. Odd forums, bizarre YouTube channels, that sort of thing. His message that night was different though. He was daring me to explore the dark web. He'd sent me a link to a tutorial on how to set it up safely, along with some starting points. Apparently, he tried it himself the previous week. I remember hesitating, my thumb hovering over the link. I knew what the dark web was, of course. That hidden part of the internet not accessible through normal browsers, often associated with illegal activities, but also used by people in countries with heavy internet censorship or journalists protecting sources. I should mention I was studying computer science, specializing in network security. So there was a part of me that was professionally curious about how these hidden networks functioned. I told myself it would be educational, a practical application of the theory we'd covered in class. That's how I justified it anyway, though in reality, it was probably more about not wanting to back down from a dare and having absolutely nothing better to do with my evening. I followed the tutorial, downloading the special browser needed to access .onion sites, setting up a VPN for an extra layer of security, all the recommended precautions. I remember the heating had kicked in properly by then, making the flat almost uncomfortably warm. I'd peeled off my Christmas jumper, an ironic one with a dinosaur wearing a Santa hat, and was just in a t-shirt, the fabric sticking slightly to my back. There was a half-empty mug of tea on the coffee table, long gone cold. Outside, it had started to rain, droplets pattering against the window in that soothing, rhythmic way that usually made me sleepy. But I wasn't sleepy. There was a nervous energy buzzing through me as I waited for the browser to connect, a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The boring documentary had ended, replaced by something equally forgettable that served as white noise in the background. The browser finally connected, and I was in. At first glance, it was anticlimactic. Just a different browser with a search engine that looked more basic than what I was used to. Alex had sent me some beginner links, mostly forums discussing privacy and technology, nothing particularly sinister. I browsed for about an hour, finding it interesting, but not especially shocking. Most of it was stuff you could find on the regular internet if you knew where to look. I was almost disappointed, having expected something more dramatic based on the dark web's reputation. That's when I made my first mistake. Instead of sticking to the links Alex had sent, I decided to follow some of the links I found on those forums, curious to see where they led. Each new site had more links, and I kept following them, going deeper and deeper into this hidden network. It was like pulling on a loose thread and watching an entire garment unravel. I noticed the tone of the sites changing subtly. The discussions moved from privacy and technology to more questionable topics. How to acquire false identification, discussions about substances and services that were clearly illegal. I should have stopped then, should have closed the browser and gone back to my mindless Netflix scrolling. But there's a strange momentum to exploration like this. Each new discovery makes you wonder what else is hiding just one more link away. I remember shifting position on the sofa, my back starting to ache from being hunched over for so long. The rain had intensified, now hammering against the windows, and the wind had picked up, making the old frames rattle. My cold tea had developed that unappealing skin on top that always made me shudder. The flat suddenly felt too quiet despite the background noise of the TV and the storm outside. It was approaching midnight when I found it. I'd been following a particularly convoluted chain of links, each site more disturbing than the last. I'd gone from marketplace sites selling illegal items to forums discussing things I won't repeat here. The link was embedded in a post on one of those forums. No description, just a string of random characters ending in .onion. I hovered over it, finger poised on the trackpad. Some part of my brain was sending warning signals, like when you're about to touch something that might be hot. I should have listened to that instinct. Instead, I clicked. The page that loaded was unlike the others. Most dark web sites I'd seen were basic, with minimal graphics and simple layouts, function over form. This one had a sleek, almost professional design. Black background, crimson text, a layout that reminded me of auction sites like eBay, but with a far more ominous aesthetic. At the top of the page was a logo, just a simple red circle, and below it the words, "The Crimson Room bidding now open." I frowned, trying to figure out what kind of auction site this was. There were no product images, just listings with numbers and brief descriptions that made little sense to me at first glance. Each listing had a timer counting down and a current bid amount. The amounts were substantial, thousands in Bitcoin. It took me several minutes of confused browsing to understand what I was looking at, and when realization dawned, it hit me like a physical blow. These weren't products being auctioned, they were people. Each listing included basic details, age, gender, location, and a description of what would happen to them depending on which package received the highest bid. My stomach clenched, a wave of nausea washing over me. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate roleplay, a sick fantasy site where nothing actually happened. I tried to convince myself of this as I scrolled through the listings, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then I noticed a section labeled Previous Events. I clicked it, though every instinct was screaming at me not to. It contained archives of past sessions, thumbnails that you could click to access recordings. My cursor hovered over one, trembling slightly. Again, that voice in my head begging me not to click. Again, my curiosity overriding it. The video that loaded was grainy but clear enough. I managed about 30 seconds before slamming my laptop shut, rushing to the bathroom, and vomiting until there was nothing left but bile. What I'd seen wasn't fake. The terror in that person's eyes, the sounds they made despite being gagged. There's a quality to genuine fear that can't be acted, can't be faked. And the clinical, almost bored manner of the masked figure carrying out the requests, it was real. All of it was real. I sat on the cold bathroom floor for what felt like hours, shaking uncontrollably. The storm outside had reached its peak, rain lashing against the window, wind howling through the gaps in the frames. Every noise made me flinch. My mind kept replaying those 30 seconds, unable to process that human beings could do such things to each other, that other human beings would pay to watch or direct it. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to return to the living room. My laptop sat on the sofa where I'd left it, closed but somehow threatening, as if what I'd seen might leak out from between the keys. I needed to report this to the police, to someone who could do something about it. But what could I actually tell them? I had no specific information about where these events were taking place, who was running the site, or who the victims were. And I'd have to admit to accessing the dark web, to following link after link, until I found something so profoundly disturbing. I decided to go back, just long enough to gather some information that might be useful to authorities. This was my second mistake. I opened the laptop, steeling myself against what I might see. The browser was still connected, the site still open. I began taking screenshots, noting down any details that might help identify the location or the people involved. I was so focused on this self-appointed mission that I didn't notice it at first, the small notification that had appeared in the corner of the screen. When I finally saw it, my blood ran cold. A private message from an account named Admin. The message was simple. They had detected unusual activity from my connection, specifically the taking of screenshots. They had my IP address, despite the VPN, which had apparently failed at some point. They knew my approximate location, and they were sending someone to discuss my interest in their services. I slammed the laptop shut again, yanked out the power cord, and pulled the battery for good measure. Then I grabbed my phone and keys and ran out of the flat without even stopping for a jacket, despite the storm raging outside. I spent that night at a 24-hour cafe in the city center, jumping at every person who entered, convinced they had been sent to find me. In the harsh light of morning, huddled over my fifth cup of coffee, I tried to rationalize what had happened. It was probably just an automated message designed to scare people who stumbled across the site. They wouldn't really send someone after a random person who had accidentally found their operation. That would draw attention, create risk. It wasn't logical. This rationalization helped me function enough to return to my flat, pack a bag, and go straight to the train station. I spent the remaining holiday with my parents, making excuses about missing home. I didn't touch my laptop again until I was back at university, and when I did, I completely wiped it and reinstalled everything from scratch. I never reported what I'd seen. The fear of not being believed, of somehow being implicated, was too great. And deep down, there was a more terrifying thought. What if reporting it led them back to me? What if they had connections in law enforcement? It seemed paranoid, but after what I'd seen, my understanding of what people were capable of had fundamentally changed. For weeks afterward, I was certain I was being watched. I took different routes home from lectures, avoided being alone when possible, and slept with the chair propped against my bedroom door. I kept seeing the same car parked near our flat, a black sedan with tinted windows. Probably a coincidence, but it was enough to make me move out mid-semester, finding a new place on the other side of the city. The fear has faded somewhat with time. I no longer jump at every unexpected sound or suspect every stranger of being sent to silence me. I've almost convinced myself that the message was just an automated scare tactic. Almost. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the wind is rattling the windows, I remember what I saw. I remember that somewhere out there right now, those auctions are still happening. People are still bidding, still watching, still directing. And I know something else too. They have my information. Maybe they've forgotten about me, filed me away as an insignificant breach not worth pursuing. Or maybe they're just waiting for the right moment. I changed my number, my email addresses, even my name on social media. I've moved twice more since then, but in my darker moments, I wonder if it's enough. The internet never forgets, and neither do the people who lurk in its darkest corners. Last week, I received a plain envelope in the mail. No return address, just my name and current address. An address I've only had for 3 months. Inside was a blank sheet of paper with a small red circle drawn in the center. I'm leaving the country next week. Exchange program to Australia, as far away as I can get. I haven't told anyone where I'm going except my parents and the university administration. This will be my last post online anywhere, under any name. If you're reading this, don't make the same mistakes I did. Some curiosities aren't worth satisfying. Some dares aren't worth accepting. And some corners of the internet should remain unexplored. I think there's someone outside my window. I can see a shadow moving across the garden. It's probably just a neighbor, or maybe a fox, but I'm not taking any chances. I didn't recognize my reflection when I first saw it. Not immediately. It took a few seconds of staring at the screen before I realized I was looking at my own face, slightly distorted by the camera angle, but unmistakably me. My living room was behind me, dimly lit by the lamp I'd left on earlier. The image was grainy, but clear enough. What wasn't clear was how this live stream existed at all. Let me back up. I'm a cybersecurity consultant, not one of those high-level experts who protects government networks or counters state-sponsored hackers. My work involves helping small businesses implement basic security protocols, conducting vulnerability assessments for local companies, and occasionally assisting with data recovery. It's honest work that pays the bills, but it's rarely exciting. 3 weeks ago, a new client contacted me, a mental health clinic concerned about patient confidentiality after several employees reported strange network behaviors. When I arrived at their office, the clinic director explained their concerns with obvious discomfort. Several therapists had noticed their session recordings being accessed at odd hours, despite the files supposedly being secured in an encrypted system. Nothing had been stolen or altered as far as anyone could tell, but the access logs showed viewing activity during overnight hours when no staff should have been working. My initial assessment revealed a surprisingly sophisticated breach. Someone had created a backdoor into their network that bypassed standard security measures. This wasn't the work of an opportunistic hacker or disgruntled employee with basic skills. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. I isolated the compromised systems, implemented temporary security measures, and began the deeper forensic work of tracking the intrusion to its source. The digital trail led me through multiple proxy servers and anonymous networks. Whoever had accessed the clinic's files had taken elaborate precautions to hide their tracks. After days of careful analysis, I managed to identify a pattern in the connection timestamps. The access always occurred between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., always on Tuesdays and Fridays, and always targeted the same subset of patient files, recordings of therapy sessions dealing with trauma, abuse, or severe anxiety disorders. My report to the clinic detailed the technical aspects of the breach and recommended comprehensive security upgrades. What I didn't include was my growing suspicion about the nature of the intrusion. This wasn't typical cybercrime seeking financial data or identity information. This was targeted surveillance of people's most vulnerable moments. The precision and pattern suggested something beyond simple data theft. Professional ethics dictated that I should complete my contract, submit my findings, and move on to the next client. But something about this case gnawed at me. The deliberate targeting of trauma patients felt predatory in a way that cybercrime rarely does. Most hackers I've encountered are motivated by financial gain or technical challenge, not the systematic observation of human suffering. After completing my official work for the clinic, I continued tracking the intrusion pattern on my own time. Using a secured system isolated from my personal network, I created digital breadcrumbs designed to attract the attention of whoever had breached the clinic's security. I set up dummy files mimicking the naming conventions of therapy recordings, embedded with unique markers that would help me trace anyone who accessed them. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. Then on a Tuesday night, my monitoring system alerted me to activity. Someone had taken the bait, accessing my dummy files through the same sophisticated methods used on the clinic's network. This time, I was prepared. As they downloaded my files, I deployed a specialized tracking script designed to pierce through proxy defenses and reveal connection origins. What I found led me to a series of encrypted channels on the dark web. Using anonymous browsing tools, I followed the digital trail to a nondescript forum that required Bitcoin payment for access. The page was minimalist, black background, simple text navigation, no graphics or branding. The site called itself The Witness Room and claimed to offer authentic moments of human vulnerability for discerning observers. I paid the entry fee using an anonymous cryptocurrency wallet and gained basic access to the forum. The site was organized into categories with clinical-sounding names: trauma responses, grief manifestations, anxiety episodes, confessional moments. Each category contained dozens of live streams and recorded videos. The view counts were low, usually under 50, but the payment required for each viewing was substantial. The first video I accessed showed a therapy session similar to those from the clinic. A person describing a traumatic experience to an off-camera therapist, unaware they were being observed by paying strangers on the internet. Other videos showed people alone in bedrooms or living spaces, experiencing panic attacks, crying, or engaging in compulsive behaviors. All appeared to be recorded without the subject's knowledge. The site's premium section required additional payment and verification. After another cryptocurrency transfer and a waiting period of 24 hours, I gained access to this restricted area. Here, the content was categorized differently: direct engagement, controlled scenarios, live requests. The first live stream I accessed in this section showed an empty room with white walls and a single chair. Text on screen indicated that the broadcast would begin in 17 minutes and that scenario parameters had already been established by primary observers. A chat window showed usernames discussing technical aspects of the upcoming stream: camera angles, lighting requirements, audio quality. The clinical detachment of their conversation struck me as more disturbing than explicit anticipation would have been. I didn't stay to watch whatever was scheduled to occur in that room. Instead, I methodically documented the site structure, user patterns, and technical infrastructure. The operation was sophisticated, with multiple layers of security and anonymization. This wasn't some amateur effort. It had the hallmarks of an organized network with significant resources. After gathering sufficient information, I prepared a detailed report for federal law enforcement. I included everything I had discovered about the witness room, its connection to the clinic breach, and my analysis of how the operation functioned technically. I submitted the report through official channels, expecting to be contacted for follow-up information. A week passed with no response. I sent a follow-up inquiry and received an automated acknowledgement, but nothing substantive. After 10 days, I called the field office directly and was told my report had been received and forwarded to the appropriate department. The agent I spoke with seemed disinterested, almost dismissive. Frustrated by the lack of official response, I intensified my own investigation. I created a more comprehensive mapping of the witness room's network infrastructure, identifying potential server locations and administrative access points. I catalogued user patterns, payment flows, and content distribution methods. Each layer I uncovered revealed greater complexity and more disturbing implications. The live streams weren't just recordings of therapy sessions or private moments captured through compromised security systems. Some appeared to be deliberately staged scenarios where individuals were placed in situations designed to trigger emotional responses. The controllers would manipulate environmental factors, sounds, temperature, lighting, while observers in the chat suggested specific triggers to elicit desired reactions. 3 weeks into my investigation, I discovered something that fundamentally changed my understanding of what I was dealing with. Hidden in the site's technical architecture was a secondary network, a parallel system that monitored the observers themselves. Every user of the witness room was being recorded while they watched. Keystrokes logged, webcams quietly activated, microphones capturing ambient sounds. The watchers were also being watched. This discovery led me to a deeper level of the operation, accessed through a different entry point entirely. Here, the content consisted entirely of recordings of people watching the witness room streams, close-up footage of faces as they observed others suffering, metadata tracking their viewing patterns, physiological responses measured through subtle analysis of facial movements and breathing patterns. This meta-observation had its own audience, paying even higher premiums for access. I was documenting this secondary system when I noticed something odd about one of the observer recordings. The timestamp showed it was from the previous night, during hours when I had been accessing the witness room myself. With growing unease, I opened the file. The video showed a man sitting at a desk, illuminated by the blue glow of a computer monitor. The camera angle suggested a webcam perspective, looking slightly down at the subject. His face showed subtle expressions of concentration, occasional discomfort, and clinical interest. It took me several seconds to recognize my own reflection, captured from my laptop's camera, that I thought had been securely disabled. The video continued for over an hour, showing me methodically investigating the witness room, taking notes, examining different streams. Occasional metadata appeared on screen. My heart rate estimated through facial blood flow analysis, my pupil dilation tracked when viewing disturbing content, timestamps correlating my viewing patterns with specific website areas. Everything I had done to investigate them had provided them with content for their meta-observation network. I immediately shut down my system, disconnected from all networks, and physically removed the camera and microphones from my devices. I swept my apartment for hidden surveillance devices, finding nothing obvious but remaining unconvinced. The realization that I had become content for the very system I was investigating created a nauseating feedback loop of paranoia. That night, I carefully constructed a new secure system using components that had never been connected to my home network. I used this to draft detailed reports for multiple law enforcement agencies, journalistic organizations, and cybersecurity threat centers. I included all my evidence, analysis, and personal observations, sending each report through different anonymous channels. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account, the one I had not used for any part of this investigation. The subject line contained only a timestamp matching exactly when I had sent my reports. The body of the email was empty, but attached was a video file. Against all better judgment, I opened it on an isolated device. The video showed my apartment from multiple angles, views from devices that should not have existed, my television, computer monitor, phone screen, even my refrigerator with its smart display. All showed the same image. Me sitting at my desk, drafting reports about the witness room. The footage zoomed in on my face, analyzing my expressions as I worked. Text appeared on screen. Subject demonstrates obsessive behavior patterns consistent with trauma response category 4B. Continued observation recommended. I abandoned my apartment that night, taking nothing electronic with me. I checked into a hotel using cash, bought a disposable phone, and contacted the few people I truly trusted. One friend in law enforcement agreed to meet me the following day. She arrived at our meeting location visibly uncomfortable. When I began explaining my findings about the witness room, she stopped me mid-sentence. Her department had received my report, she confirmed, but it had been flagged and reclassified almost immediately. She wasn't authorized to discuss the details, but her message was clear. Powerful interests were involved, and pursuing this further would have consequences. I spent the next week moving between hotels, using public computers to monitor for any signs that my reports had generated action. Nothing appeared in news outlets or public records. No investigations were announced. The witness room continued operating without disruption. 10 days after leaving my apartment, I received a text on my disposable phone, a phone whose number I had shared with exactly 3 people. The message contained only a website address. Against every rational instinct, I accessed it from a public computer. The page showed a live stream of the hotel room I had checked into that morning. The bed was empty, the room unoccupied. I was sitting in the hotel lobby as I viewed the stream. A timer in the corner showed the broadcast had been active for 3 hours. The view count displayed the number 7. The stream title was simply my full name followed by Observation Phase 2. That was yesterday. I've since crossed state lines, abandoned all electronic devices, and withdrawn cash to live on while I consider my options. I'm writing this account by hand, planning to have it typed and distributed by someone with no connection to me or this situation. I don't know exactly what the witness room is or who operates it. The technical sophistication suggests resources beyond typical criminal organizations. The apparent immunity from law enforcement implies protection or participation at institutional levels. The methodical nature of their observation network indicates purpose beyond voyeurism or profit. What I do know is that somewhere, right now, someone is watching a live stream of a person who doesn't know they're being observed. Someone is paying to witness another human being's vulnerable moments. Someone is analyzing reactions, cataloging responses, building profiles of both the observed and the observers. And increasingly, I suspect that the true purpose of the witness room isn't the content it provides to its users. The real product is the understanding of human psychology that comes from watching people watch others. The multi-layered observation that reveals patterns of behavior, predictors of response, blueprints of manipulation. I check for cameras everywhere now, not just obvious devices, but any object that could potentially house monitoring equipment. I vary my routines, change my appearance, avoid patterns. Still, I feel watched, not by supernatural forces or paranoid delusion, but by a system designed specifically to observe people like me, people who have glimpsed something they weren't meant to see, whose reactions to that glimpse are themselves valuable data. Tonight I'll move again, find another anonymous place to sleep. But before I do, I'll look directly into the nearest screen, television, traffic camera, ATM interface, it doesn't matter which, and I'll acknowledge the observers I know are there. Not with fear or defiance, but with the calm recognition that in a world where vulnerable moments can be commodified, the most vulnerable moment of all is the one where you realize you've always been in someone's blind spot, always been visible to eyes you never knew were watching. I was the one who found the website. That's the part I can't forget, no matter how hard I try. A few years later, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that night in the hostel and how everything changed when Emily started screaming. I've never spoken about this to anyone, not even to the friends who were there that night. I'm writing this down because keeping it bottled up is slowly destroying me. My girlfriend says I talk in my sleep, muttering about turning it off and just a video. She thinks it's from stress at work, but how do I tell her what we all saw that night? How do I explain that somewhere out there, those videos are still being made, still being watched, and we all just walked away and pretended it never happened? This happened during my gap year after sixth form. I'd been backpacking around Eastern Europe with money I'd saved from working at my local supermarket for 18 months. By October, I'd made my way to Prague, staying in this massive hostel that was popular with British and American backpackers. It was the kind of place where you could always find someone to go drinking with, where people passed through for a few days before moving on to Berlin or Vienna or Budapest. I'd been there about 4 days when I met this group of British students, 2 guys and 3 girls, all from different universities who'd met while traveling. They seemed cool, and we clicked right away over cheap beers in the hostel's common room. They were like most backpackers you meet, open-minded, adventurous, looking for experiences they could tell stories about when they got home. Stories that would make their friends envious of their gap year adventures. On my 5th night, after the hostel bar closed at midnight, we were all a bit drunk, but not ready to sleep. One of the guys, Tom, suggested we go back to their room to keep drinking. They had a 6-bed dorm all to themselves, so there was plenty of space. I remember thinking it was just going to be another night of swapping travel stories and maybe planning a group outing for the next day. The hostel was one of those converted old buildings with thick walls and creaky wooden floors. Their room was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a long hallway lit by these dim yellow lights that made everything look slightly jaundiced. When we got to their room, Tom pulled out his laptop and a bottle of local vodka someone had bought earlier. I should mention that at this point, I still thought this was going to be a normal night. Maybe watch some YouTube videos, share music, typical backpacker bonding stuff. I had no idea Tom was into the dark web, or that he'd been showing the others crazy videos he found there over the past few nights. While Tom set up his laptop, connecting to the hostel Wi-Fi through some VPN he was using, he started telling me about these insane gore videos he'd found. He explained how you needed special browsers to access these sites, how everything was anonymous, how you could find anything if you knew where to look. I remember feeling uncomfortable, but also curious. I'd heard about the dark web before but had never seen it. The others were clearly already familiar with this routine. They arranged themselves on the bunk beds around Tom's laptop, passing around the vodka bottle. The room was dimly lit, just one small bedside lamp on, which made the laptop screen seem extraordinarily bright. I sat on one of the lower bunks, feeling increasingly uneasy, but not wanting to seem like the prudish one of the group. Tom navigated through what looked like a normal forum, except everything was styled in black and red. The site had a name that was just a string of random letters and numbers. He explained they curated the best extreme videos from around the web. I remember how casually he scrolled through thumbnail images that already looked disturbing, even at that small size. Emily sat beside me on the bunk, while Sophie and Anna were on the opposite bunk. The other guy, Dave, was sitting on the floor next to Tom. There was this weird energy in the room, a mix of nervous excitement and discomfort. Nobody wanted to be the one to say this was too much. Tom clicked on a video titled something like Workshop Fun. The player expanded to fill most of the screen. What we saw started like some kind of amateur horror film. Poor lighting, shaky camera work, someone in what looked like a workshop or garage. There was a person tied to a chair, wearing what appeared to be a bloody Halloween mask. At least, that's what I told myself it was. The camera moved around this person, showing various tools laid out on a table nearby. Everything looked staged, but in a disturbing way that was trying too hard to be shocking. Tom and Dave were making comments about the fake blood and how you could see the strings when the camera zoomed in. I wanted to believe them, that this was just some extreme version of those fake prank videos you sometimes stumble across online. But then the camera angle changed, and we could see the person's face clearly for the first time. The Halloween mask wasn't a mask at all. It was a real person, gagged and terrified, with what looked like cuts and burns already visible on their face and neck. That's when Emily made this strangled sound next to me. At first, I thought she was just reacting to how graphic the video was turning. We all felt sick watching it. But then she grabbed Tom's arm so hard he spilled vodka on himself. She kept pointing at the screen, not speaking, just making these awful, choked sounds. Tom paused the video, annoyed at first. Emily was shaking, tears streaming down her face as she tried to form words. Finally, she managed to tell us that she recognized the person in the video. It was someone from her hometown, a girl who had gone missing during a backpacking trip through Eastern Europe almost 6 months earlier. The room went completely silent. Tom immediately closed the laptop, but it was too late. We'd all seen it. We'd all recognized the moment Emily had. This wasn't some fake gore video made for shock value. This was real footage of a real person who had really gone missing. What followed was chaos. Sophie started crying. Dave was saying it couldn't be the same person, that Emily was mistaken. Anna was frantically texting someone on her phone. Tom just sat there staring at his closed laptop like it might explode. I felt physically sick, like the floor was tilting beneath me. My mind kept replaying that moment when I realized we weren't watching a sick prank or an amateur horror film. We were watching someone's actual suffering, someone Emily knew personally, and the timestamp on the video was from 3 months ago. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, Tom reopened his laptop. Instead of going back to the video, he started deleting his browsing history, clearing caches, removing whatever software he'd been using. His hands were shaking so badly he kept mistyping. Dave was helping him, both of them muttering about IP addresses and how we could all get in trouble for accessing the site. Emily wanted to go to the police, but Tom and Dave were adamant that we couldn't. They argued that we'd be implicated for accessing the dark web, that we could be considered suspects since we'd clearly been looking for violent content. Sophie sided with them, terrified of getting in trouble. Anna just kept saying we should leave Prague immediately. I just sat there, paralyzed with indecision. Part of me knew Emily was right. We had to report what we'd seen, but another part was selfishly worried about the consequences. Would I be detained in a foreign country? Would this follow me forever? Would my parents find out I'd been watching disgusting videos on the dark web? In the end, we made a decision that haunts me every day. We agreed to say nothing. Tom completely wiped his laptop, even running some program that supposedly overwrote the hard drive multiple times. We all swore to never speak of it again. The next morning, the group checked out of the hostel. I stayed another day, unable to face them at breakfast. Emily had been crying all night. I could hear her through the walls. When I finally left Prague, I went south instead of east as I'd planned, wanting to put as much distance between myself and the memory of that night as possible. But here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. Someone is making those videos. Someone is filming them. Someone is uploading them. And people like us are watching them, telling themselves it's not real, that it's just extreme entertainment. Until that night, I could pretend the dark web was just an urban legend, a story about a hidden part of the internet where terrible things happen. But I've seen it now. I've seen how thin the line is between curiosity and complicity. I've seen how easy it is to become part of something horrific without even realizing it until it's too late. Sometimes I look up the case of the missing girl from Emily's hometown. There's still a Facebook page dedicated to finding her, run by her parents. They post updates on the anniversary of her disappearance, begging for information. They don't know what happened to their daughter. They don't know that 7 strangers in a Prague hostel saw her final moments and said nothing. I don't know what happened to the others after that night. We disconnected completely. No social media, no exchange numbers. It was like we all wanted to erase each other along with the memory. But I wonder if they have the same nightmares I do. I wonder if Emily ever went to the police on her own. I wonder if Tom still browses those sites, telling himself it's all fake. And I wonder about something else, something that keeps me awake at night. When Tom was scrolling through that site, I saw dozens of thumbnail images of other videos, dozens of other victims. How many of them were real people with families searching for them? How many disappeared without a trace, only to end up as entertainment for people like us, drinking in hostels and looking for a thrill? I still travel sometimes, but I never stay in hostels. I can't stand the thought of those communal spaces, those rooms full of strangers, all with their own secrets and browsing histories. Every time I see someone hunched over a laptop with their screen angled away, I wonder what they're watching. Every time I hear about a missing backpacker, I think about that night. The dark web isn't some separate world that exists apart from ours. It's here, bleeding into our reality every day. People disappear, videos appear. And somewhere in Prague, in a hostel room that's been cleaned and rented thousands of times since that night, 7 people became part of something they can never undo, no matter how hard they try to delete it. My neighbor knocked on my door at 9:30 on a Thursday evening, holding a bottle of wine and wearing the sort of smile that suggested she'd been working up the courage to make this visit for weeks. I was 27 and had been living in the ground floor flat in Exeter for about 6 months, long enough to establish that Claire from upstairs was friendly but not intrusive, the sort of neighbor who'd accept parcels and water plants without expecting lengthy conversations in return. She apologized for the late hour, but explained that she'd been meaning to invite me up for dinner as a proper welcome to the building. Nothing fancy, just a chance to get to know each other better, since we'd be sharing the same address for the foreseeable future. I was working as a freelance translator. mostly doing technical documents for engineering firms, which meant spending most days alone in my flat converting German and French manuals into English that wouldn't confuse anyone trying to operate complex machinery. The isolation was starting to affect me more than I'd expected when I'd chosen freelance work over office employment. Having an actual social interaction that didn't involve explaining why hydraulic systems documentation needed precise terminology felt genuinely appealing. Claire's flat was exactly what you'd expect from someone who worked in marketing for a local arts organization. Tasteful furniture, interesting books, walls covered with exhibition posters from galleries I'd never visited but probably should have. She'd prepared an excellent meal and seemed genuinely interested in hearing about translation work, asking thoughtful questions about the challenges of technical accuracy and whether I missed having colleagues to discuss difficult projects with. About halfway through dinner, she mentioned that she'd been feeling similarly isolated recently, despite working with creative people who were supposedly excellent at maintaining social connections. The conversation shifted to discussing how modern work arrangements were making genuine human interaction increasingly rare, with everyone communicating through digital intermediaries that stripped away the subtleties of face-to-face conversation. She'd been exploring ways to connect with people who shared similar concerns about digital isolation, looking for communities that prioritized authentic communication over the performative social media interactions that had become standard. That's when she mentioned discovering online spaces that weren't part of the mainstream internet, places where people could have genuine discussions without worrying about algorithmic manipulation or corporate data collection. I admitted that I'd heard about hidden parts of the internet, but had never explored them myself, assuming they were either too technical for casual users or focused on activities I wouldn't be interested in participating in. Claire laughed and explained that this was a common misconception. Many hidden communities were actually more accessible and welcoming than mainstream platforms, designed for people who valued privacy and authentic conversation over viral content and commercial advertising. She'd been participating in several discussion groups that focused on topics ranging from philosophy to creative writing, all hosted on networks that required special software, but weren't particularly difficult to access once you understood the basic principles. The communities she'd found were refreshingly different from anything available through normal internet browsing. Thoughtful participants, meaningful discussions, genuine interest in understanding different perspectives rather than winning arguments or gaining followers. She offered to show me how to access these communities if I was curious about experiencing online interaction that felt more like actual conversation than performative social media posting. The demonstration was surprisingly straightforward. Claire had the necessary software already installed on her laptop, and within minutes we were browsing communities that looked and functioned much like regular discussion sites, but felt completely different in terms of content quality and participant behavior. The first few groups she showed me were focused on creative writing and literary criticism, exactly the sort of intellectual discussion that had been missing from my daily routine since leaving university. Participants shared original work, provided thoughtful feedback, and engaged in sophisticated analysis that would have been impossible to maintain on platforms designed for quick consumption and instant reaction. But as Claire navigated through different communities, I started noticing content that was considerably more concerning than creative writing workshops. Some groups were sharing information that seemed intended to remain private, personal details about public figures, internal communications from businesses and government organizations, even what appeared to be surveillance footage from various locations. Claire explained that these were investigative communities, groups of people who researched topics that weren't being covered adequately by mainstream journalism. citizen investigators who use their collective skills to uncover information that might otherwise remain hidden. The work they were doing seemed legitimate, if ethically complex, documenting corporate misconduct, investigating political corruption, exposing activities that were being concealed from public scrutiny through official or legal pressure. But some of the content made me uncomfortable. Photographs that appeared to have been taken without subjects' knowledge, personal information that seemed too detailed to have been gathered through public sources, discussions about methods for accessing restricted information. When I expressed concern about the legality of some activities being discussed, Claire assured me that the communities were careful to focus on information that was already accessible through various public sources, just aggregated and analyzed more thoroughly than traditional journalism typically allowed. She showed me how to create accounts and participate in discussions, explaining the etiquette and safety practices that would help me contribute meaningfully while protecting my privacy. Over the next few weeks, I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in these hidden communities, initially drawn by the quality of literary discussions, but gradually becoming interested in the investigative work that some groups were conducting. The research techniques they used were sophisticated, combining traditional journalism methods with technological approaches that allowed them to gather and analyze information more efficiently than individual investigators could manage. I started contributing translation skills to groups that were working with documents in multiple languages, helping them understand materials that might contain important information but weren't accessible to English-only researchers. The work felt meaningful in ways that technical manual translation never had. Instead of helping people operate machinery, I was helping uncover information that might expose wrongdoing or provide evidence of activities that were being deliberately concealed. But I also started noticing that some of the communities Claire had introduced me to were focused on activities that went beyond investigation into what seemed like active harassment of specific individuals. Groups that shared detailed personal information about people they claimed were involved in various forms of misconduct, including private addresses, family connections, employment details, and daily routines that would be impossible to gather without systematic surveillance. Some discussions included suggestions for actions that participants could take to disrupt the lives of these targeted individuals, methods for causing professional problems, techniques for creating financial difficulties, even strategies for psychological harassment that would be difficult to trace or prove. The tone of these discussions was casual and matter-of-fact, as if ruining people's lives was routine problem-solving rather than serious criminal activity. When I raised concerns about these communities with Claire, she explained that they were focused on accountability for people who had used their positions to cause harm, but had avoided consequences through official channels. Sometimes traditional justice systems failed to address serious wrongdoing, she said, and citizen action was necessary to ensure that harmful individuals faced appropriate consequences for their behavior. The targets weren't randomly selected, but carefully researched individuals who had demonstrated patterns of behavior that justified intervention by people who understood the full scope of their activities. She showed me documentation that these communities had compiled about various targets, evidence of corporate fraud, political corruption, abuse of power, and other activities that had been reported to authorities but hadn't resulted in appropriate accountability. The research was impressively thorough, with detailed timelines, cross-reference sources, and analysis that would have met academic standards for investigative research. But the proposed responses to this research were disturbing. Rather than continuing to work through official channels, many participants advocated for direct action that would force targets to experience consequences regardless of legal outcomes. I started researching some of the individuals being targeted by these communities, trying to understand whether the allegations against them were justified and whether the harassment they were experiencing was proportionate to their alleged wrongdoing. What I discovered was deeply troubling. While some targets had indeed been involved in questionable activities, others appeared to have been selected based on incomplete information or unsubstantiated allegations. The communities had created detailed profiles of people who might be entirely innocent, sharing their personal information and encouraging harassment based on research that was sophisticated but not necessarily accurate. Some targets were experiencing severe consequences, job losses, relationship problems, financial difficulties, even safety concerns, based on community decisions that had been made without proper verification of the allegations against them. I tried to raise these concerns within the communities, suggesting that their research standards might need improvement and that some of their targets might not deserve the harassment they were experiencing. The response was immediate and hostile. Participants questioned my commitment to accountability, suggested that I was more concerned with protecting wrongdoers than supporting victims, and accused me of being insufficiently informed about the full scope of the target's alleged activities. Some community members started researching my own background, gathering personal information, and analyzing my online activities to determine whether my objections were legitimate concerns or evidence that I was connected to the people they were targeting. Within days, I found detailed discussions about my personal life, professional activities, and even my friendship with Claire appearing in communities that I'd never participated in. The research about me was thorough and largely accurate, compiled from sources that included information I'd never shared publicly and observations that could only have come from systematic surveillance of my daily routine. They'd gathered enough personal information to create a comprehensive profile that covered my employment history, financial circumstances, social connections, and even private activities that I'd assumed were invisible to outside observation. The tone of discussions about me was analytical rather than immediately threatening, but the implications were clear. If I continued to object to their targeting methods, I could easily become a target myself. Claire visited again the following week, ostensibly to check on how I was adapting to the communities she'd introduced me to. But her questions were more specific than casual social inquiry. She wanted to know which groups I'd been participating in, what kinds of contributions I'd been making, and whether I'd encountered any content that concerned me. When I mentioned my reservations about some of the harassment activities I'd observed, she seemed genuinely surprised by my reaction. She explained that accountability work required difficult decisions about how to respond to people who had caused harm, but avoided consequences through official channels. Sometimes direct action was the only way to ensure that wrongdoers faced appropriate repercussions for their behavior. The communities weren't engaged in random harassment, but in carefully considered interventions designed to protect potential future victims by ensuring that harmful individuals experience consequences that might deter similar behavior. If some innocent people occasionally experience temporary inconvenience as a result of imperfect information, that was unfortunate but necessary collateral damage in the broader effort to create accountability for people whose harmful activities had been ignored by official systems. Her explanation sounded reasonable in principle, but didn't address my concerns about the accuracy of their research or the proportionality of their responses. More troubling was her casual mention of my own research activities, including details about my investigation into community targeting methods that I hadn't shared with anyone. She knew what I'd been researching, which communities I'd been questioning, and even which specific targets I'd been investigating independently. Either she had access to my private online activities, or the communities we'd been participating in were monitoring their members more closely than I'd realized. Over the next few days, I started experiencing technical problems that interfered with my ability to access both the hidden communities and regular internet services. Connection issues prevented me from participating in discussions, email problems disrupted my professional translation work, and even basic web browsing became unreliable enough to affect my ability to research the targeting concerns I'd been investigating. The problems were sophisticated enough to suggest deliberate interference rather than routine technical difficulties, but subtle enough that reporting them to internet service providers wouldn't result in meaningful investigation. I realized that questioning the targeting methods of communities that specialized in harassment had made me a problem that needed to be managed through exactly the sort of systematic interference they used against their other targets. My concerns about innocent people being harassed had led to me being harassed, using techniques that were designed to disrupt my life while remaining difficult to prove or address through official channels. I stopped participating in the hidden communities entirely, hoping that withdrawal would end the technical problems and reduce my visibility to groups that had demonstrated their willingness to target people who questioned their methods. But the interference continued, expanding from internet connectivity to other aspects of my daily life. Professional translation projects began experiencing problems that seemed to originate from my end, but weren't caused by anything I'd done wrong. Client communications became unreliable, file transfers failed at crucial moments, and technical issues affected my ability to meet deadlines. My income started declining as clients lost confidence in my reliability, attributing professional problems to my own incompetence rather than systematic sabotage by people who wanted to punish me for asking inconvenient questions. The harassment was sophisticated and comprehensive, designed to create maximum disruption while maintaining plausible deniability about its source and intentional nature. Last week, I found something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities had been monitored from the beginning. A printed summary of my online research, left in my mailbox where I'd be certain to find it. The document contained detailed analysis of my investigation into community targeting methods, including screenshots of private browsing sessions and transcripts of conversations I'd had with Claire. The research about me was as thorough as the profiles they'd created for their other targets, compiled with the same systematic approach and presented with the same analytical detachment. But attached to the summary was a handwritten note that made their position clear. Accountability works both ways. They wanted me to understand that questioning their methods had made me subject to the same treatment they provided to their other targets, and that continued investigation would result in escalated harassment, designed to make my concerns about their activities seem insignificant compared to my own problems. The hidden communities continue to operate, the targeting continues to expand, and people continue to experience systematic harassment disguised as accountability for alleged wrongdoing that may or may not be accurately documented. I still do translation work when technical problems allow it, still live in the same building as Claire, who continues to smile when we pass in the hallway, still wonder how many other people have been introduced to communities that turn legitimate concerns about justice into systematic harassment of anyone who asks uncomfortable questions about their methods. But I'm also aware that my daily routine is being monitored, my professional activities are being sabotaged, and my personal information is being shared among people who've made questioning their targeting methods into justification for making me a target myself. I never wanted to share this story. Even now, as I type this out at 3 a.m. with my blinds drawn tight, I keep second-guessing myself. But after what happened last week, After seeing that familiar username pop up in my email, I realized I need to put this somewhere. Maybe as a warning. Maybe just to convince myself I'm not going mad. I've always been the tech guy in my friend group. The one people call when their laptop's acting up or when they need help setting up their new smart TV. It started back when I was 13, taking apart my dad's old computers in our garage in Manchester. My parents thought it was just a phase, but computers made sense to me in a way people never did. I was that quiet kid who'd rather debug code than go to parties. Not exactly the most exciting childhood, but it led me down some interesting paths. University was when things really took off. I studied computer science at Leeds, and while everyone else was out getting plastered at the student union, I'd be in my room exploring the furthest corners of the internet. It wasn't just about the coding challenges or the hacking forums, though those were fascinating enough. I was curious about what else was out there, beyond the surface web most people never venture past. That curiosity is what led me to the dark web in my second year. Looking back, I wish I could go back and slap some sense into my younger self. I thought I was being so clever, so edgy, setting up Tor, finding those first .onion links, feeling like I was some kind of digital explorer. It's embarrassing now, how proud I was of myself, like I'd discovered some secret club. I wasn't doing anything particularly dodgy at first, just browsing, looking at some marketplaces out of curiosity, reading forums where people discuss privacy and security. I remember telling myself that I was just there for academic reasons, to understand the full landscape of the internet. That's what we tell ourselves, isn't it? That we're just observers, not participants. That we can look without being touched by what we see. I'd been exploring for about 6 months when I came across a link on one of the forums. Someone had posted it with a cryptic message, for those with stronger stomachs than mine. No other context, no explanation. I should have left it alone. I knew even then that there were corners of the dark web no one should visit. But there was something about the way it was phrased, like a challenge. And I'd always had trouble walking away from a challenge. It was a Tuesday night in November. I remember because my flatmates had gone to see some horror film at the cinema. Ironic, considering what I was about to witness was far worse than any fictional horror. They'd invited me along, but I'd claimed I had coursework to finish. In reality, I just wanted a few hours alone to explore without anyone looking over my shoulder. My room was small, with just enough space for a bed and a desk crammed under the window. The streetlight outside cast an orange glow through the cheap blinds, making patterns on my keyboard as I clicked the link and waited for the page to load. Tor is notoriously slow, and I remember drumming my fingers, wondering if the link was dead. Maybe part of me was hoping it wouldn't load at all. When it finally did, it looked underwhelming at first. A black background, a simple login page with no graphics or explanations. Just a username and password field, and below it, a button that said Observe. No option to register that I could see. I was about to close it when I noticed a small line of text at the bottom. Guests welcome for preview only. I hesitated. Every instinct was telling me to close the browser and forget I'd ever seen this page. But that damn curiosity, it's like an itch you can't help scratching, even when you know it'll make things worse. I moved my cursor to the Observe button and clicked. The screen went black for a moment, then loaded what looked like a streaming video. The quality was poor, grainy, and with a slight delay, like CCTV footage. It showed a room, empty, except for a metal table in the center. The walls were concrete, and there was a drain in the floor. My first thought was that it was some kind of industrial space, maybe an abandoned building. Then I noticed the tools arranged neatly on a tray beside the table. Scalpels, pliers, things I couldn't even identify. My stomach dropped. I knew I should close the browser immediately, but I was frozen, hoping this was just some elaborate setup for a prank or a very convincing piece of performance art. That's when I noticed the chat window on the right side of the screen. Messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. Anonymous users I didn't recognize, typing in a mix of languages. I caught fragments in English asking when it would start, commenting on previous sessions, preparing requests for what would happen next. It reminded me of those live gaming streams my flatmate would watch, except there was something soulless and predatory about the way these messages moved, like digital vultures circling. I felt sick. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of hoax, a shocking display put on to scare people or to scam them out of money. I remember adjusting my position in my chair. The cheap foam cushion had gone flat after too many all-night coding sessions. My neck was stiff. I always got tense when I was anxious, a habit since childhood that my mum used to point out. But then a door opened on screen and two figures entered the room. One was wearing a plain white mask that covered their entire face, dressed in what looked like surgical scrubs. The other, God, I still see them in my nightmares, was a young man, maybe in his 20s, with tape over his mouth and his hands bound behind his back. His eyes were wild with terror as he was forced onto the table. I should have closed the browser then. I should have reported it to someone, though I had no idea who would have jurisdiction over something like this. Instead, I sat there, telling myself it couldn't be real, even as the chat window exploded with activity. Users were placing what looked like bids, specifying what they wanted to see done. The messages contained horrific requests, starting with extremities, avoiding facial damage initially, grotesque suggestions about the victim's eyes. My throat went dry as I read them. I remember my hand hovering over the trackpad, trembling slightly. The heating in my room had kicked on. That familiar clicking sound as the radiator warmed up. Such a normal, everyday sound that felt completely at odds with the horror unfolding on my screen. I felt like I was going to be sick. This couldn't be happening. Not in real life, not with me watching. I told myself it was an elaborate fake, that the person on the table was an actor, that the blood that began to flow when the masked figure made the first cut wasn't real. But deep down, I knew. The screams that came through my headphones weren't acted. The terror in that young man's eyes wasn't performed. I finally snapped out of my horrified trance and slammed my laptop shut. I ran to the bathroom and vomited until there was nothing left. When I came back, shaking, I opened my computer again, not to watch, but to figure out how to report what I'd seen. But the page was gone, redirecting to an error message. I tried the link again, but it was dead. For days afterwards, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that room, that table, those tools. I told myself there was nothing I could have done. I had no way of knowing where it was happening. No way to identify the people involved. I tried to convince myself it might have been fake after all. People can do amazing things with special effects these days, right? But I knew the truth. I'd seen something real, something horrific, and I'd done nothing but watch. I nearly dropped out of university. I stopped going to lectures, stopped talking to friends. My flatmates thought I was having some kind of breakdown, which I suppose I was. I formatted my hard drive and reinstalled everything, paranoid that somehow I'd been tracked, that whoever ran that site knew who I was and what I'd seen. After a few months, I started to recover. I told myself it was a one-time mistake, that I'd never go near the dark web again. I focused on finishing my degree, got a job at a cybersecurity firm in London, built a normal life. I almost managed to convince myself that night had been some kind of fever dream, until last week. I was working late, alone in my flat. These days, I keep normal hours, have a girlfriend, go to the pub with colleagues, all the things normal people do. But sometimes I still stay up too late, coding or gaming or just browsing Reddit. It was around 1 a.m. when the email arrived. It came to my personal account, not the one I use for work. The subject line was just a string of numbers. The sender's address was a jumble of letters and digits that didn't look like any standard email format. I should have deleted it as spam, but something made me open it. There was no message, just a link, and below it, a single line stating they'd missed me, followed by an observer number I'd never seen before. I'd never used that identifier anywhere. It wasn't something I'd created or chosen, but as soon as I saw it, I knew. It was what they'd called me on that site. It was the automatic observer ID assigned to me when I'd clicked that button. I remember the room suddenly feeling colder, like someone had left a window open in December. My ears started to ring slightly, that same feeling I'd get before a panic attack during my university finals. I should have called someone, maybe my friend David, who works in digital security, but something kept me frozen in place. They knew who I was. They'd known all along. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely move the mouse, but I managed to delete the email. I shut down my computer, unplugged it from the wall. Childish, perhaps, but it was all I could think to do. I spent the rest of the night pacing my flat, jumping at every sound, checking the locks on my door and windows over and over. The next day, another email arrived, this time on my work account. Same subject line, same sender. I deleted it without opening it, then spent the day looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being watched. I kept checking my reflection in my monitor screen, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. The office felt different somehow. Spaces I'd walked through 1,000 times suddenly seemed threatening, filled with shadows and blind corners. The walk to the bathroom felt like crossing a minefield. When I got home, there was a third email waiting. On an old university account I hardly ever check anymore. This one had a message telling me it was my last chance, mentioning they had something special planned just for me. I didn't go to work the next day, or the day after that. I called in sick, turned off my phone, disconnected my router. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was probably just some sick joke, someone who'd hacked my accounts. But then the letter arrived, an actual physical letter delivered to my flat. No return address. Inside a single sheet of paper with an address printed on it, an address less than a mile from where I live, and a time, tonight, 11 p.m. I've spent the day trying to figure out what to do. Go to the police and tell them what exactly? That years ago I watched something terrible on the dark web, and now I'm getting creepy emails. I have no proof, no evidence of any crime. Just my word, and the terrible feeling that somehow I've been marked. The rational part of my brain says to ignore it, to stay home, lock the doors, maybe go stay with a friend for a few days, until this blows over. But there's another part, the part that couldn't resist clicking that link all those years ago, that wonders. What if there's another victim? What if by going, I could somehow stop what happened before from happening again? Or what if it's a trap? What if I'm meant to be the next person on that table? It's 10:30 p.m. now. I have 30 minutes to decide. I keep telling myself I won't go, that only a madman would walk knowingly into what could be his own murder. But I also know that if I don't, I'll spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, waiting for them to find me again. I've written this all down as a record, I suppose. If something happens to me, maybe someone will find it. Maybe they'll understand. Or maybe I'm just scaring myself over nothing. And tomorrow I'll read this back and laugh at how paranoid I've become. It's funny how the mind works. Last night I was worried about paying my council tax on time. And now here I am writing what might be my last words. The ordinary and the horrific side by side. I just remembered I was supposed to call my mum tomorrow for her birthday. I should have visited more often. There's a knock at my door. It's too early. It's only 10:33. No one should be here. I'm not expecting anyone. The knocking is getting louder, more insistent. I can hear voices outside, whispering. The letterbox just flapped open. Something's been pushed through, a white envelope, just like the one that came this morning. I don't want to open it. I don't want to know what's inside. But I also know I don't have a choice anymore. They found me. And judging by what I can see through my peephole, 3 figures in white masks waiting patiently. They're not planning to leave until they get what they came for. I'm going to stop writing now. I need to think about what to do next. If anyone reads this, well, I'm not sure what I expect you to do. Just know that there are corners of the internet where real nightmares live. And sometimes, when you look into the darkness looks back and remembers your face. I used to think some people just changed, that it was a normal part of growing up. People drift, get bitter, harden. That was how I explained what happened to her for a long time. I told myself she just became someone else, that it wasn't personal. It took me years to admit it wasn't normal at all. Her name was Ava. We were best friends growing up, same street, same school, same everything. There wasn't a single sleepover or birthday party where she wasn't there. For years, we were like our own little orbit. She was smart and weird in a good way. The kind of kid who made up stories during lunch and drew creepy comics in the margins of her notebooks. I liked that about her. She made boring things feel alive. Then she disappeared. It was the summer after graduation. No big send-off, no party. One day she was there, the next she wasn't. Her aunt posted some photo on Facebook of Ava in Italy or Greece, some old town with narrow stone streets. I hadn't even known she was leaving. I messaged her more than once. No replies. Eventually, I stopped. Not because I was mad, but because I didn't want to feel like I was bothering her. I figured maybe she needed space or just wanted a fresh start. She came back 2 years later. It wasn't announced. There was no big reunion. I just ran into her at a petrol station of all places. I remember how weirdly bright it was inside, the way bad fluorescent lighting always is. I saw her before she saw me. And even though her face hadn't changed much, I felt something tighten in my chest. Her eyes weren't the same. It wasn't anything like you see in some movies, where they can literally see darkness or whatever. But the way she looked at me, it was like I was an inconvenience, like she'd already moved on and was annoyed I hadn't. She didn't hug me, didn't smile, just gave me a flat hey and grabbed her receipt. I stood there like an idiot holding a Fanta. I didn't even say much, just something like, "You're back." And she nodded and walked out. That was it. I tried to reach out again, occasionally texting her. I got nothing back. I ran into her once more at a grocery store. Same deal, cold, flat, not mean, just completely uninterested. After a while, I gave up, and I told myself maybe that was fine. Maybe people don't always owe you an explanation for who they become. But part of me kept replaying that first moment in the gas station, the way she looked through me. That brings me to last year. It was a Saturday night, early fall. I was home alone, half watching a YouTube documentary with the volume low. My phone was face down. I remember the exact buzz it made, that long one, the kind you get with messages from people not in your contacts. I don't know why I even checked it. It was from Ava, or at least from her number. There wasn't a message, just a link, no context, no greeting. Just a string of random characters and a .onion address buried in the middle. I stared at it for probably a full minute. I didn't even breathe. My first thought was that it was a scam or malware. But some part of me, the old part that still remembered how close we were, told me she sent it on purpose, that there was a reason. I used an old laptop, booted it into Tails. I'd played with Tor before years ago, but never for anything like this. My hands were clammy the whole time. I told myself if anything looked shady, I'd kill the power immediately. The page took almost a full minute to load. When it finally did, it was just a black screen with a timer. 0248, just under 3 minutes. It counted down in red, and underneath it was a chat box already going. Lines of text, constant, some of it in languages I couldn't read. The rest was English, but coded, like slang or shorthand. I couldn't tell what they were talking about at first. When the timer hit 0, the stream flickered on. There was a chair in the middle of a concrete room. It was bolted to the floor, but empty. The room was completely empty, as far as I could see, with no windows. Just the hum of overhead lights and the faint echo of someone walking, somewhere off camera. I still didn't understand what I was looking at. Then the chat changed. People were typing numbers, making bids. Usernames I didn't recognize were posting names. Some were fake, some felt too real. One of them was next pick, pulled from chat. That's when I felt my stomach turn. I scrolled up to try and make sense of it, and that's when I saw her, Avenue, or what had to be her. Not her real name, but an old handle she used in middle school. I hadn't seen it in years. No one else could have remembered that. She was active, posting, typing like she belonged there. Then I saw it. Bid. £9,400. Then my name. M. Full name. Spelled correctly, properly capitalized, just sitting there like any other text. I froze. For a few seconds, I couldn't even move. Couldn't even close the tab. I just sat there watching more usernames chime in. Seconded. Confirmed. Show us the face. I slammed the laptop shut, unplugged it. Yanked the battery like that would somehow protect me. My ears were ringing. It was like that high-pitched tone you get when your body goes into survival mode. I don't remember standing up. I just remember pacing, hands shaking, heart doing this sick little flutter in my chest. I didn't sleep that night. Next morning, I had 3 missed calls from numbers I didn't know. 1 voicemail. It was 10 seconds of silence, then the sound of something scraping across concrete. That same sound from the stream. I threw the phone out, got a new number. Emails came next, one-liners. Things like, "We'll find you," or "Don't bother running." They were always from different addresses. Always with some little detail to let me know it was personal. I deleted everything and removed all of my private info off social media. I did my best to erase any trace of myself online. But the more I scrubbed, the more I realized how much of me was still floating out there. Then came the people. At first, I convinced myself it was just paranoia. I would walk to the store and feel the weight of someone behind me. I would glance out the window and see a car idling across the street, longer than made sense for someone doing nothing. But the patterns kept repeating. It was the same car, the same face. Not every day, but often enough to notice. Different angles, different times, always nearby. Always lingering just long enough to register, but never long enough to confront. Eventually, I filed a police report. It was a waste of time. There were no direct threats, no evidence. They told me to block the emails and vary my daily routines. I had already done that. So I left. I moved to a different city. I changed my name. I found a place to rent off the books and stayed disconnected. I deleted every trace of myself online, and I stopped using any account tied to my real identity. For a while, I believed I was safe. That changed last week. Someone slid an envelope under my apartment door. Inside was a single photograph. It was a picture of me walking home taken from behind. The framing was deliberate. The image was clear. It was taken recently, close and carefully. There was no note, no sender, no explanation, only the photograph. Now I am packing again. Because wherever Ava is, whatever she has become, she saw me. And this time, she chose me. I moved to Seoul 3 years ago to teach English at a private academy. The transition from my small Midwestern hometown to one of the most technologically advanced cities in the world was jarring in ways I hadn't anticipated. The crowded subway stations, the constant digital advertisements on every surface, the blinding speed of the internet, all of it overwhelmed me initially. But humans adapt. After 6 months, I barely noticed these things anymore. What I did notice was my growing sense of isolation. Despite being surrounded by millions of people, my limited Korean and cultural differences created invisible barriers. Most of my social interactions were with other foreign teachers who came and went as their contracts ended. The few Korean friends I made were busy with demanding jobs and family obligations. Gradually, my world narrowed to my small apartment, the academy where I taught, and the convenience store on the corner. I'm telling you this to explain why I spend so much time online. In a city where I often felt invisible, the internet offered connection. I joined forums for expatriates, video chatted with family back home, and participated in online gaming communities. My laptop became my primary window to human interaction beyond the superficial conversations at work. My apartment came with the fastest internet connection I'd ever experienced, a common feature in Seoul, where digital infrastructure is prioritized. Downloads that would have taken hours back home completed in seconds. Video calls never lagged. Streaming was instantaneous. This remarkable connectivity became something I took for granted until the night it inexplicably faltered. It started with minor disruptions, buffering videos, delayed messages, dropped calls. Frustrating but not unusual, even in Seoul. I ran speed tests showing significantly reduced bandwidth. Thinking it might be a building-wide issue, I messaged my neighbor, another English teacher, who often helped me navigate these small annoyances of expatriate life. He reported no problems with his connection. I contacted my internet provider, navigating their automated customer service system with my limited Korean. After several redirections, I received a message that a technician would check the external connections to my building the following day. Until then, I would have to manage with the degraded service. That night, trying to video chat with my sister, the connection became so poor that her image froze repeatedly, her voice cutting in and out until we gave up. After ending the failed call, I noticed something odd. Despite the video call being disconnected, my laptop's network activity indicator showed continuous data transfer, uploading and downloading at significant rates. I opened my network monitoring application, something I rarely used but had installed months earlier when troubleshooting a different issue. The interface displayed active connections between my device and multiple unfamiliar IP addresses. Data was flowing through ports I hadn't authorized. My first thought was malware. Perhaps I'd clicked something I shouldn't have, and now my computer was part of some botnet. I initiated security scans, closed all applications, and even physically disconnected from the internet by unplugging my router. The network activity indicator went dark, as expected. I reconnected and immediately observed the unauthorized data transfer resuming. The security scans found nothing suspicious. The next day, the internet technician arrived while I was at work. When I returned home that evening, I found a note in broken English explaining that no issues had been detected with the external connection. The technician had reset my router and suggested the problem might be with my laptop. The note included standard recommendations: restart the device, clear the cache, check for system updates. I followed these instructions, even performing a system restore to a point weeks earlier. The unauthorized network activity continued. What changed was my internet speed, no longer degraded, but functioning at its usual remarkable pace, despite the mysterious data transfers happening in the background. That night, I received a message from a username I didn't recognize on a messaging platform I rarely used. The message contained only a link, no text. Normally, I would never click such a thing, but exhaustion and frustration had worn down my usual caution. The link led to what appeared to be a troubleshooting forum in Korean. Using a browser translation tool, I could make out technical discussions about network routing, VPN configurations, and bandwidth allocation. One thread caught my attention, a conversation about something called passive nodes in residential networks. The translation was imperfect, but I gathered that certain high-speed connections in densely populated areas could be utilized as relay points for data transmission without the user's knowledge. The thread described this as a common practice among certain online communities requiring anonymized traffic. As I scrolled through the discussion, a private message appeared from a forum user with the name Node Manager. Translated, the message asked if I was experiencing connectivity issues and offered assistance. I hesitantly explained my situation: the unexplained data transfers, the initial speed degradation, the failed troubleshooting attempts. The response came quickly, explaining that my internet connection had likely been incorporated into a private routing network without my authorization. The initial slowdown occurred during the integration process, but now that my connection was fully configured as a node, the system was allocating resources more efficiently, allowing both normal usage and background data relay. I asked what kind of data was being transmitted through my connection. The response was vague. Secure communications requiring privacy protection, nothing illegal, nothing that would be traced back to me. When I expressed concern about having my network used without consent, Node Manager offered to remove my connection from their system for a fee in cryptocurrency. This had all the hallmarks of a scam, but the technical details matched exactly what I was experiencing. I declined the payment option and stated my intention to report this to my internet provider and local authorities. The final message I received contained just 2 words in English: "Watch first." A moment later, a link appeared. Against every instinct of self-preservation, I clicked it. The page that loaded had a minimal interface: a black background, a video player in the center, a timestamp, and a view account showing 17. The video showed an empty room with white walls. The timestamp indicated the feed was live. For several minutes, nothing happened. I was about to close the browser when a person entered the frame. Their face was obscured by digital pixelation, but their body language suggested nervousness. They sat in a chair facing the camera and held up a piece of paper with writing I couldn't read from the angle shown. The viewer count increased to 23. A small text field appeared below the video, showing messages in various languages. Using translation tools, I could see viewers asking for the subject to perform specific actions. Most requests were simple: raise a hand, stand up, turn around. The person complied with each instruction, movements becoming increasingly reluctant as the request continued. I closed the browser, deeply disturbed by whatever I had witnessed. Within seconds, my messenger pinged with another message from Node Manager. An image of my face, captured moments earlier through my laptop's webcam, which I had never activated. Below the image was text explaining that my network node was being used to route encrypted streams for a private viewing community. Attempting to interfere would result in my transition from relay point to content subject. I shut down my laptop immediately, unplugged all devices, and spent a sleepless night contemplating my options. The next morning, I purchased a new laptop and a mobile hotspot from a provider different from my home internet service. Using this completely separate connection, I researched what I had stumbled into. Information was sparse and contradictory. Some sources dismissed red rooms as urban legends, technically impossible due to bandwidth limitations of anonymized networks. Others suggested they existed, but were elaborate scams. Staged performances marketed as authentic to separate cryptocurrency from gullible viewers. A few troubling accounts described them as genuine operations run by technically sophisticated criminal networks exploiting high-speed infrastructure in countries with advanced digital ecosystems. South Korea, with its extraordinary connectivity and dense urban population, appeared repeatedly in these discussions. The country's internet speeds, among the fastest globally, made it ideal for services requiring substantial bandwidth. Its urban density meant residential connections could be compromised without drawing attention, lost in the digital noise of millions of concurrent users. I considered reporting my experience to authorities but hesitated. My visa status made me reluctant to draw official attention. My limited Korean would make explaining the technical nuances difficult. Most importantly, I had no evidence beyond the messages on my compromised laptop, which I was now afraid to access again. Instead, I contacted a cybersecurity consultant recommended in an expatriate forum. We met in a busy cafe where I explained the situation. His expression remained neutral throughout my account, but his questions became increasingly specific about the interface I had seen, the routing methods described, and the patterns of data transfer. After I finished, he explained that what I had encountered was unfortunately real. Certain buildings in Seoul, particularly those with direct connections to the city's advanced fiber infrastructure, were specifically targeted for integration into these networks. Foreign residents were preferred targets, less likely to report issues, more likely to attribute problems to cultural or language misunderstandings, often living alone with fewer people to notice strange digital occurrences. The consultant offered to secure my new devices and investigate my home network for a substantial fee. Desperate for help, I agreed. 2 days later, he came to my apartment, bringing specialized equipment to analyze the connection without directly engaging with it. His examination confirmed what Node Manager had claimed. My internet service had been configured as a relay node for encrypted streams, with a secondary function allowing remote access to connected devices. The modification was sophisticated, operating at the router firmware level. Simply replacing the router wouldn't solve the problem, as the access point in the building's telecommunications closet had also been compromised. Moving to a different provider wouldn't help either, as most used the same physical infrastructure in this area. The consultant implemented temporary security measures, a hardware firewall, encrypted DNS services, VPN protocols, while acknowledging these were bandages on a more fundamental problem. His recommendation was blunt: move to a different building as soon as possible. Until then, assume all connected devices were potentially compromised. I began searching for a new apartment immediately, but lease terms in Seoul are complicated, typically requiring substantial deposits and minimum stay periods. Breaking my current contract would mean losing thousands of dollars I couldn't afford to forfeit. A week after implementing the security measures, I received a paper letter in my mailbox, unusual in itself, as most communications in Seoul are digital. The letter contained a printed screenshot of my new laptop's desktop, taken the previous day, along with a list of websites I had visited while researching new apartments. The message was clear: the security measures had failed or been circumvented. That night, my apartment lost power briefly, just a few seconds, but long enough to reset all electronic devices. When service resumed, the hardware firewall the consultant had installed showed its configuration had been reset to default settings. The VPN connection had disconnected. The specialized DNS settings had reverted. I contacted the consultant again, who seemed genuinely disturbed by this development. The level of access required to coordinate a targeted power interruption with immediate reconfiguration of security devices suggested resources beyond typical hackers. He advised me to leave the apartment immediately, even if it meant financial loss. I spent that night in a hotel, using only my mobile phone with a new SIM card purchased with cash. In the morning, I returned to my apartment to pack essential items, planning to stay with a colleague until finding new housing. As I entered, my phone received a notification despite being disconnected from Wi-Fi and using the new SIM. The message contained my current location coordinates and the simple text, "Node status remains active." I packed quickly, taking only what would fit in a backpack. As I was leaving, my neighbor, the one who had reported no internet issues, was entering his apartment. He nodded in greeting, then paused, looking at my backpack. He asked in perfect English if I was going somewhere. When I vaguely mentioned visiting a friend, he smiled and said perhaps my internet issues would be resolved when I returned. Something in his expression made me deeply uncomfortable. I mumbled a response and hurried away, but not before noticing a small pin on his lapel, a design I recognized from the forum, where I had first encountered discussions of passive nodes. The icon resembled a stylized eye with a digital motif. I never returned to that apartment. I forfeited my deposit, left most of my possessions, and moved to a different district of Seoul. I changed jobs, altered my online presence, and replaced all electronic devices. For several months, I detected no unusual network activities or unexplained communications. Then yesterday, while using a public Wi-Fi connection at a cafe I'd never previously visited, I received an email to an address I had created only weeks earlier and shared with no one. The message contained a single image, A screenshot of the coffee shop's security camera feed showing me sitting at my current table, captured moments earlier. Below was a viewer count, 31. I don't know if I'll ever escape this network. It exists in the infrastructure itself, in the invisible digital pathways we've woven through our modern world. Sometimes I wonder how many others are unknowingly serving as nodes, their connections becoming conduits for streams they'll never see, their cameras capturing moments they don't know are being shared. The internet has no memory limitations, no capacity for mercy, no mechanism for true deletion. Somewhere in that vast digital architecture, everything is preserved, including, I suspect, whatever they recorded through my devices during those weeks. I've become content in a library I can't access, viewed by people I'll never identify. What terrifies me most isn't that I'm still being watched. It's the possibility that I always was, that the entire digital ecosystem we've built is fundamentally, architecturally designed for observation, not by governments or corporations, but by whoever has the technical skill to access its deeper functions. And in that shadow network, latency isn't just a measure of connection speed. It's the delay between becoming a node and realizing you've always been a subject. I never intended to find it. Most people who stumble onto the darker corners of the internet are actively looking, following breadcrumbs of urban legends and whispered rumors. Not me. I was just doing my job. I work in digital forensics for an insurance company. Nothing glamorous, mostly analyzing data from car accident claims, verifying timestamps on property damage photos, that sort of thing. Occasionally, we get cases involving potential fraud, where someone might have manipulated evidence. That's what led me down this particular rabbit hole. A claim had come in for a high-end electronics store that had allegedly been robbed. The security camera footage showed masked figures breaking in after hours and methodically clearing out the most valuable merchandise. Standard stuff. But something about the video felt off to me. The timestamps were consistent. The metadata looked normal. But certain compression artifacts appeared in patterns that didn't match typical security camera encoding. I've spent enough time analyzing video to recognize when something's been processed through multiple systems. This footage had signatures suggesting it had been routed through some kind of streaming service before being downloaded and submitted as evidence. Again, not necessarily suspicious on its own. Many modern security systems upload to cloud servers automatically, but combined with a few other anomalies, it merited deeper investigation. I traced the video's digital fingerprint backward, following a trail of encoding signatures and network markers. The insurance company gives us considerable technical leeway when investigating potential fraud, so I had access to specialized tools and databases not available to the general public. What I expected to find was evidence that the footage had been staged, perhaps an inside job disguised as a break-in. What I found instead was a pathway leading to a closed network operating through a series of proxy servers and encryption layers. The security footage hadn't just been processed through standard cloud storage. It had been live streamed to a private audience before being repurposed as evidence for the insurance claim. Professional curiosity got the better of me. I followed the digital trail, using access tools that technically fell within my job description, but definitely pushed ethical boundaries. After 3 days of careful tracing, I found myself looking at an unmarked website, accessible only through specialized routing protocols. The landing page was minimal, just a login screen with no company name, no graphics, no identifying information of any kind. Using analytical techniques that I'd rather not detail, I managed to access the site's back-end database. What I found was a sophisticated streaming platform with hundreds of active feeds organized into categories. Most feeds showed empty rooms, parked cars, streetscapes, or other mundane settings. Each had viewership metrics, timestamping, and user interaction logs. This wasn't some amateur operation. It was a professional-grade surveillance network with global reach. One category caught my attention: scheduled events. Unlike the passive surveillance feeds, these had specific start times, viewer registration requirements, and something called interaction parameters. The most recent scheduled event had occurred the previous night, with the cryptic title Inventory Reduction Phase 3. When I checked the archived footage, I found myself watching the same robbery that had been submitted in our insurance claim. The implications hit me all at once. This wasn't footage of an actual robbery. This was something staged specifically for an audience, filmed to appear like security camera footage, then repurposed as evidence for a fraudulent insurance claim. The thieves were performers. The stolen merchandise was probably moved out through legitimate channels, while the insurance company paid for the supposed loss. Clever as far as fraud schemes go, but what disturbed me more was the viewership data. 63 people had watched this staged robbery live, many paying significant amounts in cryptocurrency for the privilege. The interactive log showed viewers sending real-time messages suggesting how the thieves should behave, which items to take, whether to vandalize the space, how to position themselves for better camera angles. I should have reported my findings immediately, compiled the evidence for our fraud investigation team, and moved on. Instead, I kept digging, curious about the other scheduled events in the system. Most had innocuous titles that gave little indication of their content. Night Shift Protocol, Wellness Check 17, Conditioning Session. The viewership numbers varied from as few as 10 to over 100, with corresponding price tiers. The next scheduled event was something called Home Evaluation Series, Residence 28, set to begin at 1 a.m. the following night. Against every ethical guideline and professional standard, I decided to observe it. I told myself it was necessary for building a comprehensive fraud case. In reality, I was simply curious. A curiosity I've regretted every day since. I took precautions, using a secured connection and routing through multiple proxies. At 12:55 a.m., I accessed the platform and found the upcoming stream already had 47 registered viewers. A countdown timer showed 5 minutes remaining. The preview image displayed what looked like ordinary home security camera footage of a living room. Sofa, television, coffee table. Typical suburban decor. Nothing unusual or particularly interesting. At exactly 1 a.m., the stream went live. The initial view showed the living room from a corner ceiling perspective, mimicking standard home security positioning. For several minutes, nothing happened. The empty room, dimly lit by a small lamp, remained still and silent. The viewership count ticked up to 53. A text interface at the bottom of the screen showed viewers sending messages, most expressing anticipation or discussing technical aspects of the camera setup. At 1:08 a.m., a new camera angle activated, showing what appeared to be a bedroom. A person was sleeping in the bed, unaware of being observed by dozens of strangers. The camera angle was positioned to show the entire room, with particular focus on the bedroom door and window. Again, messages scrolled as viewers discussed the setting, the subject, and something they referred to as entry methods. With growing discomfort, I realized I was watching someone's actual home, accessed through their own security system, without their knowledge. The viewers weren't just passive observers. They were actively discussing how to enter this residence. This wasn't entertainment, it was premeditation. At 1:17 a.m., a third camera angle activated, showing the exterior of the house, specifically the back door and patio area. A figure in dark clothing appeared at the edge of the frame, moving carefully toward the door. Messages from viewers increased rapidly, many sending specific instructions about the lock mechanism based on what they could see in the high-definition footage. I was witnessing the planning and execution of a home invasion being live-streamed to paying viewers who were actively participating in the process. This went far beyond insurance fraud or staged robberies. This was real, happening in real time to an unsuspecting victim. I frantically tried to identify the location, searching for any distinguishing features in the footage, street signs through windows, mail with an address, anything that could help me alert authorities. But the camera angles were carefully chosen to avoid revealing identifying details. The only geographic clue was a weather alert visible on a phone screen on the nightstand, suggesting a location somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. As the figure began working on the back door lock, I made a decision. I had to report this immediately, even if it meant admitting I had accessed the platform without authorization. I disconnected from the stream and called the FBI's cyber division. Using an anonymous reporting system, I provided everything I had: the network pathways, access methods, descriptions of what I'd witnessed, and the connection to our insurance fraud case. The next morning, I arrived at work to find 2 federal agents waiting in our company's security office. For 3 hours, they questioned me about how I had discovered the streaming platform, what I had observed, and whether I had participated in any way beyond viewing. They seemed less interested in the home invasion I had reported, and more focused on the broader network infrastructure. They took custody of all my research materials and requested I not discuss the matter with anyone else while their investigation proceeded. That evening, I searched news sources for any reports of a home invasion in the Pacific Northwest. Nothing appeared that matched what I had witnessed. Either it hadn't made the news, hadn't actually occurred, or it happened somewhere entirely different than I had assumed. 2 days later, I received an email from an address consisting only of numbers. The subject line read, "Viewer Analytics Report." The message contained a single line of text: "Your observation patterns have been flagged for review." Attached was a detailed file analyzing my viewing behavior during the brief time I had accessed the platform. How long I had watched each camera angle, which parts of the frame my cursor had hovered over, timestamps of when I had been active versus idle. It concluded with an assessment that I displayed intervention probability indicators that made me an unsuitable viewing participant. The precision of this analysis was chilling. Whatever system they were using could track not just that I had viewed the stream, but exactly how I had engaged with it, right down to my mouse movements and hesitations. They knew I wasn't a genuine customer. They knew I was likely to report what I had seen. I changed all my passwords, reformatted my work computer, and swept my home for surveillance devices. I found nothing unusual, but the feeling of being monitored persisted. A week passed without incident. The federal agents didn't contact me again. The anonymous email address sent nothing further. Our fraud investigation proceeded without any mention of what I had discovered. I began to wonder if I had overreacted. Perhaps the streaming platform was actually some elaborate role-playing game where participants pretended to plan crimes. Perhaps the home and its sleeping occupant were staged setups with paid actors, like the electronics store robbery. Such an explanation wouldn't make it legal, but it would at least be less immediately dangerous. Then the photographs arrived. Standard 4x6 prints in a plain white envelope, no return address, delivered to my apartment mailbox. 5 photos in total. The first showed me entering my workplace, taken from what appeared to be a security camera across the street. The second showed me at a coffee shop I frequented, captured from the shop's own surveillance system. The third was me getting into my car in a grocery store parking lot. The fourth showed the exterior of my apartment building. The fifth photo showed me asleep in my bed, taken from an angle high in the corner of my bedroom. I have no security cameras in my apartment. No webcams positioned where that photo could have been taken. No devices with cameras directed toward my bed. Yet there it was, proof that someone had been watching me sleep, just as I had watched a stranger sleep through that live stream. I went to the police, showed them the photos, explained the situation. They took a report, checked my apartment for signs of breaking and entering, found nothing disturbed. No evidence of how the bedroom photo had been taken. They suggested installing better locks, getting a security system, being more aware of my surroundings. Standard advice that completely missed the point of what was happening. Over the next few weeks, more envelopes arrived. Each contained a single photo showing me in situations where I believed I was unobserved. Reading on my balcony, showering, captured from outside the bathroom window. Working late at my desk. Each photo had a timestamp and a viewership count printed in the bottom corner. Apparently, 16 people had watched me shower. 23 had observed me sleeping. 31 had seen me working at my desk. I moved to a different apartment, changed jobs, altered my appearance, and adjusted my routine. The photos kept coming, now delivered to my new address. Sometimes they would arrive within hours of being taken, proving they weren't the result of long-term surveillance, but active, ongoing observation. The most recent envelope arrived yesterday. Instead of photographs, it contained a small card with a printed message. Home Evaluation Series, Residence 43, scheduled for 1 a.m. Estimated viewers, 58 primary subject. Interaction parameters extended. Below this was a link to the streaming platform I had discovered months ago. I'm not going to be in my apartment at 1 a.m. tonight. I won't be anywhere they can easily find me. I've disabled or disposed of anything that could potentially be used to track my location. This message was typed on a public computer, and I'll be somewhere else entirely by the time anyone reads it. I still don't fully understand what I've stumbled into. Some kind of voyeuristic network that repurposes security systems for entertainment. A criminal organization that combines surveillance with burglary and fraud. Something with even darker purposes that I haven't yet discerned. What I do know is that in this system, the distinction between observer and observed is fluid. Today's viewer becomes tomorrow's unwitting performer. The cameras that make us feel secure are the same ones that make us vulnerable. And somewhere out there right now, someone is watching footage of ordinary people in supposedly private moments, never realizing that they themselves are being watched through the very screen they're using to observe others. The most disturbing part isn't that I'm being monitored. It's the realization that I probably always was. The platform I discovered didn't create this surveillance network. It merely monetized what already existed. Our world is saturated with cameras we've willingly installed, with devices that listen and watch, with systems designed to track our movements and behaviors. We've built our own panopticon and called it convenience, called it security, called it connection. I don't know who will be watching at 1 a.m. tonight. I don't know what extended interaction parameters means in this context, but I do know that whatever happens, it will be recorded, categorized, and stored for future viewers. Another node in an ever-expanding network of observed moments. And somewhere in that database is footage of me watching someone else, unaware that I was already part of the performance. I never thought I'd be the type of person to get mixed up in something like this. Most people wouldn't. That's the thing about curiosity. It starts innocently enough. A random link shared in a forum. A passing comment about the dark web that piques your interest. For me, it began with an article I read about internet privacy and security. The author mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing almost as an afterthought. I didn't even know what those things were at the time. I'm a network engineer by trade. My days revolve around making sure corporate systems stay operational, patching vulnerabilities, monitoring traffic patterns. Nothing extraordinary. Just another tech guy with a modest apartment, a decent salary, and too much free time on his hands. Maybe that's why I installed the Tor browser that night. Professional development, I told myself. Good to understand how these things work. The first few days exploring the dark web were disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy rights, marketplaces selling things I had no interest in, dead links, slow loading times. It was like visiting the internet of the early 2000s, minus the charm. I was about to uninstall the whole thing when I stumbled across a thread discussing something called red rooms. The concept seemed absurd at first. Live streaming platforms where viewers could watch and even direct acts of violence against unwilling participants. Urban legends, I thought. Internet boogeyman stories to scare the uninitiated. Most people in the thread seemed to agree. They were myths, impossible to operate given bandwidth limitations and the technical difficulties of secure streaming. A few individuals insisted they existed, but provided no evidence, no links. Then someone posted coordinates. Not a web address, but a string of characters, numbers, and symbols that meant nothing to me. Someone else responded with a single word. The thread went quiet after that. I copied the string. I shouldn't have done that. Everything would be different if I had just closed the browser right then. It took me 3 days to figure out what to do with those characters. The solution came from an obscure subforum where users discuss cryptographic methods. The string was a key of sorts, one that had to be entered into a specific field on a specific site at a specific time. The kind of complexity that made me think there really was something to hide. I found the site. A blank page with a single input field. Nothing to indicate what it was for. No text, no images. Just an empty box waiting to be filled. I hesitated before pasting in the string. This was the moment I should have walked away. Something about the sterility of that page felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The cursor blinked rhythmically in the empty field, patient, expectant, waiting for me to make a mistake I couldn't undo. The first sign that I had done something irreversible was the sudden change in my network traffic. I monitor my home network obsessively. Occupational habit. The data pattern shifted, connections multiplying through nodes I couldn't identify. This wasn't normal Tor behavior. My system was being mapped, examined, catalogued by something on the other end. Each packet of data felt like fingers probing through my digital walls, searching for weaknesses, memorizing the layout of my network, of my life. Then the page changed. A loading icon. A countdown timer set to 20 minutes. Nothing else. I waited, telling myself I could close the browser at any time. I didn't. The seconds ticked away, each one dragging longer than the last. My mouth went dry. Sweat beaded along my hairline. Still, I waited. Some terrible gravity held me there, unable or unwilling to turn away from what was coming. When the timer reached 0, the stream began. The video quality was surprisingly good. High definition, minimal latency. The room shown was simple. White walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center. A single chair bolted to the floor, empty, waiting. The emptiness of that room hummed with potential violence. The drain in the floor promised the necessity of easy cleaning. The bolted chair spoke of resistance that needed to be overcome. A chat window appeared beside the video feed. Users with alphanumeric names filled the space with scrolling text. I didn't participate, just watched the conversations scroll by. They discussed preferences, made requests. Some offered payment in cryptocurrency. Others seemed to have credit of some kind already established. The casual nature of their communications made my skin crawl. The banality of their anticipation, the everyday commerce of atrocity. I should have left then, but a terrible curiosity kept me watching. In my defense, part of me still believed this was elaborate theater. Dark web performance art designed to shock and disturb. It couldn't be real. The alternative was too monstrous to contemplate. A door opened somewhere off camera. A figure entered the frame, face obscured by a featureless white mask. They wore simple clothes, black pants, grey shirt, latex gloves. Nothing remarkable or identifiable. They looked directly at the camera and held up a piece of paper with a string of characters, a verification code of some kind. Proof that this was happening now, not pre-recorded. The blank mask stared into the camera, into my eyes, as if the person behind it could see me watching, could identify me through the screen. The chat erupted with activity. The masked figure put the paper down and left the frame briefly, returning with someone else. A person with a hood over their head, hands bound behind their back. They were guided to the chair, secured with restraints at the ankles, wrists, and across the torso. The hood remained. The chat began specifying activities. I won't detail what was requested. I won't detail what happened next. I closed the stream after 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Not nearly fast enough. I uninstalled Tor, ran security sweeps on my system, and tried to convince myself I had witnessed an elaborate hoax. But the sound stayed with me, the movements, the knowledge that somewhere, in some hidden corner of the world, that room existed, that chair, that drain. 3 days later, I noticed something unusual about my home network. New devices connecting briefly, then disappearing. Strange traffic patterns in the early morning hours, when I should have been the only one active. Someone had compromised my security. Someone had access. The intrusion felt intimate, violating in ways I couldn't fully process. My private space, my data, my life, all exposed to unknown observers. I changed all my passwords, reconfigured my router, installed new firewalls. The intrusions continued, more sophisticated now, avoiding the measures I put in place. Whoever it was had considerable skill, or resources, or both. Each time I implemented a new security measure, they adapted, evolved, found new pathways into my systems. It became a game of chess where I could only see my own pieces, never my opponent's. A week after viewing the stream, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same verification code I had seen on the piece of paper in the video. The body of the email contained a single line about viewers becoming participants eventually. I deleted the email, reported it as phishing, told myself it was automated, sent to everyone who had accessed the stream. Nothing personal, nothing targeted. But my hands shook as I clicked the delete button. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. I knew. Some part of me already knew. Then the real messages started arriving. Direct messages to accounts I hadn't shared with anyone. My private phone number, my work email. All with the same theme. They knew who I was. They knew where I lived. They knew my routines. Each message included proof. A photo of my apartment building taken that day, a screenshot of my calendar, a list of my recent purchases. The level of detail grew more invasive with each communication. What I ate for breakfast, which route I took to work, how long I spent in the shower. The final message came with an attachment, a floor plan of my apartment with an X marked beside my bed. The message informed me that my stream would begin soon, and participants were already bidding. The clinical precision of the threat made it worse somehow. No emotion, no sadness, just process, procedure, industry. I went to the police, tried to explain without incriminating myself. They took notes, offered to send a patrol car by my building, suggested I was being targeted by standard identity thieves. They didn't understand, couldn't understand without seeing what I had seen. The bored expressions on their faces as I tried to convey the danger made me realize how alone I truly was. I stayed in a hotel that night, paid in cash, used a fake name, didn't bring any devices with me, just sat in the room with the chain on the door, watching the parking lot through a gap in the curtains. Nothing happened. No one came. Hours stretched into eternity as I waited for a threat that never materialized. Sleep came in brief, restless intervals, interrupted by the slightest sounds from neighboring rooms or the hallway outside. I returned home the next day, convinced I had overreacted. The apartment was exactly as I had left it. No signs of entry, no disturbance. I ran more security scans, changed the locks, installed a camera system. Life began to feel normal again as days passed without incident, but the normalcy felt thin, fragile, like ice forming over a dark lake. I went through the motions of my routine while constantly looking over my shoulder, checking reflections in windows, scanning crowds for watching eyes. 2 weeks later, as I was falling asleep, I heard a notification sound from my phone. A new email, the verification code as the subject line again. The body contained a link and words about my viewership making something possible. I didn't click the link, deleted the email immediately, blocked the sender, tried to go back to sleep. The darkness of my bedroom seemed deeper somehow, the shadows more substantial. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, too loud, too fast. Sleep retreated beyond my reach. That's when I heard the knock at my door. Not a pounding or frantic banging, just 3 measured, deliberate knocks. Professional, patient. The sound cut through the silence of my apartment with surgical precision. My entire body went rigid, paralyzed by the confirmation of my worst fears. I checked the camera feed on my phone. No one appeared on the screen. Just an empty hallway. The emptiness seemed wrong somehow, unnatural, as if the space itself had been hollowed out. Reality thinned to allow something through. Another knock. Same pattern, same deliberate pacing. The sound seemed to reverberate through my bones, setting my teeth on edge. The empty hallway on my phone screen made no sense. The knocking made no sense. Nothing made sense anymore. I called the police, whispering my address, explaining there was someone at my door. They promised to send someone, asked if I could stay on the line. I agreed, keeping my voice low. The dispatcher's voice in my ear provided a tenuous connection to normality, to safety. I clung to it even as another set of knocks came. The knocking came a 3rd time. I moved as quietly as I could to the door, looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, not just unoccupied, but empty in a way that defied explanation. The familiar corridor seemed distorted, stretched, as if viewed through warped glass. And still, no one visible who could be causing the sound. A fourth knock, right in front of me. Impossible, with no one there. The sound now originating centimeters from my face. I could feel the vibration of it through the door, against my forehead pressed to the peephole. A knock from nothing, from nowhere, from no one. I backed away from the door, explained to the dispatcher what was happening. They asked me to verify my address again, told me units were 3 minutes away. Their voice sounded distant now, underwater, unreachable. The connection failing as reality unraveled around me. The knocking stopped. My phone chimed with a new notification. A text message from my own number informing me they were already inside. The words glowed on the screen. Impossible, yet undeniable. The air in the apartment changed, grew heavier, charged with presence. No longer alone, no longer safe, never safe again. The police arrived 8 minutes later. They found the door locked, chained from the inside. When no one answered their knocks, they broke the door down. The apartment was empty, no signs of struggle, no evidence anyone had been there besides me. Just my phone on the floor, screen shattered, and a piece of paper beside it with that same verification code. The police report noted nothing unusual beyond an abandoned residence, a missing person case with no leads, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play. Just another digital ghost, forgotten as screens scroll to the next distraction. I'm told they're still looking for me, friends, family, co-workers. They've all received messages from my accounts saying I needed some time away, that I'd be back soon. The messages include details only I would know, use phrases and expressions specific to me. Perfect digital forgeries maintaining the illusion that I still exist in the world I once knew. They aren't from me. I don't know where I am. The room has white walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center, a single chair that I'm secured to. There's a camera mounted in the corner, its red light constantly on, watching, streaming. The light never blinks, never wavers. A mechanical eye broadcasting my existence to unseen watchers. Sometimes I hear notifications through the walls. Sounds like bids being placed. Sounds like viewers making requests. The same commerce I once witnessed now cycles back to me. The drain in the floor waits patiently. The restraints hold firm. The door remains closed but will open soon. I know what's coming. I've seen this stream before. The other side of the screen now. The other side of the mask. Participant, no longer viewer. If you're reading this, it's because someone wants my story shared. A warning, perhaps. Or an advertisement. The truth doesn't matter anymore. Only the stream matters. Only the viewers matter. Be careful what you look for online. Be careful what you allow yourself to witness. The line between viewer and participant is thinner than you think. A membrane easily punctured. A boundary easily crossed. And if you hear that measured knock at your door someday, don't answer. People always ask how someone like me ended up in this situation. I suppose it's fair to wonder how a university cleaner from Brighton could stumble onto something so dark that thousands of people are now eagerly waiting to watch me suffer. The answer is embarrassingly simple. I thought I was being helpful. It was about 4 months ago when I first heard about live streaming. My daughter had moved to Leeds for university, and we'd been struggling to stay in touch. She suggested we try some new platform where she could show me around her campus and I could give her virtual tours of home. I'm not great with technology, but I wanted to connect with her, so I signed up. The platform was called Streamlink, and it seemed straightforward enough. You could broadcast live to friends and family, or watch other people's streams if they made them public. I spent my first few weeks just watching travel vlogs and people cooking meals in their kitchens. Harmless stuff, the kind of content that made the internet feel like a friendlier place. I work night shifts, cleaning office buildings around Brighton. It's solitary work, which suits me fine, but it does get lonely sometimes. During my breaks, I'd watch these streams on my phone. People chatting while they worked, students showing their daily routines, families having dinner together. It felt like having company during the long, quiet hours. One night, I was cleaning a legal firm's offices when I received a notification that someone wanted to follow my account. The username was just a string of numbers and letters, but their profile showed they were interested in workplace environments. I accepted the follow request without thinking much about it. Probably someone else who worked night shifts, I figured. The next night, I got a message from the same account asking if I'd ever considered streaming during my work. They said they found workplace content relaxing and would be interested in watching someone clean offices. The message was polite, even complimentary about how peaceful night cleaning must be. They offered to pay me £20 per stream. £20 doesn't sound like much, but when you're on minimum wage and trying to help your daughter with university expenses, it's significant. I was hesitant at first. Streaming while working seemed unprofessional. But then I reasoned that I was only cleaning, and the buildings were empty anyway. What harm could there be? I started with short streams, maybe 30 minutes, while I cleaned reception areas or break rooms. My one regular viewer seemed genuinely interested, making comments about cleaning techniques and asking questions about different office layouts. They were respectful, never asking personal questions or trying to get me to show anything inappropriate. Just someone who found routine, methodical work soothing to watch. After a few weeks, they asked if I'd be willing to stream while cleaning higher security areas, places like server rooms or document storage. They offered £50 per stream and explained they worked in office security and were interested in how cleaning staff navigated around sensitive equipment. The request seemed reasonable, and the money was too good to refuse. That's when things started feeling off. During these streams, my viewer would make very specific comments about the equipment I was near, or ask me to clean certain areas more thoroughly. Once, they asked me to focus the camera on a particular server rack while I worked around it. Another time, they wanted me to spend extra time near a filing cabinet marked confidential. I started noticing other changes too. My viewer count occasionally showed 2 or 3 people watching instead of just one, though only my original follower ever commented. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of unfamiliar usernames in the viewer list before they'd disappear. I told myself it was just a glitch in the platform. The requests grew more specific. Could I stream while cleaning the partners' offices? Could I make sure to clean around their desks thoroughly, showing any documents that might be left out? Could I adjust the camera angle to get a better view of computer screens that had been left on? Each request came with an increased payment offer. I should have stopped then, should have realized what was really happening. But the money was too useful, and I convinced myself I wasn't doing anything truly wrong. I wasn't stealing documents or accessing computers. I was just cleaning, and if people wanted to watch me do my job, that was their choice. One night, about 6 weeks ago, everything changed. I was streaming while cleaning a law firm's conference room when I noticed something odd about the viewer count. Instead of the usual 2 or 3, It showed dozens of people watching, then hundreds, then thousands. The chat, which had always been just my one regular viewer making polite comments, exploded with activity. Messages were flying by too fast to read, but I caught fragments, coordinates, building layouts, security schedules. Someone was discussing the best times to enter the building. Another was sharing information about alarm systems. That's when I understood what my streams had really been used for. I wasn't providing relaxing content for lonely night shift workers. I was unknowingly conducting reconnaissance for criminals. Every office layout I'd shown, every security camera I'd inadvertently revealed, every keypad code I'd accidentally captured while unlocking doors, it had all been recorded and analyzed. I ended the stream immediately and tried to delete my account, but the platform wouldn't let me. Every time I attempted to log in, I received error messages. When I tried to create a new account to see what was happening, I found that my streams had been archived and were still available to view. My cleaning routes through multiple office buildings had been documented in detail. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was just my full name. The body contained a single link and the words, "You've been very helpful. Now it's time to give back to the community." The link led to a different website, not a stream link, but something darker. The page showed what appeared to be a live feed from an empty room. Concrete walls, industrial lighting, a drain in the floor. In the corner was a viewer counter that showed thousands of people watching. Below that was a countdown timer, set to 3 days from then. I closed the browser and tried to pretend I'd never seen it. But over the next day, I kept receiving messages, text messages to my phone, which I'd never given to anyone associated with the platform. Emails to addresses I'd only used for personal things. Social media accounts I thought were private suddenly had friend requests from users with random number usernames. The messages all carried the same theme. I'd provided valuable services, and now I needed to fulfill my part of a larger agreement, an agreement I'd never knowingly made. They referenced specific details from my streams, which office building I was in on, which nights, what time I usually took my breaks, even what I typically ate for my midnight meal. I went to the police, but explaining the situation made me sound paranoid or potentially complicit in whatever crimes were being planned. A middle-aged cleaner claiming he'd accidentally helped criminals through innocent live streams. They took a report, but clearly thought I was either confused or trying to cover up involvement in something illegal. That's when the physical surveillance began. People following me to work, cars parked outside my flat, strangers in the cleaning supply store who seemed to know my schedule. One morning, I came home to find my front door unlocked and a note on my kitchen table with just an address and the word tomorrow. The address was for a warehouse on the outskirts of Brighton. I didn't go, obviously. Instead, I packed what I could carry and left town. I've been moving from place to place since then, staying in different guest houses and hostels, paying cash for everything. But they keep finding me. Hotel staff who recognize me despite using different names. Other guests who seem to know my routines. Maintenance workers who ask unusual questions about the buildings I'm staying in. Sometimes I'll return to my room to find that someone has been through my belongings, though nothing is ever taken. Yesterday, I found a small package in my backpack that I definitely didn't put there. Inside was a mobile phone, already switched on. The screen showed a familiar interface, Streamlink, with a notification that I had thousands of followers waiting for my next broadcast. There was also a countdown timer, showing less than 2 days remaining. I'm writing this from an internet cafe in a town whose name I won't mention. The mobile phone is still with me because I'm afraid to throw it away. Every time I look at it, the follower count has increased. The comments section is active with messages I can't understand, references to locations, schedules, preparation. This morning, the phone rang. When I answered, there was no voice on the other end, just the sound of a streaming platform notification. Then text appeared on the screen. Final stream begins in 36 hours. Location details to follow. Failure to participate will result in consequences for family members. I haven't spoken to my daughter in Leeds for 3 weeks. I've been too afraid to contact her, worried that doing so might draw attention to her. But this morning, I received a photo message on the mysterious phone. It showed her walking to lectures, clearly taken without her knowledge. She looked tired and stressed, probably worried about not hearing from me. The most terrifying realization is that this was always the plan. The initial approach, the gradual increase in payment, the specific requests for certain areas, it was all designed to gather information while slowly drawing me deeper into something I couldn't escape from. They'd studied my financial situation, my relationship with my daughter, my work schedule. They knew exactly how to manipulate me. I keep thinking about how many other people might be involved in similar schemes without realizing it. Delivery drivers streaming their routes, security guards showing empty buildings at night, maintenance workers broadcasting from inside restricted areas, all thinking they're earning a bit of extra money through harmless content creation, not realizing they're providing reconnaissance for something much darker. The phone just vibrated with another notification. The stream is scheduled to begin tomorrow evening at a location that will be sent to me 6 hours beforehand. The viewer count now shows tens of thousands of people waiting, people who have been watching my every move for months, learning my routines, studying my vulnerabilities. I don't know what kind of stream they expect me to participate in, but given what I've learned about the platform's true purpose, I doubt it's anything I'd survive. The empty room with the concrete walls and the drain in the floor keeps appearing in my nightmares. I'm going to try to disappear again after posting this. Maybe if I can stay hidden long enough, they'll lose interest. Maybe they'll find another target. Maybe my daughter will be safe if I just vanish completely. But I'm not optimistic. They've proven they can track me anywhere, through any means. They have resources I can't understand and reach I can't escape. And they have something that makes escape impossible: leverage over the people I care about. If you ever get approached to start streaming your work, no matter how innocent it seems, please think carefully about what you might inadvertently be revealing. The people watching might not be who they claim to be. The request might seem reasonable at first, but lead somewhere much darker. The countdown on the phone now shows less than 30 hours. I need to move again, but I'm running out of places to hide, and running out of hope that I can somehow break free from this nightmare I accidentally created. One innocent stream led to this. One decision to earn a bit of extra money has put me and my daughter in danger. All because I wanted to help someone who claimed to find workplace cleaning relaxing to watch. The viewer count keeps growing. They're all waiting for tomorrow's final stream, waiting to see what happens to the helpful cleaner who showed them exactly how to break into the buildings where he worked. I should never have accepted that first follow request. Sophie handed in her essay with that slightly smug expression she always wore when she thought she'd done something clever, sliding the printed pages across my desk with deliberate casualness, like she was passing state secrets rather than GCSE coursework. I was marking media studies assignments at home in Birmingham that evening when I got to hers and stopped reading after the first paragraph, just staring at the pages for about 10 minutes straight. The students always think they're the first ones to discover it, like they've stumbled across some secret that previous generations never found. The assignment was straightforward enough. Investigate how information spreads online and evaluate the reliability of different digital sources. Most students picked safe topics like social media misinformation or how news travels through messaging apps, standard teenage analysis of platforms they already understood. Sophie had decided to explore what she called the hidden internet, places where information exists outside normal search results and social media feeds. She had this habit of tucking her hair behind her left ear when she was concentrating, and I could picture her doing exactly that while typing this essay, convinced she was breaking academic ground that no teacher had ever considered. Her essay described discovering communities and content that operated beyond the reach of regular browsers and conventional oversight. She wrote about it with the casual confidence of someone who assumed she was the first person to encounter these concepts, explaining hidden services and anonymous networks as if she were pioneering digital anthropology. What bothered me wasn't her choice of topic, but the specific details she included about content she'd accessed while researching. Screenshots of sites hosting material that definitely wasn't appropriate for a school project. Descriptions of communities discussing activities that were obviously illegal. The essay included references to live streaming sites that showed what she described as real events happening in real time. Not entertainment content or news broadcasts, but unfiltered documentation of activities that people wanted to keep private from normal observation. She'd analyzed the technical aspects of these streams with surprising sophistication, discussing video quality, audience interaction features, and geographic indicators that suggested some content was being produced locally rather than in distant countries. Most concerning was her casual mention of recognizing locations in some of the streams, buildings and spaces around Birmingham that she could identify from architectural details or background elements visible in the footage. I found myself reaching for my laptop to close it, to put Sophie's essay aside and mark something safer. But something about her description of recognizing local locations made me curious despite my better judgment. That evening, I researched some of the sites Sophie had mentioned. The process of reaching these hidden sites was more complex than regular browsing, requiring specific software and careful attention to security practices. Sophie's essay had included enough technical details for me to follow her research methodology, though I told myself I was just verifying whether her claims were accurate. What I found confirmed that Sophie had accessed content that was genuinely disturbing. The streaming sites showed feeds from various locations that appeared to be monitored without the knowledge of people using those spaces. Not public surveillance cameras, but hidden monitoring of private areas where people assumed they weren't being observed. Most locations looked like commercial or industrial spaces, basements, warehouses, converted buildings being used for activities that required privacy. I found myself leaning closer to the screen, straining to hear the faint background sounds that accompanied the video feeds. Distant traffic, the hum of ventilation systems, occasionally footsteps echoing in empty corridors. What made me pay closer attention was recognizing some of the architectural details Sophie had mentioned. Victorian brickwork, industrial fittings, window designs, characteristic of older buildings around Birmingham. I'd lived in the city long enough to identify these features as typical of converted warehouses in areas like Digbeth and the Jewellery Quarter. One location appeared regularly, a basement space with distinctive period features suggesting it was in a Victorian commercial building. The camera angle captured most of the room, but occasionally something would move just outside the frame, a shadow or the suggestion of movement that made me realize these weren't empty spaces being monitored for security purposes. I should have closed the laptop then, should have stopped following Sophie's research methodology and focused on how to address her inappropriate internet usage through proper school channels. But I kept watching, telling myself I needed to understand the full scope of what she'd discovered. The basement's architectural details were specific enough that I could potentially identify the building through local historical records. After narrowing down possibilities to about a dozen buildings, I decided to walk past the most likely candidates during my weekend. Most buildings I identified were occupied by legitimate businesses, but one stood out because it appeared mostly vacant despite being in a desirable commercial area. The ground floor had retail space, but upper floors showed no signs of occupancy, and basement windows were covered from inside. I walked past several times over the next week, observing at different times. Most of the time it looked empty, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles that weren't there regularly, or lights in what appeared to be the basement level. Bright, harsh illumination visible around window edges. One evening, I found an envelope on my kitchen table, not slipped under the door, on the table where I'd left my keys and wallet after coming home from school. Someone had been inside my house while I was there, moving through my home quietly enough that I hadn't heard them from the living room where I'd been marking papers. Inside was a printed copy of Sophie's essay with certain sections highlighted in red. The parts where she'd mentioned recognizing local locations and analyzing geographic indicators. On the final page was a handwritten note. Curious teachers make excellent research assistants. I spent the rest of the evening checking every window and door, trying to work out how someone had entered without me noticing. But I also couldn't stop thinking about that phrase, research assistants, and what exactly they might want me to research. The next day at school, I tried to act normally while observing Sophie more carefully. She seemed exactly the same, confident, slightly rebellious, focused on completing assignments with minimal effort. During lunch break, I noticed someone waiting outside the school gates who didn't look like a parent or staff member. They were positioned where they could see both entrances, observing rather than waiting for someone specific. After about 20 minutes, they left, but their presence felt connected to the note about curious teachers. 3 days later, I saw the same person outside the supermarket near my house, standing by the car park entrance with the same careful observation posture, not following me directly, but making sure I understood that my movements were being monitored. That afternoon, I decided to speak with Sophie about her research and whether she'd had unusual contact from people interested in her work. Her response was casual. A few people had messaged her online expressing interest in her research methods, but she'd assumed they were fellow students or academics. She showed me the messages on her phone. Friendly, professional inquiries about how she'd accessed certain sites and whether she'd be interested in sharing additional findings. But something about their tone made me uncomfortable. Too knowledgeable about technical aspects, too familiar with specific sites Sophie had accessed. I tried to explain that people operating illegal surveillance networks might not appreciate students writing school essays about their activities. She seemed to understand my concerns, but pointed out that she'd only accessed publicly available sites, hadn't obtained information through illegal methods. Over the next few days, I found myself paralyzed by indecision about contacting the police. Every time I reached for the phone, I'd think about explaining how I discovered the surveillance sites, whether my own investigation might be considered problematic. Then I'd think about Sophie potentially being in danger because I was too cowardly to report what I knew. But I was also afraid that people who could enter my house without detection might take additional steps to ensure teachers didn't become problems for their activities. A week later, Sophie didn't show up for school. Her parents called to report she'd left home at normal time, but never arrived for registration. Police were notified immediately, search procedures initiated, but there was no obvious explanation for where she might have gone. I should have mentioned her research project and the possibility that her internet activities had attracted unwanted attention. But I couldn't bring myself to explain how I knew about illegal surveillance sites without implicating myself in the investigation. Sophie has been missing for 6 weeks now. The police investigation continues, but no trace has been found despite extensive searches and media appeals. Sometimes I still check the surveillance sites, telling myself I'm looking for evidence that might help the investigation. Last week, I saw movement in one of the basement feeds. A figure that could have been the right height and build, hair that might have been the same shade as Sophie's. I still remember the exact moment I realized it wasn't a prank. There was something about the bruises on his face that looked too real, too painful. And his eyes, God, his eyes as he stared directly into that camera. I've never seen genuine fear like that before, not from Jay. It started innocently enough. Just another weird link my friend Jay had found on some obscure forum. He was always sending us these things, supposed red rooms or whatever, from the dark web. You know how it goes, always with a bunch of laughing emojis, like it was all just a big joke, and it always was, until it wasn't. Jay was the kind of person who exhausted you just by existing. Actually, that sounds harsh. Let me rephrase that. He had this constant need for attention that could be draining. He was always staging these elaborate pranks, fake ghost encounters on video calls, prank calls to forum moderators that he'd record, and once he even created this whole fictional stalker just to get karma on Reddit. The guy lived for reactions, any reaction. I usually just went along with it. Never fully believed his stunts, but I'd play along because, well, he was my friend. Sometimes his pranks crossed lines. Occasionally they were genuinely funny, but mostly they were just a lot, too much. So when that Red Room link appeared in our group chat, I didn't even bother clicking. Just another one of Jay's attempts to get us all worked up, I thought. But something felt off that week. Jay wasn't his usual self. He wasn't bombarding the chat with his typical nonsense. He wasn't trying to one-up everyone's stories. He was just quiet. I remember thinking maybe he'd finally grown bored of his own antics. Or perhaps he'd been banned from some platform again. But I kept coming back to the last thing he sent us. Something about this link being legitimate, about using headphones, about being warned. Then he disappeared. At first, I didn't think much of it. Jay had a habit of vanishing for days at a time, usually chasing after some girl he'd met online. He'd resurface eventually with wildly exaggerated stories that none of us believed. But this time felt different. It stretched on too long. On the third day, his mother called me. I still get chills thinking about that call. Her voice had this tremor to it that I'd never heard before. She explained that Jay hadn't been home, that his phone was completely off. I tried to reassure her, told her it was probably just another one of his elaborate pranks. But there was this moment, this awful, gut-wrenching moment, when her voice broke while telling me he'd left without his camera. Jay never went anywhere without that camera. Ever. It was like an extension of himself. That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. I promised I'd come over to check his room, maybe look through his computer for any clues. I wish I could go back to that moment. I wish I'd just stayed home. His room was exactly as he'd left it. Messy, full of half-finished projects. I checked his laptop first. Nothing unusual. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed his desk drawer was slightly open. I probably wouldn't have looked inside if it had been closed completely. Funny how such small decisions change everything. There it was, a flash drive hidden behind a stack of old Polaroids, labeled with red marker, "If gone." I hesitated. Part of me wanted to just hand it over to his mother, or maybe to the police. But curiosity, or maybe a misplaced sense of responsibility, got the better of me. I took it home and plugged it into my computer. What happened next still haunts me. The drive auto-launched a single file. No name, no extension. Just static at first, and then there was Jay, tied to a metal chair. The lighting was dim, like there was a single bulb hanging somewhere just out of frame. He was gagged. He was crying, trying desperately to communicate something. He looked genuinely terrified. Not the fake scared he'd do for his videos, not acting. This was raw fear. I had to pause it. I physically couldn't continue watching. I remember standing up so fast my chair tipped over. I paced around my room, trying to convince myself this was just another one of his elaborate stunts. Maybe for a film project. Maybe for some weird internet challenge. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. When I finally worked up the courage to look at the drive again, something impossible had happened. There were now 3 videos. I swear on everything I believe in, I hadn't downloaded anything else. I hadn't clicked anything. They just appeared. The second video was worse, much worse. Jay was still in that same chair, but his face was now swollen and bruised. His lip was split open, and his pinky finger, I still have nightmares about this, it was just gone. The stub was wrapped in dirty-looking duct tape and gauze, but it was clearly missing. And the way he looked at the camera, it was like he was looking directly at me, silently pleading, that same light swinging somewhere above him, creating these shifting shadows across his face. You know when something is so horrific your brain refuses to process it? When you keep telling yourself it must be fake, even though every instinct is screaming that it's real. That's where I was, staring at my screen, hands shaking so badly I could barely move the mouse, telling myself it had to be special effects or some digital manipulation. But it wasn't. It was real. It was happening. Then the screen glitched. For just a second, everything went black. When the image returned, there was text on the screen. Just one word: vote. I scrolled down without thinking, and that's when I saw them. 3 buttons below the video: remove left hand, pull tooth, no water for 24 hours. I froze. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. Was this some kind of sick interactive video? A game? I didn't mean to interact with it at all, but I hovered my cursor over the no water option, just to see if it was actually clickable. The screen blinked. A message appeared. Your vote has been counted. I panicked. I ripped the flash drive out of my computer so violently I'm surprised it didn't break. I ran to the bathroom and threw up. I couldn't stop shaking. I was convinced I'd done something terrible, that I'd somehow participated in whatever nightmare Jay was trapped in, that I'd made things worse. Later that night, after hours of pacing and panicking, I checked the drive again. There was a 4th file. Same setup, same chair, same swinging light. But now Jay was blindfolded, still gagged. There were these horrible marks on his arms, like wires had been wrapped around them and pulled tight. I could barely bring myself to watch, but I forced myself to. I needed to understand what was happening. At the very end of the clip, just before it cut to black, Jay moved his lips. There was no sound, but I could read what he was trying to say. One word: run. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept seeing his face when I closed my eyes. The following morning, I took everything to the police. The drive, the videos, the voting page. I showed them all of it. I was desperate for them to tell me it was all an elaborate hoax, that Jay was fine, that this was just some dark corner of the internet playing tricks on me. But they couldn't say that. Instead, they told me there was no way to trace where the files had come from. The metadata had been wiped clean. The source was encrypted. Whoever was behind this knew exactly what they were doing. They took the drive as evidence and told me not to share anything about this online. Then they sent me home. That was 3 weeks ago. Jay is still missing. His room remains untouched. His camera still sits on his desk where he left it. His mother calls me every day, asking if I've heard anything new. I never know what to tell her. I've deleted our group chat, blocked everyone else who was in it. I don't even open my browser without a VPN now. I've become paranoid about everything digital. Every link, every file, every innocent-looking attachment. Sometimes I dream about that swinging light bulb, that dull, rhythmic sway casting moving shadows. I can hear it even when I'm awake, that faint, creaking sound. The last thing Jay told us before he disappeared was that clicking the link could get us killed. I laughed it off then. I'm not laughing anymore. I used to think of myself as a digital explorer, not a hacker. I never had the skills for that, but someone who enjoyed poking around the dustier corners of the internet, finding weird forums, abandoned websites, obscure file-sharing networks. It was a hobby, something to do during those long, sleepless nights when my anxiety wouldn't let me rest. I never thought it would lead me to what I found last winter, or that I'd still be looking over my shoulder nearly a year later. I've tried talking to a therapist about this, but I always stop short of sharing the full story. How do you tell someone you've glimpsed something so fundamentally wrong that has changed how you see the world? So I'm writing it down instead, maybe as a warning, maybe just to finally get it out of my head. I work in IT, network administration for a mid-sized company in Sheffield. Nothing exciting. Just making sure systems stay up and running, troubleshooting when Karen from accounting can't connect to the printer for the 10th time that week. I'd been with the company for about 3 years when this happened, comfortable enough in my role that my mind often wandered during the quieter moments. I'd always been interested in computers. Built my first desktop at 15 from parts I'd saved up for over 6 months. Taught myself basic coding from library books because my parents couldn't afford internet at home yet. That early fascination with technology never really left me, even as it became my career. My flat has a small second bedroom that I'd converted into a home office. Really just a desk crammed against the window with my old desktop computer and a couple of monitors. Not the sleekest setup, but it was mine. And it was where I spent most of my evenings. The desk was littered with the usual debris of someone who spends too much time at a computer. Empty coffee mugs with rings of dried caffeine at the bottom. Scraps of paper with scribbled IP addresses and notes. A stress ball shaped like a server that a colleague had given me as a joke gift. The walls were a dingy off-white that I'd been meaning to repaint since moving in 3 years earlier. It was a Tuesday evening in November. I remember because I'd been putting off doing my online grocery shop, which I usually did on Mondays, and the reminder had popped up on my phone twice already. Outside, the wind was howling, one of those proper northern gales that make the windows rattle in their frames. My heating had been playing up again, so I was sitting at my desk wearing 2 jumpers and a pair of thick socks, occasionally rubbing my hands together between typing. I'd been exploring the dark web on and off for a couple of years by then. Nothing serious, mostly just curiosity about whether it lived up to its reputation. I'd set up all the proper security measures, Tor browser, VPN, the works. Most of what I'd found was disappointingly mundane. Drug marketplaces that looked like badly designed eBay pages from 2005. Forums discussing privacy and cryptocurrency. The occasional repository of pirated software. Nothing like the horror stories you hear, which I'd mostly written off as urban legends exaggerated by people who'd never actually been there. That night, I was following a trail of links from a forum discussing privacy tools. One link led to another, then another. You know how it goes when you're mindlessly browsing. My coffee had gone cold, forgotten on the desk, as I clicked through increasingly obscure websites. The lamp on my desk was the only light in the room, casting long shadows across the walls. My eyes were starting to sting from staring at the screen too long. But I was in that zone where you keep going despite knowing you should probably call it a night. I ended up on what appeared to be a classified site, similar layout to Gumtree or Craigslist, but with a minimalist design that was typical of dark web pages. The categories seemed standard at first: electronics, vehicles, services, property. But there was one category that stood out: merchandise. Something about the clinical term made me pause, my cursor hovering over the link. I remember taking a sip of my cold coffee and grimacing at the taste. It had that bitter, almost metallic flavor that coffee gets when it's been sitting out too long. I clicked on merchandise, expecting to find counterfeit goods or drugs arranged by category. The page loaded slowly, another typical dark web experience, and when it finally appeared, it took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. The listings were organized by location, with major cities and regions from around the world as headers. Underneath each location were dozens of entries with brief descriptions and prices listed in Bitcoin. I scrolled down to the UK section, more out of curiosity about my own country than anything else. There were subsections for London, Manchester, Birmingham, and, to my surprise, Sheffield, my city. My stomach tightened as I clicked on it, though I couldn't have explained why I felt uneasy. The Sheffield section contained about 20 listings, each with a similar format: a reference number, an age, a brief physical description, and a price. No names, no photos, just entries like SHF 2241 19 brunette athletic build, followed by a Bitcoin amount. It took me embarrassingly long to realize what I was looking at. I'd like to blame it on being tired or the bizarre clinical nature of the listings, but I think part of me was deliberately refusing to connect the dots. When understanding finally hit, it was like a physical blow. These weren't items, they were people, human beings categorized like products, listed for sale in my city. I remember pushing back from my desk so violently that my chair hit the wall behind me. My hands were shaking, and I felt suddenly cold in a way that had nothing to do with my faulty heating. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of sick roleplay site, or an elaborate scam targeting gullible people with dark fantasies. Because the alternative, that there was an actual human trafficking operation running in Sheffield, Cataloguing people like merchandise was too horrific to contemplate. I should have closed the browser immediately. I should have reported what I'd found, though to whom and with what evidence, I wasn't sure. Instead, I found myself scrolling through the listings again, this time with a growing sense of dread. Some of the entries included additional notes, suitable for domestic use, experienced in service industry, no visible markings. The clinical language made it all the more disturbing, like browsing a catalogue of appliances, not human lives. At the bottom of the page was a section labelled Local Available Inventory. What caught my eye, what made my blood run cold, was the postcode listed at the top of this section. S10, my postcode, the area where I lived. The listings under this heading were more detailed, including approximate locations. 500 meters from Encliffe Park, Broomhill area, near primary school, Crooks, terrace property with red door. I knew these places. I walked past them nearly every day. The primary school was 2 streets over from my flat. Encliffe Park was where I went running on weekends. These weren't abstract locations in a distant city. This was my neighborhood, the streets I traveled daily. And according to this site, there were people being held there, listed for sale like furniture. I sat there for a long time. The only sound in the room, my own shallow breathing and the hum of my computer. The wind outside had died down, leaving an eerie silence. My mind was racing, trying to process what I was seeing while simultaneously looking for any indication that it wasn't real. Maybe it was all an elaborate hoax. Maybe I'd stumbled upon some kind of alternate reality game with a disturbing premise. Maybe. But deep down, I knew. The specificity of the locations, the matter-of-fact descriptions, the total lack of dramatic flair that you'd expect from fiction. It all pointed to something genuine. And then I noticed something that removed any remaining doubt. At the very bottom of the page was a recently sold section with about a dozen entries marked as transaction completed. One of them included a reference to a news story I'd seen just the week before. A university student who had disappeared while walking home from a club. The entry simply read, SHF 1103 21, blonde, petite, sold, domestic, UAE. I felt physically sick. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely use the mouse. I needed to report this to the police, to someone who could actually do something. But as I reached for my phone, a notification appeared in the corner of my browser. A message from the site administrator. Unusual browsing pattern detected. Local viewer identified. Sheffield, S10 area, Western Bank. Verification in progress. My address. They had my actual address. I slammed my laptop shut and yanked the power cord from the wall, as if physically disconnecting could somehow undo what had just happened. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of how they could have identified me despite all my precautions. Had my VPN failed? Had I made some basic security mistake? It didn't matter how. What mattered was that whoever ran this site now knew exactly where I was. I spent that night at a hotel on the other side of the city, too terrified to stay in my own flat. I paid in cash, used a fake name at check-in, and spent hours staring at the ceiling, jumping at every sound in the corridor outside. The next morning, I called in sick to work and went to the police station. I told them I'd found what I believed to be a human trafficking operation online, but I was vague about how I'd come across it. I didn't mention the dark web or the message I'd received. Even in my panicked state, I was aware of how it might sound, how easily I could become a suspect rather than a reporter. The officer took my statement with what seemed like appropriate concern. but I could tell by his expression that he wasn't entirely convinced. Without specific details about victims or perpetrators, without any concrete evidence beyond my word, there wasn't much they could do. He promised they would look into it and took my contact information. But as I left the station, I had the sinking feeling that nothing would come of it. I stayed with a friend for the next week, making excuses about my heating being broken. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the real reason. It sounded too far-fetched, too dramatic. When I finally returned to my flat, I spent the first night sleeping with a kitchen knife beside my bed, starting awake at every creak and groan of the old building. Days passed, then weeks. Nothing happened. No suspicious characters appeared at my door. No strange cars parked outside my building. I began to think that perhaps the verification message had been an automated response, a scare tactic to frighten away anyone who stumbled across the site. Or maybe they had so many more important concerns that one random IT worker wasn't worth their time. I began to relax, gradually returning to my normal routines, though I never again ventured onto the dark web. Then, about a month later, I noticed something. There was a new listing on the regular missing persons board at the supermarket. A young woman, early 20s, last seen leaving her flat in Broomhill. Her flat was on my street, 3 buildings down from mine. The poster had been put up by her parents, who had travelled from London after not hearing from her for several days. 2 days after that, another missing person, this time a young man, a student at the university, last seen at a pub less than half a mile from my flat. By the third disappearance a week later, another woman, this one from the building directly opposite mine. I knew it wasn't coincidence. They were sending me a message. They were showing me that they could take people right from my doorstep, and no one could stop them. And they were letting me know that they hadn't forgotten about me. I moved the following week, breaking my lease and forfeiting my deposit. I found a flat in Manchester, changed my job, my phone number, even deleted all my social media accounts. For months, I looked over my shoulder constantly, convinced I was being followed. I saw significance in every coincidence, threat in every stranger's glance. It's been almost a year now. Some days I can almost convince myself that I overreacted, that the disappearances in my old neighborhood were just a terrible coincidence. But then I'll see a news report about human trafficking, or a missing person case with familiar details, and that cold dread returns. I've learned more than I ever wanted to about how these networks operate, how vast and well-connected they are, how they can reach into everyday life while remaining invisible to most people. Last week, I received a letter at my new address, an address that isn't listed anywhere, that I've shared only with my parents and my new employer. There was no return address, no message inside, just a printout of a classified listing, MCR-338229, IT professional, current location Northern Quarter, status pending acquisition. They found me, and now they're letting me know that I've moved from being a witness to being merchandise. I'm writing this from a hotel room near Piccadilly Station. I've bought a ticket to Glasgow for tomorrow, leaving at 5:43 a.m. From there, I don't know where I'll go. I don't know if there's anywhere I can go where they won't eventually find me. If you're reading this, stay away from the dark corners of the internet. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. Some knowledge comes with a price you never stop paying. And if you ever see a classified listing that doesn't quite make sense, that uses clinical language to describe what sounds like people rather than products, close your browser immediately. Don't scroll. Don't investigate. Just walk away. I think there's someone in the hallway outside my room. They've been standing there for several minutes now. The door handle just moves slightly, as if someone's testing whether it's locked. I don't think I'm going to make that train tomorrow. The endless horizon of the Scottish Highlands still haunts me, not for its beauty, but for how effectively it isolated us from everything I once took for granted. Safety, connection, witnesses. I find myself tensing whenever I see a camper van now, my heart rate accelerating at the distinctive shape of an RV against the skyline. These normal vehicles, symbols of freedom and adventure for most, represent something entirely different in my fractured memory. Mobile prisons moving between remote locations, carrying occupants who had no idea they were being filmed for their final moments as dark web entertainment. Before that week in May, I was just another burnt-out university graduate with a photography degree and mounting debt, bouncing between freelance gigs, while my more successful classmates secured gallery showings and stable positions. My portfolio was technically sound, but lacked what one particularly blunt interviewer called authentic emotional content, the kind that comes from genuine human connection rather than staged compositions. When I stumbled across a posting on a photography forum seeking someone to document a Highland road trip for a travel blog, the opportunity seemed almost too perfect. 2 weeks of accommodations and meals covered, plus a modest day rate, and the chance to build my portfolio with breathtaking landscapes. The 3 people who picked me up outside Inverness station didn't immediately trigger any internal alarms. Marcus, the apparent leader, was a charismatic American in his 30s, with an easy smile and impressive knowledge of high-end camera equipment. Sasha, a quiet woman with a Scandinavian accent who handled most of the driving, kept her interactions brief but professional. Then there was Eli, younger than the others, constantly fidgeting with various devices, phones, tablets, a sophisticated laptop setup, who explained his role as handling their social media presence and technical needs. The camper van itself was surprisingly luxurious, a large, well-appointed vehicle with distinct living and sleeping areas, modern appliances, and what I initially registered as impressively comprehensive camera equipment for a travel blog. Looking back, I should have questioned why a simple travel documentary required multiple hidden cameras, encrypted hard drives, and satellite uplink capability disguised as standard communication equipment. I mistook these red flags for signs of professionalism, of serious content creators investing in quality production. The truth was far darker. They had created a mobile studio designed for filming isolated locations while broadcasting to paying audiences hidden in obscure corners of the internet. Our first 3 days followed a seemingly legitimate pattern. We visited spectacular viewpoints along the North Coast 500 route, capturing footage of ancient castles and dramatic cliffs. I handled most of the still photography, while Marcus directed video sequences that seemed, at the time, like standard travel content. The only odd element was their insistence on incorporating hitchhikers or solo travelers we encountered into our footage. They were particularly interested in backpackers, young people traveling alone, often foreign visitors with limited connections in the country. Each evening, we would park in increasingly remote locations, far from official campsites or other travelers. Marcus explained this as seeking unspoiled shots, an authentic wilderness experience, which aligned with the blog's supposed focus on off-grid travel. During these nights, Eli would spend hours hunched over his equipment in what they called the editing bay, a partitioned section of the camper with multiple screens and a door that locked from the inside. I occasionally caught fragments of his communication that didn't quite fit our supposed project, references to subscribers, premium content, and special requests. The first truly unsettling incident occurred on our fourth night. We had picked up a backpacker earlier that day, a German student hiking through Scotland on his gap year. He seemed thrilled by the offer of a hot meal and lift to the next town. That evening, parked beside a remote loch with no other vehicles visible for miles, I woke to hushed movements and the distinct sound of a struggle coming from the main cabin area. Peering through a crack in my curtained sleeping compartment, I glimpsed Marcus and Sasha restraining the German traveler, while Eli adjusted camera angles and lighting with practiced efficiency. My immediate reaction was frozen disbelief. Surely this was some misunderstanding, perhaps an elaborate prank for their blog. I retreated into my bunk, heartbeat thundering in my ears, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. By morning, the backpacker was gone, with Marcus casually mentioning that he decided to continue his journey early. The easy way he maintained eye contact while delivering this obvious lie sent ice through my veins, but I nodded and forced a smile, suddenly aware of my own vulnerability in this isolated location with people who were clearly not who they claimed to be. That day, reviewing images on my camera, I noticed something I'd overlooked. A folder accidentally synced from Eli's computer to our shared cloud storage. Inside were thumbnails that made my blood run cold. Night vision footage of previous guests in various stages of terror, file names containing phrases like unboxing, first cut, and finale. Most disturbing was a document listing dark web viewer statistics and cryptocurrency payments associated with each video. Some figures reaching 5 and 6 digits for what were labeled interactive eliminations. The file structure used the same distinctive formatting I'd only read about in articles exposing dark web marketplaces and red rooms. The horrifying truth crystallized all at once. I wasn't documenting a travel blog. I was unknowingly participating in a dark web broadcast channel that streamed kidnapping, torture, and murder to paying viewers who could influence the proceedings through cryptocurrency donations and votes. The remote locations weren't for capturing unspoiled landscapes. They were chosen for isolation, for eliminating the possibility of intervention or witnesses. This was one of those infamous dark web red rooms I'd heard journalists reference with skepticism, operating right before my eyes. And I, with my legitimate photography credentials and social media presence, provided the perfect cover for approaching victims and establishing trust. That night, parked in our most isolated location yet beside an abandoned quarry, I overheard them discussing their plans for me. I had served my purpose in helping secure victims and providing authentic-looking content for their cover story. Now, according to Marcus, I would make compelling final content for their premium subscribers. Eli mentioned special requests already coming in, viewers excited by the prospect of the documentarian becoming the documented. Sasha, in her clinical tone, suggested a multi-day experience to maximize revenue. My only chance was the brief window when they all left the camper to scout the location for optimal filming angles. With shaking hands, I searched frantically for anything I could use: cash, keys, a weapon for defense. What I found instead, hidden in a compartment beneath Eli's workstation, was a hard drive containing what appeared to be their complete broadcast history. Dozens of videos documenting what happened to the smiling, trusting travelers who had briefly appeared in our travel blog footage before disappearing. I grabbed the drive along with my own camera containing photographic evidence of locations and their faces, then slipped out through the emergency exit window. The Highland night was bitterly cold, the darkness nearly absolute away from the campers' lights. I oriented myself toward where I thought the nearest road might be, perhaps 5 miles across difficult terrain, and began moving as quietly as possible across the rocky landscape. I hadn't gone more than 100 yards when the camper's exterior lights suddenly flooded the area with harsh illumination. A notification tone had betrayed me. My phone, which I'd forgotten to silence, receiving a message from a friend checking why I hadn't posted on social media recently. The familiar ping echoed across the quarry like a death knell, immediately followed by shouts from Marcus, directing the others to different search quadrants. What followed was a nightmarish game of cat and mouse across terrain I was ill-equipped to navigate. I could hear them methodically sweeping the area, Eli providing updates through their communication system, Marcus occasionally calling out with false promises of safety if I returned willingly. Most chilling was Sasha's complete silence, professional, efficient, tracking me with the focus of someone who had done this many times before. I eventually found shelter in a narrow crevice between boulders, pressing myself into the damp darkness as their flashlight beams swept nearby. Hours passed, the cold seeping into my bones, before the first hints of dawn provided enough light to navigate. I emerged cautiously, limbs stiff and painful, to discover the camper still parked in the distance, but no sign of my pursuers. The road, when I finally reached it, was deserted at that early hour. I walked for nearly 3 hours before a delivery van stopped, the driver's initial wariness turning to concern at my disheveled state and obviously distressed condition. He drove me to the nearest police station in Ullapool, maintaining a respectful silence that I now recognize as the reaction of someone who senses they've encountered something traumatic and doesn't want to cause further harm through questioning. The police response was initially skeptical. My story sounded fantastical, especially without immediately available evidence. The hard drive I'd stolen was encrypted in ways beyond their immediate technical capabilities. It took the discovery of blood evidence in a location I'd photographed, matched to a missing Portuguese tourist reported 3 days earlier, for the investigation to gain momentum. By then, the camper and its occupants had vanished, likely across the border or out of the country entirely. 6 months later, international law enforcement identified Marcus and Eli operating a similar scheme in rural New Zealand, targeting hikers on remote trails. They were arrested during an attempted abduction, their equipment confiscated, the full horror of their dark web operation exposed. The investigation uncovered a complex network of Tor hidden services, cryptocurrency wallets, and subscriber lists spanning 5 continents. Sasha remains at large, her true identity still unknown despite multiple aliases documented across several countries and dark web marketplaces. The videos continue to circulate on the dark web, I'm told, pass between private servers and encrypted channels beyond the reach of conventional detection. Sometimes I wonder if the people who watched those broadcasts, who paid to vote on what happened to those travelers, who treated human suffering as interactive entertainment, ever reflect on their role in creating the demand that these monsters supplied. I wonder how many well-appointed camper vans are traveling remote roads right now, their occupants unaware that their journey is being broadcast to unseen audiences eagerly awaiting the moment when the friendly hosts reveal their true purpose. I no longer take photographs. I no longer travel to isolated locations. I no longer trust offers that seem too perfectly aligned with my needs. Most of all, I never forget that the real horrors in this world aren't supernatural monsters or fictional killers. They're the ordinary-looking people who see others not as human beings, but as content to be consumed. Their suffering translated into engagement metrics and cryptocurrency transactions somewhere in the darkest corners of the dark web. That shadowy underbelly of the internet continues to host these broadcasts, with new RVs and new victims, while most people remain blissfully unaware of what truly lurks beneath the surface of their everyday online experience. I never thought I'd be the type of person to get mixed up in something like this. Most people wouldn't. That's the thing about curiosity. It starts innocently enough. A random link shared in a forum. A passing comment about the dark web that piques your interest. For me, it began with an article I read about internet privacy and security. The author mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing almost as an afterthought. I didn't even know what those things were at the time. I'm a network engineer by trade. My days revolve around making sure corporate systems stay operational, patching vulnerabilities, monitoring traffic patterns. Nothing extraordinary. Just another tech guy with a modest apartment, a decent salary, and too much free time on his hands. Maybe that's why I installed the Tor browser that night. Professional development, I told myself. Good to understand how these things work. The first few days exploring the dark web were disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy rights, marketplaces selling things I had no interest in, dead links, slow loading times. It was like visiting the internet of the early 2000s, minus the charm. I was about to uninstall the whole thing when I stumbled across a thread discussing something called red rooms. The concept seemed absurd at first. Live streaming platforms where viewers could watch and even direct acts of violence against unwilling participants. Urban legends, I thought. Internet boogeyman stories to scare the uninitiated. Most people in the thread seemed to agree. They were myths, impossible to operate given bandwidth limitations and the technical difficulties of secure streaming. A few individuals insisted they existed, but provided no evidence, no links. Then someone posted coordinates. Not a web address, but a string of characters, numbers, and symbols that meant nothing to me. Someone else responded with a single word. The thread went quiet after that. I copied the string. I shouldn't have done that. Everything would be different if I had just closed the browser right then. It took me 3 days to figure out what to do with those characters. The solution came from an obscure subforum where users discuss cryptographic methods. The string was a key of sorts, one that had to be entered into a specific field on a specific site at a specific time. The kind of complexity that made me think there really was something to hide. I found the site. A blank page with a single input field. Nothing to indicate what it was for. No text, no images. Just an empty box waiting to be filled. I hesitated before pasting in the string. This was the moment I should have walked away. Something about the sterility of that page felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The cursor blinked rhythmically in the empty field, patient, expectant, waiting for me to make a mistake I couldn't undo. The first sign that I had done something irreversible was the sudden change in my network traffic. I monitor my home network obsessively. Occupational habit. The data pattern shifted. Connections multiplying through nodes I couldn't identify. This wasn't normal Tor behavior. My system was being mapped, examined, catalogued by something on the other end. Each packet of data felt like fingers probing through my digital walls, searching for weaknesses, memorizing the layout of my network, of my life. Then the page changed. A loading icon. A countdown timer set to 20 minutes. Nothing else. I waited, telling myself I could close the browser at any time. I didn't. The seconds ticked away, each one dragging longer than the last. My mouth went dry, sweat beaded along my hairline. Still, I waited. Some terrible gravity held me there, unable or unwilling to turn away from what was coming. When the timer reached 0, the stream began. The video quality was surprisingly good. High definition, minimal latency. The room shown was simple. White walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center. A single chair bolted to the floor, empty, waiting. The emptiness of that room hummed with potential violence. The drain in the floor promised the necessity of easy cleaning. The bolted chair spoke of resistance that needed to be overcome. A chat window appeared beside the video feed. Users with alphanumeric names filled the space with scrolling text. I didn't participate, just watched the conversations scroll by. They discussed preferences, made requests. Some offered payment in cryptocurrency. Others seemed to have credit of some kind already established. The casual nature of their communications made my skin crawl. The banality of their anticipation, the everyday commerce of atrocity. I should have left then, but a terrible curiosity kept me watching. In my defense, part of me still believed this was elaborate theater. Dark web performance art designed to shock and disturb. It couldn't be real. The alternative was too monstrous to contemplate. A door opened somewhere off camera. A figure entered the frame, face obscured by a featureless white mask. They wore simple clothes, black pants, grey shirt, latex gloves. Nothing remarkable or identifiable. They looked directly at the camera and held up a piece of paper with a string of characters, a verification code of some kind. Proof that this was happening now, not pre-recorded. The blank mask stared into the camera, into my eyes, as if the person behind it could see me watching, could identify me through the screen. The chat erupted with activity. The masked figure put the paper down and left the frame briefly, returning with someone else. A person with a hood over their head, hands bound behind their back. They were guided to the chair, secured with restraints at the ankles, wrists, and across the torso. The hood remained. The chat began specifying activities. I won't detail what was requested. I won't detail what happened next. I closed the stream after 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Not nearly fast enough. I uninstalled Tor, ran security sweeps on my system, and tried to convince myself I had witnessed an elaborate hoax. But the sound stayed with me, the movements, the knowledge that somewhere, in some hidden corner of the world, that room existed, that chair, that drain. 3 days later, I noticed something unusual about my home network. New devices connecting briefly, then disappearing. Strange traffic patterns in the early morning hours, when I should have been the only one active. Someone had compromised my security. Someone had access. The intrusion felt intimate, violating in ways I couldn't fully process. My private space, my data, my life, all exposed to unknown observers. I changed all my passwords, reconfigured my router, installed new firewalls. The intrusions continued, more sophisticated now, avoiding the measures I put in place. Whoever it was had considerable skill, or resources, or both. Each time I implemented a new security measure, they adapted, evolved, found new pathways into my systems. It became a game of chess where I could only see my own pieces, never my opponents. A week after viewing the stream, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same verification code I had seen on the piece of paper in the video. The body of the email contained a single line about viewers becoming participants eventually. I deleted the email, reported it as phishing, told myself it was automated, sent to everyone who had accessed the stream. Nothing personal, nothing targeted. But my hand shook as I clicked the delete button. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. I knew. Some part of me already knew. Then the real messages started arriving. Direct messages to accounts I hadn't shared with anyone. My private phone number, my work email. All with the same theme. They knew who I was. They knew where I lived. They knew my routines. Each message included proof. A photo of my apartment building taken that day, a screenshot of my calendar, a list of my recent purchases. The level of detail grew more invasive with each communication. What I ate for breakfast, which route I took to work, how long I spent in the shower. The final message came with an attachment, a floor plan of my apartment with an X marked beside my bed. The message informed me that my stream would begin soon, and participants were already bidding. The clinical precision of the threat made it worse somehow. No emotion, no sadness, just process, procedure, industry. I went to the police, tried to explain without incriminating myself. They took notes, offered to send a patrol car by my building, suggested I was being targeted by standard identity thieves. They didn't understand, couldn't understand without seeing what I had seen. The bored expressions on their faces as I tried to convey the danger made me realize how alone I truly was. I stayed in a hotel that night, paid in cash, used a fake name, didn't bring any devices with me, just sat in the room with the chain on the door, watching the parking lot through a gap in the curtains. Nothing happened. No one came. Hours stretched into eternity as I waited for a threat that never materialized. Sleep came in brief, restless intervals, interrupted by the slightest sounds from neighboring rooms or the hallway outside. I returned home the next day, convinced I had overreacted. The apartment was exactly as I had left it. No signs of entry, no disturbance. I ran more security scans, changed the locks, installed a camera system. Life began to feel normal again as days passed without incident, but the normalcy felt thin, fragile, like ice forming over a dark lake. I went through the motions of my routine while constantly looking over my shoulder, checking reflections in windows, scanning crowds for watching eyes. 2 weeks later, as I was falling asleep, I heard a notification sound from my phone. A new email, the verification code as the subject line again. The body contained a link and words about my viewership making something possible. I didn't click the link, deleted the email immediately, blocked the sender, tried to go back to sleep. The darkness of my bedroom seemed deeper somehow, the shadows more substantial. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, too loud, too fast. Sleep retreated beyond my reach. That's when I heard the knock at my door. Not a pounding or frantic banging, just 3 measured, deliberate knocks. Professional, patient. The sound cut through the silence of my apartment with surgical precision. My entire body went rigid, paralyzed by the confirmation of my worst fears. I checked the camera feed on my phone. No one appeared on the screen, just an empty hallway. The emptiness seemed wrong somehow, unnatural, as if the space itself had been hollowed out. Reality thinned to allow something through. Another knock, same pattern, same deliberate pacing. The sound seemed to reverberate through my bones, setting my teeth on edge. The empty hallway on my phone screen made no sense. The knocking made no sense. Nothing made sense anymore. I called the police, whispering my address, explaining there was someone at my door. They promised to send someone, asked if I could stay on the line. I agreed, keeping my voice low. The dispatcher's voice in my ear provided a tenuous connection to normality, to safety. I clung to it even as another set of knocks came. The knocking came a third time. I moved as quietly as I could to the door, looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, not just unoccupied, but empty in a way that defied explanation. The familiar corridor seemed distorted, stretched, as if viewed through warped glass. And still, no one visible who could be causing the sound. A fourth knock, right in front of me. Impossible, with no one there. The sound now originating centimeters from my face. I could feel the vibration of it through the door, against my forehead pressed to the peephole. A knock from nothing, from nowhere, from no one. I backed away from the door, explained to the dispatcher what was happening. They asked me to verify my address again, told me units were 3 minutes away. Their voice sounded distant now, underwater, unreachable. The connection failing as reality unraveled around me. The knocking stopped. My phone chimed with a new notification. A text message from my own number informing me they were already inside. The words glowed on the screen. Impossible, yet undeniable. The air in the apartment changed, grew heavier, charged with presence. No longer alone, no longer safe, never safe again. The police arrived 8 minutes later. They found the door locked, chained from the inside. When no one answered their knocks, they broke the door down. The apartment was empty, no signs of struggle, no evidence anyone had been there besides me. Just my phone on the floor, screen shattered, and a piece of paper beside it with that same verification code. The police report noted nothing unusual beyond an abandoned residence, a missing person case with no leads, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play. Just another digital ghost, forgotten as screens scroll to the next distraction. I'm told they're still looking for me, friends, family, co-workers. They've all received messages from my accounts saying I needed some time away, that I'd be back soon. The messages include details only I would know, use phrases and expressions specific to me. Perfect digital forgeries maintaining the illusion that I still exist in the world I once knew. They aren't from me. I don't know where I am. The room has white walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center, a single chair that I'm secured to. There's a camera mounted in the corner, its red light constantly on, watching, streaming. The light never blinks, never wavers. A mechanical eye broadcasting my existence to unseen watchers. Sometimes I hear notifications through the walls. Sounds like bids being placed. Sounds like viewers making requests. The same commerce I once witnessed now cycles back to me. The drain in the floor waits patiently. The restraints hold firm. The door remains closed but will open soon. I know what's coming. I've seen this stream before. The other side of the screen now. The other side of the mask. Participant, no longer viewer. If you're reading this, it's because someone wants my story shared. A warning, perhaps. Or an advertisement. The truth doesn't matter anymore. Only the stream matters. Only the viewers matter. Be careful what you look for online. Be careful what you allow yourself to witness. The line between viewer and participant is thinner than you think. A membrane easily punctured. A boundary easily crossed. And if you hear that measured knock at your door someday, don't answer. started because I was bored. That sounds trivial, almost embarrassingly so, but it's the truth. 6 months of unemployment after a decade at the same marketing firm had left me restless. Days blurred together in my small apartment. Job applications vanished into the digital void. My savings dwindled. The monotony became almost physically painful, a constant dull pressure behind my eyes. I've never been particularly tech-savvy. I use social media, stream movies, shop online, the usual things. But one night, scrolling through an obscure forum discussing internet privacy, I saw a comment that caught my attention. Someone mentioned how easy it was to access what they called the hidden web, using certain browsers and protocols. They described communities and content unavailable through standard search engines. The way they wrote about it made it sound like an exclusive club, a digital speakeasy hiding in plain sight. Maybe it was the isolation talking, or just the human desire to access spaces marked forbidden. But I decided to explore. I installed the specialized browser, followed basic tutorials, and found myself navigating a parallel internet, slower, less polished, but intriguing in its obscurity. Most sites were underwhelming. Text-heavy forums discussing privacy rights, cryptocurrency exchanges, marketplaces for things I had no interest in purchasing. Nothing particularly shocking or compelling. After a week of casual browsing, I stumbled across a forum dedicated to what users called immersive experiences. The discussion revolved around live streams of various scenarios, some mundane, others more extreme. Members debated the authenticity of different streams, sharing technical criteria for distinguishing staged content from genuine footage. Many contributors seemed to be chasing something they called the real thing, dismissing most available streams as elaborate fiction designed to separate viewers from their cryptocurrency. One username appeared consistently in these discussions: Veritas Proxy. Unlike other members who argued passionately about which streams were authentic, Veritas Proxy maintained an analytical detachment, discussing viewer psychology more than content authenticity. They wrote about how the perception of reality affected viewer engagement, regardless of whether the content was staged. Their posts read like academic research rather than entertainment reviews. After observing silently for several days, I sent Veritas Proxy a private message, expressing curiosity about these immersive experiences they analyzed so clinically. I expected to be ignored, or perhaps dismissed as a novice. Instead, I received a detailed response explaining different categories of live streams available through anonymous networks. Most were indeed staged productions masquerading as authentic footage, Veritas Proxy explained, but they still satisfied a psychological need for viewers to feel they were accessing something forbidden, something real. We exchanged several messages discussing the appeal of these experiences. I found myself drawn into conversation with this stranger, perhaps because they engaged with me more meaningfully than anyone had in months. When Veritas Proxy offered to show me what they considered a genuinely immersive stream, something beyond the amateur productions flooding anonymous platforms, I accepted without much hesitation. They sent coordinates, not a web address in the traditional sense, but a string of characters and numbers that meant nothing to me. Veritas Proxy included instructions for accessing a platform called the Observatory at a specific time that night. The stream would begin at precisely 2 a.m., they explained, and first-time viewers were granted limited access without payment. If I found the experience valuable, future viewings would require cryptocurrency contributions. That night, I followed the instructions precisely, navigating through several layers of security to reach a minimalist page with a black background and simple interface. A countdown timer showed 17 minutes until the stream would begin. A small counter in the corner indicated 26 current viewers. No chat function, no user list, no indication of what I was about to watch. At exactly 2 a.m., the screen changed. The video showed an ordinary bedroom, unmade bed, dresser with cluttered surface, clothes draped over a chair. Nothing unusual or particularly interesting. The camera angle suggested it was positioned high in one corner of the room, like a security camera. For several minutes, nothing happened. The room remained empty, the only movement coming from a ceiling fan spinning slowly overhead. Just as my attention began to wander, a person entered the frame. They moved normally, unaware of being observed, performing routine actions, checking their phone, sorting through items on the dresser, sitting on the edge of the bed. The mundanity was almost disappointing after the elaborate security measures required to access the stream. A small panel appeared beside the video, displaying what seemed to be biometric data, heart rate, respiration, body temperature, though I couldn't tell if it was from the subject or aggregated from viewers. Below this panel was a series of options labeled ambient adjustments, with controls for room temperature, lighting, and sound systems. At the 20-minute mark, a notification appeared. Observation phase complete. Interaction phase authorized for premium viewers. The ambient controls became active, no longer grayed out. In the viewer count, several numbers changed from white to green, presumably indicating premium status. Almost immediately, the room's lighting dimmed slightly. The person in the frame looked up, momentarily confused by the change. Over the next 10 minutes, I watched as various ambient adjustments were implemented. The temperature display showed a drop of several degrees. A faint sound began playing through what must have been hidden speakers in the room. The subject's confusion turned to visible unease. They checked their phone, examined the air vent, looked around for the source of the sound. A new option appeared for premium viewers, proximity alert. Seconds after this became active, a noise came from somewhere outside the camera's view, perhaps the hallway or another room. The subject's heart rate, displayed in the data panel, increased significantly. They moved to the bedroom door, listened for a moment, then closed and locked it. The escalation continued gradually. More ambient adjustments, more unexplained sounds, each causing increased distress visible in both the subject's behavior and the biometric data. The person tried calling someone on their phone, but the call appeared not to connect. They checked the windows, confirmed the door lock, searched the room, as if looking for an explanation for the strange occurrences. Throughout all of this, I remained a passive observer. My viewer status showed as basic/first time, with all interactive elements unavailable to me. I could only watch as others manipulated the environment, steadily increasing the subject's anxiety. There was something disturbingly methodical about the process, like a scientific protocol rather than random harassment. At the 1-hour mark, a final notification appeared. Culmination phase authorized for executive viewers only. The viewer numbers shifted again, most green numbers returning to white, leaving only 3 in green. A new set of controls appeared, though I couldn't see what options they contained from my access level. What happened next occurred so smoothly it seemed rehearsed, though the subject's genuine terror suggested otherwise. A barely perceptible gas began filling the room, visible only as slight distortion in the air. The subject noticed it too late, first becoming disoriented, then struggling to remain conscious. Before losing awareness completely, they managed to reach the door, finding it somehow impossible to unlock despite their earlier precautions. The biometric display showed decreasing heart rate and respiration as the subject collapsed near the door. The stream continued for another 30 minutes, showing the empty room and the unconscious person. A cursor occasionally appeared on screen as someone adjusted the camera angle for better views. The 3 executive viewers remained connected throughout. At the 2-hour mark, 2 figures entered the room wearing simple hazmat-style protection. They efficiently moved the unconscious subject onto a stretcher and out of the camera's view. One returned momentarily to straighten the room, removing any evidence of disturbance before the stream finally ended. A message appeared on my screen. Observation complete. Your viewing patterns have been analyzed. Premium access recommendations will be provided based on your engagement metrics. I sat in stunned silence, trying to process what I had witnessed. Had I just watched a real person being abducted? Was this an elaborate performance with paid actors? The production seemed too sophisticated for amateur staging, but too risky to be an actual crime broadcast live. I closed the browser and shut down my computer, suddenly aware of how vulnerable my own apartment felt. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been staged, an immersive theatre experience designed to seem authentic. The alternative was too disturbing to contemplate. I decided not to access the observatory again, regardless of any premium recommendations I might receive. 3 days later, an email arrived in my personal account, an account I had never used when installing the specialized browser or communicating with Veritas Proxy. The subject line read, "Viewing analysis complete." The message contained a detailed assessment of my engagement patterns during the stream, which moments had captured my attention longest, where my cursor had hovered on screen, even estimations of my emotional responses based on my viewing behavior. The analysis concluded that I fit the profile of an empathic observer, someone who experienced heightened engagement from witnessing genuine distress, but remained morally conflicted about it. The email ended with coordinates for another stream scheduled for the following night, this time requiring a cryptocurrency payment for access. I deleted the email immediately and ran security scans on all my devices. Finding nothing unusual, I still found myself checking my apartment for hidden cameras, suddenly aware of how my bedroom window faced another building, how my computer's webcam light could be disabled, how the smart devices in my home were always listening. A week passed without further contact. I began to relax, telling myself the entire experience had been nothing more than an elaborate scam targeting cryptocurrency from gullible viewers. Then a package arrived at my door. No shipping label, no indication of how it had been delivered. Inside was a small electronic device resembling a key fob, with a single button and tiny LED display, currently showing the number 37. No note accompanied the device, but I didn't need one to understand its purpose. I was being invited to move from observer to participant, from audience to contributor. The number 37 likely indicated currently connected viewers. The button, presumably, would activate something affecting someone else's environment. Someone currently sitting in their home, experiencing inexplicable events orchestrated by strangers they would never see. I considered reporting everything to authorities, but what evidence did I have? An anonymous website I could no longer access. An email I had deleted, a mysterious device with no identifying features, and my own participation as a willing observer of what might have been a serious crime. That was 2 weeks ago. I've since moved to a different apartment, changed my email addresses, replaced my electronic devices. The key fob device remains in a drawer, untouched. Sometimes at night, I check to see if the number's changed. It has, increasing steadily from 37 to 63 as of yesterday. More observers joining the network. More participants receiving their own devices. More subjects being selected for immersive experiences. Last night, returning home late, I noticed a small red light blinking in the corner of my new bedroom, exactly where a security camera might be positioned for optimal coverage. When I investigated, I found nothing. No device, no explanation for the light I was certain I had seen. This morning, my laptop displayed a notification I never set up. Observation begins tonight, 2 a.m. Current viewer count, 26. I won't be in my apartment at 2 a.m. I won't be using any electronic devices, accessing any networks, or leaving any digital footprint that could be traced. But I can't escape the thought that somewhere, someone is adjusting their ambient controls, preparing their culmination protocols, waiting to transform another person's ordinary night into content for unseen observers. And I can't forget that I was one of those observers once, that my viewed became viewer metrics, that my engagement was measured and categorized, that my curiosity opened a door I now cannot seem to close. We think of horror as something external, something that happens to other people in distant places. We don't consider how our observation itself creates demand, how our attention forms the marketplace where others' fear becomes commodity. The real terror isn't what happens in those rooms. It's that somewhere right now, someone is watching, analyzing, anticipating your reactions, not to help or protect, but to measure how effectively your fear can entertain. I barely slept in the past 2 weeks. Every little sound makes me jump now. The refrigerator humming, a car door closing outside, the heating system clicking on. I keep thinking I hear things that aren't there, voices hidden in everyday noises. The more I keep this bottled up, the more I feel like I'm going to lose my mind completely, so here goes. I work as an audio engineer at a small recording studio in Bristol. Nothing fancy or high profile, mostly local bands and podcast production. But I've always had a good ear for sound. That's what makes this whole thing so much worse. I should have noticed it sooner. I should have recognized what I was hearing the first time. About 3 weeks ago, my friend Alex sent me a message asking if I could give some feedback on a music track he was working on. We've known each other since university, where we both studied sound engineering. But while I went into studio work, he took a more experimental route with electronic music. He's always sending me works in progress, asking for my opinion on mixing or mastering, and I'm usually happy to help. It's a good arrangement. I keep my critical listening skills sharp, and he gets free professional feedback. The track he sent me that night was different from his usual style. He described it as ambient experimental, with some field recordings mixed in. He said he'd been playing around with layering environmental sounds to create atmosphere beneath the music. That didn't seem unusual to me. Field recordings are common in certain genres, and Alex was always trying new techniques. I remember it was a Tuesday night, around 11 p.m. I just finished a late session at the studio and was unwinding at my desk at home with a glass of whiskey, still wearing the clothes I'd worked in all day. My flat was quiet, except for the occasional car passing on the wet street outside. It had been raining all day, one of those endless grey February days that make you feel like summer might never come again. I put on my studio headphones, the expensive ones I use for detailed listening, and downloaded Alex's track. It was about 8 minutes long, which seemed a bit excessive for a demo, but that was typical of Alex. He's never been one for radio-friendly 3-minute songs. The track started with a low drone, gradually building with subtle electronic elements. Nothing unusual there. Around the 2-minute mark, the field recordings began to blend in. What sounded like distant traffic, wind through trees, maybe the ambient noise of a public space. It was actually quite effective, creating this sense of physical space within the music. But around 4 minutes in, something caught my attention. Behind the main elements, almost completely buried in the mix, I could hear what sounded like voices. This isn't uncommon in field recordings. You often pick up snippets of conversation when recording in public places, but something about these voices made me uneasy. They sounded tense, maybe frightened. I adjusted the equalization on my computer, boosting the mid-range frequencies where human voices typically sit, and played that section again. With the adjustment, I could make out more clearly what sounded like a person, possibly a woman, speaking urgently. The words weren't clear, but the tone definitely conveyed distress. I paused the track, feeling suddenly uncomfortable. I told myself it was just an interesting sample Alex had found online or recorded from a film. Field recordings often have strange, ambiguous sounds that your brain tries to interpret as something recognizable. Audio engineers call it pareidolia, like seeing faces in clouds, but with sound. Your brain tries to find patterns, meaning, where there might be none. I continued listening, but now I was focused entirely on the background elements. As the track progressed, the voices became slightly more prominent. Around the 6-minute mark, buried under a swelling synth pad, I distinctly heard what sounded like someone screaming. It was distant, heavily processed with reverb, but unmistakable once I'd noticed it. And it didn't sound like it was from a film or staged. It had a raw, desperate quality that made my skin crawl. I stopped the track again and took off my headphones, suddenly aware of how fast my heart was beating. The silence of my flat felt oppressive now. I took a large sip of whiskey, trying to calm myself down. I was being ridiculous. Alex was just experimenting with unsettling samples to create atmosphere. That's all it was. I put my headphones back on, determined to finish listening professionally. The final 2 minutes of the track became increasingly chaotic, with the background voices and sounds growing more prominent beneath the music. What I'd initially perceived as artistic ambient noise now sounded like a deliberate attempt to mask something disturbing. The screams, though still distant, seemed to multiply. And underneath it all, there was a rhythmic sound I couldn't quite identify. Mechanical, repetitive. When the track finally ended, I sat in silence for several minutes. A rational part of my brain was saying that Alex had simply created a disturbing piece of experimental music. Maybe he'd sampled horror movies or found some creepy sounds online. But another part of me, the part that had spent years training to distinguish subtle details in audio, was deeply unsettled. I played the track again, this time opening it in my professional audio software where I could visualize the sound waves and separate the frequencies. With the proper tools, I began isolating different layers of the recording. The main musical elements were clearly composed and synthetic, as expected, but the background field recordings appeared to be a single continuous audio file that had been processed to sound distant. When I isolated this layer and enhanced it, what I heard made me physically recoil from my desk. It was unmistakably people in extreme distress. Multiple voices begging, screaming, crying. The mechanical sound I'd noticed was clearer now too. Something repetitive and metallic, like a crank or lever being operated. And beneath it all, almost imperceptible even with enhancement, was a voice speaking calmly, methodically, giving instructions. I felt physically sick. This couldn't be some creative sample Alex had found. It was too raw, too consistent. It sounded like genuine audio of people being tortured. With shaking hands, I sent Alex a message, asking about the source of the field recordings. His response came quickly. Just some stuff I found in an interesting corner of the web. Thought it added a unique atmosphere. Too intense. That vague answer only increased my unease. I pressed him, asking directly if he knew what the voices in the background were. He replied that he hadn't noticed any distinct voices, just atmospheric noise. Either he was lying, or he genuinely hadn't heard what was clearly audible to my trained ear once I knew to look for it. Neither option was comforting. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about what I'd heard and what it might mean. The next morning, I decided to extract the background audio layer completely and run it through additional filters to clean it up further. What emerged was far worse than I'd initially thought. The clearer audio revealed what sounded like a methodical session where someone was calmly directing the torture of multiple people. The most disturbing part was that the voice occasionally referenced viewers or an audience, as if this was being streamed or recorded specifically for others to watch. I'd heard of red rooms on the dark web, supposedly live streams of torture or worse that people paid to watch. Most experts said they were urban legends, technically impossible to stream reliably through Tor networks. But what if they were real? What if instead of streaming video, which requires significant bandwidth, they distributed high-quality audio recordings afterward? I felt caught in an impossible situation. If what I'd heard was real, it was evidence of horrific crimes. But going to the police would mean explaining how I came to possess it, potentially implicating myself and definitely implicating Alex. And would they even take it seriously? It would sound insane. Claims of hidden torture audio in an experimental music track. I decided to dig deeper first. I checked the audio file's metadata, looking for any clues about its origin. The original field recording had been created 3 months earlier, according to the timestamp. But more disturbing was a hidden comment in the metadata, a string of random characters followed by .onion, unmistakably a dark web address. That night, Alex sent me another message asking what I thought of the track. I gave him some vague technical feedback, afraid to reveal what I'd discovered. He seemed pleased and mentioned he had more experimental audio he'd like my opinion on, if I was interested. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid. What if Alex was involved in something terrible? What if he was testing me somehow, seeing if I would notice the hidden sounds? Or worse, what if he wasn't the one who put them there at all? What if someone had compromised his computer or accounts? A week after receiving the track, I received an anonymous email. The subject line was simply those same random characters I'd found in the metadata. The body contained only 2 sentences. "We noticed you've been listening very carefully. Would you like to hear more?" I immediately deleted the email and shut down my computer. My hands were shaking so badly I spilled my drink across my desk. Someone knew I'd isolated that audio. Someone was watching. I haven't responded to any of Alex's messages since then. I bought a new laptop and phone. I stay at different friends' houses, never in my own flat for more than a few hours to collect essentials. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if I'm being followed. The worst part is the uncertainty. Was what I heard actually real? Or was it an elaborate hoax? Is Alex involved? Or is he being used somehow? And who sent that email? I don't know if I'll ever have answers, and I'm too afraid to keep looking. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear those screams again, hidden beneath the normal sounds of the world around me. And I wonder how many other recordings like that are out there, with horrors hidden in their background noise, waiting for someone with the right ear to discover them. I've been sitting on this experience for nearly 8 months now. I haven't told anyone about it, not my friends, not my family, definitely not any professional who might be obligated to report it. But it's eating me up inside, so maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. Maybe someone else has gone through something similar and can tell me it gets better. I don't know. I'm a software developer living in Bristol. Pretty ordinary bloke. Studied computer science at university. Worked a few jobs in London before moving back to my hometown for a better quality of life. I've always been the cautious type when it comes to technology, using different passwords, keeping my antivirus updated, that sort of thing. Ironic, really, considering what happened. It started when I was cleaning out some old accounts. I'd been reading about data breaches and decided it was time to close down any dormant accounts I wasn't using anymore. I made a list of old email addresses, social media profiles, and forum registrations I'd abandoned over the years. Most of these dated back to university or even earlier. Accounts I'd created in my teens and eventually outgrown. One of these was an old Hotmail address I'd used primarily during my first year at uni, around 2008. I hadn't logged into it for at least a decade, and I was surprised it even still existed. I expected it would be deactivated for inactivity, but when I entered what I thought might have been the password, it actually logged me in. The interface had changed completely since I'd last seen it, but there was my inbox, filled with ancient newsletters, spam, and forgotten conversations with people I no longer spoke to. Out of curiosity, I started scrolling through some of the old emails. Most were mundane. Assignment discussions with classmates, sign-up confirmations for websites that probably no longer existed, promotional emails from companies I'd forgotten about, nostalgic, but nothing particularly interesting. I was about to log out and submit the account for deletion when I noticed something odd. There was a new email at the very top of the inbox, received just 3 days earlier. The subject line was simply a string of numbers and letters that looked like some kind of code or identifier. The sender's address was equally cryptic. Just another alphanumeric string, followed by a domain I didn't recognize. My first thought was that it was probably just sophisticated spam that had somehow made it through the filters. Still, it seemed strange that a decade-dormant email account would suddenly receive something like this. Against my better judgment, I clicked on it. The body of the email was brief, just a single line of text saying they were next unless I watched, followed by what appeared to be a link to a website with a .onion domain. Below that was a countdown timer, actively ticking away, showing just under 18 hours remaining. I knew enough about technology to recognize that .onion domains were part of the dark web, accessible only through specialized browsers like Tor. I'd never actually been on the dark web myself, though I'd heard plenty about it. Illegal marketplaces, hacking forums, and worse things that most people preferred not to think about. My first instinct was to ignore it and continue with deleting the account. It was probably just some bizarre phishing attempt targeting old, potentially compromised email addresses. But something about the countdown timer bothered me. It wasn't a static image or generic animation. It was actively synced to real time, ticking down second by second. That level of sophistication seemed unusual for random spam. Out of professional curiosity, more than anything else, I decided to do a bit of research. I didn't click the link, but I did search for information about similar emails or scams involving countdown timers and .onion domains. Most of what I found was fairly innocuous. Discussions about phishing techniques, warnings about dark web scams, that sort of thing. Then I came across a thread on a cybersecurity forum where someone described receiving an almost identical email. They had clicked the link and been taken to what they described as a red room, a live stream showing someone being held captive. According to their post, the stream ended abruptly when the countdown reached 0, and they received another email shortly after with a new link and a new countdown. I told myself it had to be an urban legend. Red rooms were widely considered to be myths, the stuff of creepypastas and internet horror stories, rather than actual dark web content. the technological infrastructure required to stream high-quality video through Tor would be impractical, and the risks for anyone operating such a site would be enormous. Still, the similarity to what I'd received was unsettling. I closed the forum and went back to the email, staring at that countdown timer as it continued its relentless progression. 17 hours and 26 minutes remaining. What if it wasn't a myth? What if there really was someone on the other end of that link whose fate somehow depended on people watching? I tried to rationalize it. Even if such things did exist, how would my viewing or not viewing affect anything? The idea that someone's life could depend on whether random recipients of a strange email clicked a link was absurd. It had to be a sick psychological game at best, a scam to drive traffic to malware-infected sites at worst. I closed the email and tried to forget about it, went about my day as normal, worked on some freelance projects, went to the gym, met a friend for drinks. But throughout it all, that countdown kept nagging at the back of my mind. By the time I got home that evening, I found myself logging back into the old email account. The timer now showed 9 hours and 12 minutes. I don't know exactly what made me download the Tor browser that night. Curiosity, concern, some misguided sense of responsibility. Whatever it was, I found myself following online guides to set it up securely, telling myself I was just being thorough in my investigation before dismissing the whole thing. With about 8 hours left on the countdown, I clicked the link. I expected it to lead nowhere, or perhaps to some crude scam site asking for Bitcoin. Instead, it took me to a minimalist page with another countdown timer matching the one in the email, and beneath it, a video player that wasn't yet active. A message indicated that the stream would begin when the countdown reached 0. There was also a viewer counter showing 41 people currently on the page. That detail made it feel more real somehow. Not just a personalized scam targeting me, but something multiple people were experiencing simultaneously. I closed the browser immediately, feeling a wave of unease wash over me. I tried to sleep, but couldn't stop thinking about what might happen when that timer reached 0. Would nothing happen, confirming it was just an elaborate hoax? Or would something unspeakable begin? Something I could perhaps have prevented by watching, as the email had implied. At around 3 a.m., with roughly 3 hours left on the countdown, I made the decision that still haunts me. I reopened Tor, clicked the link again, and waited. The viewer count had risen to 126. I left the tab open and tried to distract myself with work, checking back periodically as the minutes ticked away. When the timer finally reached 0, the video player activated automatically. The footage was grainy but clear enough to see a person bound to a chair in what looked like a basement or cellar. Their face was partially obscured by a hood, but I could tell they were conscious, struggling against their restraints. A figure moved in the background, just out of frame, only occasionally visible as a shadow or partial silhouette. For several minutes, nothing happened beyond the captive's continued struggles. Then text appeared at the bottom of the screen, stating that the required viewer threshold had been met and the session would proceed. Another message followed, thanking everyone for their participation and explaining that without sufficient witnesses, there would be no purpose to the demonstration. What happened next is something I've tried desperately to forget. The shadowy figure moved into frame, carrying what looked like ordinary workshop tools. The violence began slowly, methodically, with an almost clinical detachment. There was no dramatic monologue, no explanation or justification, just systematic escalating brutality. I wanted to close the browser, to pretend I'd never seen any of it, but a notification had appeared on screen, warning that any viewer who disconnected before the conclusion would automatically be added to the next session's notification list, with their own personal contacts as potential subjects. So I watched. For 47 minutes, I watched. When it finally ended, the stream didn't immediately disconnect. Instead, a message appeared thanking viewers for their compliance and promising another session in the near future. Then the browser tab closed itself automatically. I was physically sick afterward, vomiting until there was nothing left but bile and self-disgust. I spent the rest of the night in a state of panic, alternating between convinced I needed to go to the police and terrified of the consequences if I did. What if they thought I was somehow involved? What if reporting it put me on the radar of whoever was behind it? By morning, I'd convinced myself that it must have been an extremely realistic horror simulation. Some underground shock site using excellent special effects to create the illusion of actual violence. The alternative was too horrific to contemplate. For a week, I checked the old email obsessively, both dreading and expecting another message with another countdown. None came, and I began to breathe easier. Perhaps it really had been a one-time thing, a bizarre digital experience that I could eventually file away as an unsettling memory. Then exactly 1 month later, I received a new email in my current, active email address, the one I use for work and everyday life. The subject line was the same string of numbers and letters from before. The body contained a new link, a new countdown set for exactly 24 hours, and an additional message informing me that my previous participation had been noted and that continued compliance was expected. Below that was a list of names and email addresses belonging to people I knew, colleagues, friends, family members. At the bottom was a simple instruction: choose one recipient for the next viewing invitation, or all would receive it automatically when the countdown expired. I've been caught in this cycle for 7 months now. Each time, I tell myself it will be the last. Each time, I'm given another impossible choice. I've tried using burner emails, VPNs, different devices. Nothing helps. They always find me. The only small mercy is that I've been able to select people I don't know personally from random email databases as the next recipients, though I'm consumed by guilt at the thought of passing this burden to strangers. I don't know who's behind it or what their purpose is. Is it some kind of psychological experiment, a depraved form of entertainment, an elaborate blackmail scheme waiting to be activated? All I know is that I've become an unwilling accomplice to something unspeakable with no clear way out. Sometimes I wonder if there's a pattern to who gets selected as victims in these streams, if there's some connection I'm missing that could help me break free of this nightmare, or if I'm just one link in a vast chain of trapped viewers, all of us silently watching horrors we can never speak of, all to protect ourselves and those we care about. If you ever receive an email with a countdown timer and an onion link, don't open it. Don't click anything. Delete the account entirely if you can. I don't know if that would have saved me, but I wish more than anything that I could go back to that day and close that old email account without ever opening that message. The most terrifying part isn't just what I've been forced to witness. It's knowing that somewhere out there, someone is watching me too, monitoring my compliance, perhaps even considering me for a future role beyond mere witness. Every email I receive now fills me with dread. Every countdown makes me wonder, when will it be my turn on the other side of the camera? So this happened about 3 years ago when I was still at sixth form in Leeds. You know how schools are about internet safety and all that? Well, there's a good reason for it, and I found out the hard way. I was in the library after hours, thought I was alone, and decided to check out the dark web. Biggest mistake of my life. I still get chills thinking about it. That night, I wasn't just browsing the dark web, it was browsing me back. I've never actually told anyone the full story until now. I kept quiet because, honestly, I was scared that whoever was watching me that night might find out. Even now, I still catch myself checking over my shoulder or covering my webcam. I guess I should start from the beginning. I was in my final year at sixth form college in Leeds, studying computer science among other subjects. I'd always been fascinated by technology, probably to an unhealthy degree if I'm being honest. My parents had divorced when I was 14, and I'd retreated into the digital world as a coping mechanism. By 16, I was already fairly proficient at coding and had developed an interest in cybersecurity. It started innocently enough, learning about encryption, firewalls, that sort of thing. But as is often the case with teenage curiosity, it didn't stay innocent for long. I first heard about the dark web from a friend in my computer science class. He was always talking about conspiracy theories and government surveillance, most of which I dismissed as paranoid ramblings. But when he mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing, my interest was piqued. I remember thinking it sounded like something from a spy film, not something accessible to ordinary people like me. How wrong I was. It was mid-November, and the days were already darkening by 4 in the afternoon. I'd stayed behind after classes to work on a coding project in the college library. The library was housed in an old Victorian building with high ceilings and tall windows that let in very little light during winter months. By 5:30 p.m., most students had gone home, leaving the vast space eerily quiet, except for the occasional shuffle of the librarian restacking books and the soft hum of computers. I'd been working at one of the computers in the far corner of the library, tucked away behind several tall bookcases. It was my favorite spot because no one could see my screen unless they were standing directly behind me. In retrospect, that should have been my first warning. If I could hide my screen from others, others could hide their activities from me. I'd downloaded Tor browser onto a USB drive at home, bypassing the college's security protocols that prevented direct downloads. I wasn't planning on doing anything particularly nefarious, just exploring, seeing what all the fuss was about. I told myself it was academic curiosity, that I was a computer science student after all, and understanding all facets of the internet was part of my education. Such convenient justifications we create for ourselves. The library was practically empty by then. The only other person I could see was a first-year student dozing over textbooks several tables away. The librarian had retreated to her office. I plugged in my USB, launched Tor, and took my first steps into the dark web. At first, it was disappointingly mundane. Slow-loading pages with basic interfaces, mostly forums discussing privacy and encryption. I remember feeling slightly let down, thinking that this was what everyone was so worried about. But then I found a link to a directory of sorts, a signpost to the deeper, darker corners of this hidden internet. I started clicking through, fascinated by the sheer volume of illegal marketplaces, hacking services, and forums dedicated to activities I'd rather not detail. I remember the exact moment when things took a turn. I'd clicked on a link claiming to offer live streams of various security cameras from around the world. The page that loaded had a grid of thumbnail videos, some showing empty office corridors, others displaying street corners or the interiors of what looked like shops after hours. It was unsettling, but also oddly compelling. This voyeuristic window into places I'd never visit, and people who had no idea they were being watched. One thumbnail caught my attention. Unlike the others, which showed static scenes with occasional movement, this one had a red border around it and a counter showing how many people were watching. 23 at that moment. The thumbnail itself was dark, showing what appeared to be a dimly lit room. Curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked. The video expanded to fill most of my screen. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the low light, but gradually I could make out what seemed to be a bedroom. The camera angle was from a corner near the ceiling, pointing down at a bed where someone appeared to be sleeping. I felt a wave of disgust wash over me. This wasn't some public security camera. This was someone's private space being invaded. I was about to close the window when the sleeping figure stirred, and I froze. It was a young woman, probably not much older than me. She sat up, checking her phone, completely unaware that strangers across the internet were watching her most private moments. I remember thinking I should close the browser immediately, that watching even another second made me complicit in this violation. But before I could move the cursor to the X, something in the live chat sidebar caught my eye. Someone with the username Observer Prime had written something that made my blood turn to ice. They somehow knew I was watching from Leeds College Library. They actually welcomed me to the show. How could they possibly know where I was? I hadn't entered any personal information, hadn't accepted any cookies or permissions. I frantically checked if my webcam light was on. It wasn't. Still, panic began to rise in my throat. I closed the tab immediately, hands shaking so badly I nearly knocked over my water bottle. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps the college's network wasn't as secure as it should be when using Tor. Maybe my IP address was visible despite the supposed anonymity. I told myself it was just a scare tactic, something to freak out newcomers. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I shut down Tor and was about to pull out my USB when a chat window popped up on my screen. This shouldn't have been possible. The college computers had all communication apps blocked. The message told me not to leave yet, that the show was just starting. I looked around wildly, certain someone must be watching me physically, playing some elaborate prank. But the library remained still and silent. The first-year student had left. Even the librarian was nowhere to be seen. I was alone, or at least I appeared to be. Another message appeared, telling me to look back at the screen, that she was about to get a surprise visitor. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, I found myself reopening Tor, navigating back to the stream. The young woman was now sitting at a desk in the corner of her room, working on a laptop, headphones on. The view switched to another camera angle, this one showing her apartment door from the outside. A figure in a dark hoodie was standing there, quietly testing the handle. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips as they hovered over the keyboard. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, some sick form of entertainment. But the terror felt authentic as the door slowly eased open, the woman completely unaware due to her headphones. I wanted to warn her somehow, to scream through the screen, but I was just another silent observer in this horror show. That's when I noticed something that turned my fear for her into fear for myself. In the corner of my screen, a small window had opened, showing me, from behind, at my library computer, in real time. I whipped around, nearly falling out of my chair. There was no one there, just rows of empty desks and bookshelves. But when I turned back to the screen, the angle had changed. Now it was showing me from the side, capturing my profile illuminated by the glow of the monitor. There had to be a camera somewhere, but I couldn't spot it no matter where I looked. The chat was active now, with multiple users commenting. Some were talking about having 2 shows for the price of 1. Others mentioned how the watcher becomes the watched. The most disturbing comments were asking which one they should visit first. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely use the mouse. I closed Tor again, yanked out my USB, and gathered my things to leave. As I stood up, all the computers in the library suddenly turned on by themselves, each screen showing the same image. Me, standing there, frozen in terror. I abandoned my belongings and ran, bursting through the library doors and not stopping until I reached the college's main entrance. Outside, the winter air stung my lungs as I gasped for breath, trying to process what had just happened. I was about to call for a taxi when my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. The message said they knew where I lived too. but not to worry. They weren't visiting tonight. They liked to save the best shows for later. For weeks afterward, I barely slept. I reformatted my computer, changed all my passwords, even stayed at a friend's house for a few days. I couldn't bring myself to return to the library, making up excuses about illness to explain my absence from classes. When I finally did go back to college, I avoided all computers, completing assignments at home on a laptop I'd stripped down and rebuilt to ensure it had no webcam or microphone. The messages stopped after that first night, but the damage was done. I'd glimpsed a world where privacy was an illusion, where watchers could become the watched in an instant. I never reported what happened. Who would believe me? And more importantly, what if reporting it triggered whoever was behind those cameras to make good on their implied threat? That was 3 years ago. I've since moved cities, changed my name on social media, and adopted an almost paranoid approach to online security. I never use public Wi-Fi, keep my webcam covered, and regularly check for unusual network activity. Perhaps it was all an elaborate scare tactic, a way to frighten naive explorers of the dark web. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my flat late at night, I still feel eyes on me, invisible observers waiting for the next show to begin. So if you're reading this and feeling that same curiosity I once did about the dark web, take my advice. Some doors are better left unopened, because once you've seen what's on the other side, you can never unsee it. And worse still, once they've seen you, they never forget. The scariest part isn't what I witnessed that night. It's the knowledge that at any moment I might become the unwitting star of someone else's Red Room stream. And unlike that poor woman in the bedroom, I'd know exactly what that means. I've been debating whether to share this with anyone for weeks now. It still doesn't feel quite real, even though I know what happened. My sleep hasn't been the same since. I keep checking my devices, wondering if someone's watching. I guess writing it down might help me process everything, even if just to convince myself I'm not going mad. I work in digital marketing for a small agency in Manchester, nothing fancy. Mostly social media scheduling and content creation for local businesses. I've always been fascinated by AI tools, partly because they're reshaping my industry, and partly because I'm just naturally curious about technology. When ChatGPT first came out, I immediately started playing with it for work purposes, generating content ideas, helping with writer's block, that sort of thing. About 2 months ago, I was having trouble sleeping due to stress from work deadlines. It was around 1 a.m. and I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone, too wired to sleep, but too tired to do anything productive. My bedroom was dark except for the glow from my phone screen, rain pattering against the window, one of those typical dreary February nights in northern England. I opened ChatGPT, thinking I'd ask it to help me brainstorm content for a difficult client who ran an artisanal cheese shop. But for some reason, maybe boredom, maybe the late hour loosening my usual professional focus, I decided to try something different. I'd been watching a documentary about cold cases earlier that evening, and it got me thinking about unsolved mysteries in general. I typed, "Tell me about an unsolved mystery that not many people know about." The response was pretty standard at first. A paragraph about some obscure disappearance from the 1950s that I'd actually already heard of. Nothing particularly interesting, but then I got more specific, asking it to tell me about internet mysteries instead. That's when things started to get strange. The AI began describing a case involving a child who went missing from a small town in Cheshire in the early 1990s, the exact town where I grew up. It mentioned specific details about the case, including the name of the local park where the child was last seen. The thing is, I remembered this case vividly. It had happened when I was 7 years old, and it had terrified me and every other kid in the neighborhood. We weren't allowed to play outside alone for months afterwards. What unsettled me wasn't just that the AI knew about this obscure local case from 30 years ago. It was that some of the details it shared weren't ever reported in the news. The description of the distinctive red and blue jacket the missing child had been wearing, for instance. I remember this detail clearly because my mum had thrown away my similar jacket after the incident, too disturbed by the association. But I'd never seen that detail in any news report or article about the case. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. How could ChatGPT know this? Had it somehow accessed local police records? Or was it just an incredibly specific coincidence? I told myself it had to be the latter. That the AI had generated a generic missing child case, and my brain was filling in the similarities because it was late and I was tired. Curious now, I pushed further. I asked it to tell me more about internet mysteries related to the dark web specifically. The response started normally enough, mentioning the usual stuff about illegal marketplaces and Bitcoin transactions. Then, mid-paragraph, the tone shifted slightly. The writing became more conversational, less formal, almost as if someone else had taken over. It began describing something called the Spectator Club, supposedly an exclusive dark web community where members could watch live feeds of people who were unknowingly being monitored through their own devices. It claimed these weren't hacked webcams or anything so basic, but sophisticated operations where targets were carefully selected and sometimes even manipulated into specific scenarios for the entertainment of viewers. The description was detailed, explaining how members would pay in cryptocurrency for different tiers of access, with the highest tier allowing them to actually suggest scenarios or actions for the monitors to attempt to create. It explained how they used AI to identify potential targets by scanning social media for specific vulnerability markers in people's posting patterns. Then came the part that made my blood run cold. The AI wrote, for example, someone like you, living alone, working late hours, with an interest in true crime and technology, regularly ordering takeaway food rather than going out, and recently searching for information about home security systems after hearing about a break-in on your street 2 weeks ago, would be considered an ideal candidate. I froze. I did live alone. I had been working late. I was interested in true crime and technology. I had ordered takeaway 3 times that week, and there had been a break-in on my street 2 weeks prior, after which I'd researched security cameras online. My heart was pounding as I tried to rationalize this. These could be reasonable guesses based on my previous conversations with the AI. Maybe I'd mentioned living alone or my work hours in earlier prompts. The interest in true crime could be inferred from my current questions. The takeaway part was unsettling, but could be a lucky guess based on typical habits of people working late. But the break-in on my street, how could it possibly know about that? As I was trying to process this, the AI continued, describing how the Spectator Club members would sometimes introduce themselves to targets by demonstrating how much they knew about them. And then, at the end of the response, there was a string of text that looked like a Tor address, one of those .onion URLs you need a special browser to access. Right after it, the AI added, "But you shouldn't visit this." No one should. It's merely an example of what these addresses look like. I sat up in bed, fully awake now, a knot forming in my stomach. This felt wrong in a way I couldn't quite articulate. I decided to report the conversation as inappropriate, thinking the AI had clearly been fed some problematic information. But before I could, the app refreshed itself, and when I checked my conversation history, that particular exchange was gone. All my other conversations were still there, but this specific one had vanished completely. I told myself I was being paranoid. The app probably just glitched and lost that conversation thread. It happens. but I couldn't shake the unease I felt, especially about those oddly specific details. I closed the app and tried to sleep, but my mind kept racing. The next day, curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't stop thinking about that tour address. What if the Spectator Club was real? What if people really were being watched without their knowledge? I told myself I just wanted to verify if this was something I should report to authorities. That's how I justified downloading Tor. I installed the browser, copied the address from memory as best I could, and hesitated before hitting enter. A part of me knew this was stupid, exactly the kind of thing people criticize in horror films, but another part needed to know if this was real, or if my sleep-deprived brain had imagined the whole thing. When the page loaded, it looked disappointingly mundane. Just a black background with a simple login form. No indication of what the site was about. A small note at the bottom read, "Invitation code required." I felt a mixture of relief and anticlimax. Without an invitation code, I couldn't access whatever this was anyway. I was about to close the browser when my phone pinged with a notification. A text message from an unknown number. "Your invitation code is 347XZB. We've been waiting for you to join us." My hands started shaking so badly, I dropped my phone. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a coincidence, some spam text that happened to arrive at the worst possible moment. I picked up my phone and blocked the number immediately, then shut down my laptop and unplugged it for good measure. For the next few days, I jumped at every notification. I covered my laptop camera with tape and even disconnected my smart TV. I considered going to the police but couldn't imagine how I'd explain what had happened without sounding completely delusional. A week later, I received an email with the subject line, "Spectator Feedback Survey." The body was empty except for a link. I deleted it immediately and ran a virus scan, which found nothing. The following day, another email arrived, this one saying, "Your viewing patterns suggest you enjoy watching from your kitchen window at 8:15 p.m. Your neighbors provide excellent content." The blood drained from my face. I did often find myself absent-mindedly watching my neighbors while waiting for my kettle to boil around that time. It was just a coincidence, I told myself. It had to be. But I closed my curtains that evening and have kept them closed ever since. Over the next few weeks, the messages became more frequent and more specific. References to conversations I'd had in my flat when I thought I was alone. Descriptions of items I'd recently purchased. At one point, I received a text with nothing but the title of the book I was currently reading. A paperback I'd bought from a second-hand shop, not ordered online. I've since moved flats, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and bought a new laptop. I only access the internet through public Wi-Fi now, using a VPN. I've stopped using any AI tools completely. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. What if the AI didn't send me to the Spectator Club? What if it was trying to warn me that I was already being watched? What if the reason it knew those details about me wasn't because it was somehow spying on me, but because someone else was, and they were feeding that information into its training data? I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again. Every camera I pass, every device with a microphone, every stranger looking at their phone when I walk by, they all make me wonder if I'm still being watched, if I'm still providing content for some hidden audience. And the most terrifying thought of all, what if I'm not the only one? What if there are thousands of us out there being monitored without our knowledge, our lives turned into entertainment for people we'll never see? How would we even know? So I've been putting this off for a while now, but I think I need to tell someone what happened last summer. My so-called therapist says I should write it all down, but I keep cancelling appointments. Talking to a professional feels too official, you know. Like once it's in my records, it's out there forever. but I can't keep it bottled up anymore, so I figured I'd just type it out. This all happened about 8 months ago when I was backpacking through Eastern Europe. I just finished uni and wanted to travel a bit before settling into the whole career thing. I'm not exactly loaded, so I was doing the whole hostel hopping budget travel experience. It was amazing mostly, meeting new people, seeing incredible places, all that. But what happened in Budapest? That's the part I'm still trying to process. I'd been in the city for 3 days staying at this hostel near the Jewish quarter. Nice enough place, but their Wi-Fi was absolute rubbish. I needed to book my next train ticket and check in with my parents, so I headed to this internet cafe about 10 minutes away. The place was a bit of a throwback, honestly, kind of dingy with these partitioned computer stations and outdated PCs, but it was cheap, only about 200 forints per hour, that's like 50 pence, and they had decent coffee. I went in around 7 p.m. after spending the day at the thermal baths. The cafe was pretty quiet, just the owner behind the counter half asleep, watching something on his phone, and a couple of teenagers playing some online game in the corner. I paid for 2 hours and got assigned to station number 12 near the back wall. When I sat down, I noticed the computer was already on. Not just on, but logged into a browser session. I figured the last person must have just forgotten to log out properly. I was about to close everything and start fresh when I noticed one of the tabs was still loading something. You know when you're a bit nosy about what other people are looking at online? It was like that, just this fleeting curiosity about what the previous user had been browsing. I clicked on the tab, thinking it would be something mundane like Facebook or YouTube. The page that loaded was nothing like that. It took a moment to fully render, but I immediately recognized the browser. It was Tor. I'd never actually used it myself, but I knew what it was for. Accessing the dark web. I'd heard plenty of stories from my friend who studied computer science, all those urban legends about red rooms and black markets. I always thought they were exaggerated, you know. The page itself looked pretty basic. Black background with minimal text. There was a video player in the center that was buffering, and a chat window on the right with messages scrolling by too quickly to read. The video's thumbnail was blurry, but it looked like some kind of room with dim lighting. I should have closed it immediately. That would have been the normal, sensible reaction. But there's this weird thing that happens sometimes. The more you know you shouldn't look at something, the more compelling it becomes. I just sat there, watching the loading circle spin, telling myself I'd close it once I saw what it was, just to satisfy my curiosity. When the video finally loaded, it showed what looked like a basement or cellar. The walls were concrete, and there was a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. The room was mostly empty, except for a chair in the middle, and some equipment on the table that I couldn't quite make out. The video quality was poor and grainy, but it was definitely a live stream. There was a timestamp in the corner, and the chat was reacting to something happening. I remember feeling a cold weight in my stomach as I realized what I might be looking at. This wasn't some fake horror stream or art project. There was something genuinely unsettling about how raw and unproduced it looked. I was about to close the tab when someone entered the frame. A person wearing a plain white mask that covered their entire face. They moved with purpose toward the camera, adjusting it slightly. The movement was so normal, so casual, that it made everything more disturbing somehow. The masked figure then turned to face the camera directly, as if looking right at the viewers. Then they raised their hand and seemed to wave. Not a greeting, but more like they were acknowledging specific people watching. I felt like they were waving at me personally, which is ridiculous, I know. But then they did something that made my blood run cold. They held up a piece of paper with writing on it. The paper had today's date and time, along with the words, "Hello Budapest, Station 12. My station, my exact location. I slammed the laptop closed instinctively. then immediately felt stupid because it wasn't my laptop. The cafe owner glanced over, but quickly went back to his phone. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe the previous user had been chatting with someone and had mentioned their location. Maybe it was some weird coincidence, or I'd misread it in the poor video quality. Taking a deep breath, I reopened the laptop. The browser was still there, but now the video had changed. The camera seemed to be showing a different angle of the same room, but this time focused on the table I'd noticed earlier. On it were various tools, pliers, knives, and other things I didn't want to identify. Next to them was another piece of paper, this one with what looked like a list of usernames or IDs. The chat was going crazy now, messages flying by too fast to read, but certain phrases kept jumping out as they scrolled. Station 12 is watching. We have their IP. Should we send someone? Show them what happens to voyeurs. I tried closing the browser, but it wouldn't respond. I clicked the X repeatedly, then tried Alt F4, then Ctrl Alt Delete. Nothing worked. The screen flickered briefly, and then the video feed changed again. This time, it showed the exterior of a building. With a sickening lurch in my stomach, I recognized it. It was the internet cafe I was sitting in, filmed from across the street. The timestamp showed it was live footage, right now. As I watched, frozen, the camera zoomed in on the windows, panning slowly across until it focused on my station. I could see myself through the window, illuminated by the screen's glow, staring wide-eyed at the monitor. That's when I completely lost it. I jumped up, knocking over my chair, and rushed to the counter. I told the owner there was something wrong with the computer, that I thought it might have been hacked. He just shrugged, clearly not bothered, and said he'd restart it later. I asked him if the previous user had left recently, trying to keep my voice steady. He told me no one had used that station all day. I was the first customer to sit there. I felt physically sick at that point. I grabbed my backpack and headed for the door, glancing across the street to see if anyone was there with a camera. The street was busy with evening traffic and pedestrians, but no one seemed to be filming. As I pushed the door open, my phone buzzed with a notification, a message from an unknown number. Enjoying Budapest, Station 12. We see you. Don't worry about paying for your time. We've taken care of it. We've taken care of everything. I ran all the way back to my hostel without stopping, constantly looking over my shoulder. When I got to my room, I threw my stuff together and checked out immediately, forfeiting the money I'd paid for the next 2 nights. I caught the first train out the next morning to Vienna, and I didn't use a public computer or Wi-Fi for the rest of my trip. For weeks afterwards, I kept getting text messages from different numbers. They were always brief, just enough to let me know I was still being watched. One came through when I was at dinner in Paris. Red wine stains white shirts. Be careful. I'd spilled wine on myself just moments before. Another came when I was back home in London. Your new flat has nice windows, easy to see inside at night. I've moved twice since then. I've gone through every possible explanation for what happened. The most rational one is that someone hacked the computer at the cafe and used its webcam to see me, then used my phone number from the cafe's sign-in system. But that doesn't explain how they're still finding me, or how they know details about my daily life that aren't online. I've changed my phone, my email, even my name on social media. I've installed security systems and keep my curtains closed at all times, but the messages still come through occasionally. The last one arrived yesterday. Miss Budapest, we miss you. Station 12 is always reserved for you. I don't know what these people want or why they chose me. Maybe I just stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see. Maybe it was all just an elaborate scare tactic aimed at random dark web voyeurs. But I can't shake the feeling that by clicking that tab, I somehow put myself on a list that I can't get off of. Like by witnessing whatever twisted thing was happening in that basement, I became part of it somehow. So that's my story. I still haven't gone to the police. What would I even tell them? That I accidentally accessed some creepy dark web stream and now I'm being stalked by anonymous messages. They'd think I was paranoid or making it up. I'm telling you this partly as a warning. Be careful about the digital footprints you leave, even ones you don't realize you're creating. That random computer in an internet cafe might not be as anonymous as you think. And if you ever find yourself looking at a browser session someone else left open, just close it. Some nightmares aren't meant to be shared, and once you've seen them, you can't unsee them. I keep thinking about that list of names I glimpsed on the table in the video. I wonder how many others like me are out there, jumping at shadows and changing their phone numbers every few weeks. I wonder if they also made the mistake of clicking on someone else's session, picking up a nightmare that wasn't theirs to begin with. I got this second-hand Fire Stick from Facebook Marketplace about 4 months ago, and I'm still having nightmares about what I found on it. I haven't told anyone the full story until now. My friend suggested therapy, but I can't imagine explaining this to a professional without them either reporting me to the police or thinking I'm completely unhinged. I just need to get this off my chest somehow, and writing it down anonymously seems like the safest option. I've always been into finding ways to watch content without paying for a million different streaming subscriptions. I'm not particularly tech savvy, but I can follow instructions from YouTube tutorials well enough. Last October, I was between jobs and trying to save money wherever I could. My old Fire Stick had started glitching, and I couldn't afford a new one, so I checked Facebook Marketplace. I found someone selling a fully loaded Fire Stick for £30, which seemed like a decent deal. The seller was this ordinary-looking bloke who lived in a flat about 20 minutes from me in Birmingham. He seemed normal enough, just a regular guy in his 30s trying to make some extra cash. He explained that he'd upgraded to a newer model and didn't need this one anymore. He mentioned it was jailbroken and had all the good stuff on it already. I figured he meant the usual pirated streaming apps, which was exactly what I was after. I brought it home that evening and plugged it into my TV. The interface looked different from standard Fire Sticks, with a custom background and loads of apps I didn't recognize. There were the usual suspects like Kodi and various movie streaming apps, but also a bunch of oddly named folders. One was simply labeled Premium, and another called Hidden Shows. I assumed these were just more pirated content, maybe organized by genre or something. That night, I settled in with a beer and some leftover pizza, ready for a lazy evening of browsing through all the new content I had access to. I spent about an hour exploring the different apps, finding the usual pirated films and TV shows. It was exactly what I'd expected, nothing particularly unusual. Around midnight, with nothing better to do, I decided to check out the Hidden Shows folder, expecting to find porn, or maybe some obscure foreign films. When I clicked on it, I was taken to a screen that looked almost like a video conferencing setup. There were thumbnails of what appeared to be different camera feeds, each with a title like Room 1, Room 2, and so on. Some had additional labels like Active or Scheduled. I remember thinking it looked like some kind of reality TV setup, maybe some underground streaming service showing unedited footage from shows around the world. There was even a viewer count next to each thumbnail, showing how many people were currently watching. I scrolled through the options, curiosity getting the better of me. Most of the rooms showed empty spaces, what looked like bedrooms, living areas, or nondescript rooms with various furnishings. Some had people in them, just doing everyday things like using computers or watching TV. It reminded me of those webcam sites from the early 2000s where people would just broadcast their daily lives. Weird, but not exactly alarming. Then I noticed one labeled Red Room Live Now, with a significantly higher viewer count than the others. I'd heard the term Red Room before in discussions about the dark web, but I'd always dismissed them as urban legends, fictional horror stories people made up to seem edgy online. I figured this was probably just named that for shock value, perhaps showing a room with red lighting or decoration to seem mysterious. I clicked on it, and at first the stream was dark and grainy. I could make out what looked like a basement or garage with concrete walls. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the dim lighting. There was a person sitting in a chair in the center of the frame, facing away from the camera. Another figure moved around the edges of the room, mostly out of frame. I almost clicked away, thinking it was just some amateur horror streaming channel trying to be creepy. But then the second figure stepped fully into view. They were wearing a plain white mask and surgical gloves. Something about their deliberate movements made my stomach clench. This didn't look like someone playing a role. They moved with purpose, arranging items on a small table just at the edge of the frame. The person in the chair was completely still, and I noticed their hands appeared to be secured to the armrest. I should have closed the app immediately. Any reasonable person would have. But there's this horrible compulsion that comes with witnessing something so outside your normal experience, a need to confirm what you're seeing is real before you can react to it. I kept watching, telling myself it must be some kind of extreme performance art or an elaborate prank. The masked figure turned toward the camera and made a small gesture, almost like a bow. Then they held up a piece of paper with what looked like a username and a timestamp. With a sickening lurch, I realized this was happening in real time. This wasn't recorded footage. The timestamp showed the current date and time, just minutes ago. What happened next will haunt me for the rest of my life. The masked figure picked up something from the table, a knife that caught the dim light, and turned to the person in the chair. I won't describe the details of what I witnessed. I can't bring myself to put it into words, and I don't want to traumatize anyone else with those images. But it wasn't fake. The sounds, the movements, the reactions. There was no mistaking this for fiction or acting. I finally managed to close the app, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the remote twice. I unplugged the Fire Stick and sat in the dark, trying to process what I'd just seen. Part of me wanted to believe it was an elaborate hoax, some shocking viral marketing stunt. But deep down, I knew better. What I had witnessed was real violence, real suffering, broadcast for entertainment. I spent the rest of the night in a daze, alternating between nausea and panic. By morning, I convinced myself I needed to go to the police. I plugged the Fire Stick back in, intending to document what I had found so I would have evidence. But when it booted up, the interface had changed. The custom background was gone, replaced by the standard Amazon home screen. The folders and strange apps had vanished. It looked like a completely normal Fire Stick, freshly reset to factory settings. I searched through every menu and setting, looking for any trace of what I'd seen the night before, but there was nothing. Had I imagined it all? Had I fallen asleep and dreamed the whole horrible experience? I knew I hadn't, but the complete disappearance of any evidence made me question my own sanity. I decided to contact the seller. I found our Facebook conversation and messaged him, asking casually about some of the apps that had been on the Fire Stick, specifically mentioning the Hidden Shows folder. Hours passed with no response. By evening, I discovered he'd blocked me. His marketplace listings had been taken down, and when I searched for his profile, it no longer existed. Over the next few days, I tried to research what I'd seen. I learned about actual red rooms on the dark web, illegal live streams where viewers paid to watch, or even direct acts of violence against captive victims. Most sources claimed they were just myths, that the dark web wasn't actually capable of supporting the kind of streaming quality needed for live video. But I knew what I'd seen. I eventually gathered the courage to go to the police, but with no evidence and a story that sounded completely far-fetched. They didn't take me seriously. They took a statement and said they'd look into it, but I could tell from their expressions that they thought I was either making it up or had been watching some extreme horror film and confused it with reality. For weeks afterward, I was terrified to use any internet-connected device. I threw the Fire Stick in a skip far from my flat and bought a new TV, paranoid that somehow the previous one had been compromised. I changed all my passwords and even moved to a different flat, telling myself it was because I'd found a better place. But really, it was because I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. What disturbs me most is not just what I saw, but the realization that there were dozens, maybe hundreds, of viewers watching the same stream. Regular people with internet connections and devices, sitting in their homes, willingly watching someone suffer. How many of them thought it was fake? How many knew it was real and watched anyway? And how had I, with nothing but a second-hand Fire Stick, stumbled across something that was supposedly impossible to find without special browsers and technical knowledge? I still wonder about that masked figure. Did they know I was watching? Was the Fire Stick reset remotely when they somehow detected I wasn't a regular viewer? And what about the seller? Was he involved? Or just another unwitting middleman passing along something he didn't fully understand? It's been 4 months now, and sometimes I almost convince myself it never happened. But then I'll see something. A white mask in a shop window, a certain quality of light in a dark room, and it all comes flooding back. The worst part is knowing that right now, someone somewhere might be watching another stream, treating real horror and suffering as entertainment, and doing nothing to stop it. I don't know what more I could have done. I don't know what more I should do now. But I know that those hidden shows are still out there, still streaming, still claiming victims. And I know that sometimes the darkest parts of the web find their way into our homes through the most ordinary of devices, blurring the line between digital and real-world horror until it disappears completely. So this USB stick I found on the bus last November pretty much ruined my life. I'm not even exaggerating. It was just a normal commute home from work on the 47 to Fallowfield. I was exhausted after a long day fixing everyone's problems, and I just wanted to get home. You know when you're so tired you're basically on autopilot? That was me. I sat in my usual spot upstairs, and there it was, just wedged in the seat crack. I didn't think twice about pocketing it. Who doesn't need an extra USB, right? I wish I had just left it there. I really wish I had just left it there. This happened about 4 months ago on my commute home from work. I work in IT support for a small company in Manchester. Nothing fancy, just fixing printers and helping people who've forgotten their passwords for the 1000th time. I usually take the bus home, about a 40-minute ride through the city. I'm one of those people who always sits in the same seat if I can, second level, near the back, by the window. It was a Friday evening in November, already dark by 5 p.m, with that cold drizzle that seems to soak through everything. The bus was packed with people heading home or out for the weekend. I was exhausted after a long week and just wanted to zone out with my headphones on. When I got to my usual spot, I noticed someone had left something in the seat crack. It was a USB stick, just a basic black one without any markings or labels. I picked it up, thinking I'd hand it to the driver, but then I figured whoever had lost it was probably long gone. Those things are so common nowadays, and this one looked pretty standard, probably worth less than a $5. So I pocketed it without much thought. I'm a bit of a tech hoarder anyway, My flat is full of old cables and gadgets I never use but can't bring myself to throw away. At worst, I'd format it and add it to my collection of spares. When I got home, I made dinner and nearly forgot about the USB stick until I was emptying my pockets before throwing my jeans in the wash. I pulled it out and figured I might as well check what was on it before wiping it. Maybe there'd be contact information for the owner. I remember this moment so clearly, sitting at my desk, plugging the drive into my laptop, the mundane feeling of mild curiosity about what I might find. University assignments, work documents, holiday photos. I wasn't prepared for what actually appeared on my screen. The drive contained a single folder labeled Sessions. No documents, no contact information, just that one folder. Already this felt a bit off, but I clicked on it anyway. Inside were multiple video files, each with a file name that was just a date and number sequence. Something like 20221103-S17.mp4 and so on. There were about 20 files in total, organized by date over what looked like a 3-month period. I should have been more cautious, but curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on the most recent file, thinking it might be dashcam footage or something similar. The video took a moment to load, and when it did, I initially couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. The footage showed a room with concrete walls, dimly lit with a harsh overhead light. It looked like some kind of basement or storage area. There was a metal table in the center and various equipment arranged neatly on shelves along one wall. At first glance, it could have been a workshop or some kind of industrial space. But then the camera angle shifted, and I saw a person strapped to a chair. I can't adequately describe the feeling that washed over me. Like my blood had suddenly turned cold. The person was a man, maybe in his 30s, with a bag over his head. He was clearly terrified, his chest heaving with rapid breaths, his arms straining against restraints. A figure appeared in frame, wearing what looked like a medical mask and latex gloves. They moved methodically around the room, selecting tools from the shelves, arranging them on the metal table with disturbing precision. I should have closed the video immediately. Any normal person would have. But there's this horrible paralysis that comes with witnessing something so unexpected and terrifying, a kind of disbelief that makes you keep watching, as if your brain needs to confirm that what you're seeing is actually real. The masked figure approached the restrained man and removed the bag from his head. His face was bruised, one eye swollen shut. The look of absolute terror in his other eye is something that still appears in my nightmares. What followed was, I don't even want to describe it in detail. The masked person began methodically torturing the man, occasionally turning to face the camera as if providing instruction or documentation. There was something clinical about it, which somehow made it even more disturbing than if it had seemed driven by rage or sadness. I finally snapped out of my shock state and slammed my laptop shut. I ran to the bathroom and was violently ill. After washing my face with shaking hands, I returned to my desk and stared at my closed laptop. Part of me was hoping I'd imagined the whole thing, that it was some elaborate prank or viral marketing for a horror film. But I knew what I'd seen was real. Against my better judgment, I opened the laptop again and looked at the other files. I didn't play them. I couldn't stomach seeing more, but I checked their properties. They were all recorded over the past few months, each about an hour long. The most recent was from just 3 days before I found the USB. It suddenly hit me that I was in possession of evidence of violent crimes. I had to go to the police. But then another thought struck me. What if whoever made these videos could somehow track the USB? What if they knew it was missing and were looking for it? Or worse, what if this was intentional? If someone had planted it for someone else to find? I checked the metadata on the files, hoping to find some clue about their origin. That's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Each video had been accessed multiple times after being recorded, and the access log showed IP addresses. One in particular appeared repeatedly, and when I checked, it matched my own public IP address. But the timestamps showed the files had been accessed from my IP before I ever found the USB stick. Someone had been accessing these files from my internet connection before I ever found the drive. I disconnected my laptop from the internet immediately. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Had someone hacked my Wi-Fi? Was this some kind of setup? I spent the next hour changing all my passwords and checking my apartment for signs of intrusion, but everything seemed normal. I decided I needed to examine the USB more carefully before going to the police. If I was being set up somehow, I needed to understand what was happening. Using an old laptop that I kept offline, I looked more closely at the drive's contents. Hidden in the system files was a small executable program. When I checked its code, I know enough programming to understand the basics. I realized it was designed to connect to a remote server whenever the drive was plugged in. It would send information about the computer it was connected to, IP address, user account names, and even attempted to access the webcam. This wasn't just evidence of crimes, it was a trap. Whoever lost this USB hadn't lost it accidentally. They'd set it up to track whoever found it, and they'd already been watching me through my own devices before I ever picked it up. I destroyed the USB that night, smashed it with a hammer, then burned the pieces in my kitchen sink. I reported everything to the police the next day, but without the evidence, they didn't take me seriously. They said they'd look into it, but I could tell from their expressions that they thought I was either exaggerating or mentally unwell. For weeks afterward, I felt watched. I spotted the same car parked outside my building several days in a row. My internet would slow down at odd hours of the night, suggesting someone was using my bandwidth. Once, I came home to find my front door unlocked, though nothing was missing or disturbed. I've since moved to a different city and changed all my online accounts. I use VPNs exclusively now and keep my devices in a Faraday bag when I'm not using them. It might seem paranoid, but I can't shake the feeling that I've been marked somehow. That by simply finding that USB, I accidentally inserted myself into something dark and dangerous. The worst part is not knowing if they're still watching me or why they chose that bus route to plant their device. Was I randomly unfortunate, or was I specifically targeted? Were they trying to frame innocent people for their crimes, or just playing some twisted game? I'll probably never know. Sometimes I wonder about the people in those videos. Were they random victims? Or were they chosen for some reason? Did anyone report them missing? Are their families still searching for them? And how many other USB sticks like that one are out there, waiting to be found by unsuspecting people like me? I check the news occasionally for stories about missing persons in Manchester, wondering if I'll recognize a face. But I never do. It's like these people vanished completely, existing now only in those horrible video files and in my nightmares. So if you ever find a USB stick on public transport, in a car park, or just lying on the street, just leave it there. Don't let curiosity get the better of you like I did, because there are corners of humanity that we're not meant to see, and once you glimpse them, you can never go back to not knowing they exist. And worse still, once you've seen them, they might start looking for you too. I haven't told my girlfriend this, not my family nor the police, definitely not the police. So I'm 29. I work in IT consulting in Birmingham. There's nothing special about my life really. I've got a decent flat, been with my girlfriend for 3 years, and I hang out with the same group of friends I've known since uni. My job is mostly remote troubleshooting for corporate clients, which is basically me spending all day on video calls telling executives how to restart their computers. or find files they've misplaced. My friend Mark and I go way back to our first year at uni, where we both did computer science. He was always the one taking risks. While I went into boring corporate IT, he got into cybersecurity and now does penetration testing for a living. Basically, companies pay him to hack into their systems to find weaknesses. We don't work in the same field anymore, but we still game online most weeks and grab a pint when we can. So this Friday night in March, we're doing our usual thing, playing some online games. My girlfriend was away at her sister's for the weekend. Around 10, after a few rounds, Mark says he wants to show me something he found during a job. Nothing unusual there. He's always sending me weird coding stuff or security things he discovers. We switched to screen sharing on our voice chat. His desktop was a mess as usual, about 50 windows open because he never closes anything. He dug through some folders, then got all serious, asking if I was ready to see something intense. I laughed it off, thinking he was being dramatic about some security hole he'd found or something. That was just Mark's way, always making tech discoveries sound like he'd found buried treasure. He opened up this weird browser I didn't recognize, not Chrome or anything normal, something with a bare bones interface. When I asked about it, he said it was for accessing the dark web, all configured with security stuff and anonymizing features. That got my attention. I mean, I knew what the dark web was, that hidden part of the internet, where all the dodgy stuff happens, but I'd never had any reason to go there myself. Mark explained that during a job, he'd found some login credentials that led him into some pretty dark places online. He'd found what he called mind-blowing, some live streaming site that showed reality without filters. The way he described it, I thought maybe it was just some extreme version of reality TV or banned content too graphic for YouTube or something. Looking back, I should have noticed something was off. Mark's usually pretty chilled, but that night he had this weird energy, like nervous, but excited at the same time. Not like him at all. But I didn't think much of it then, just went along, because I was curious what had got him so worked up. He went through a bunch of login screens and eventually got to this site. Black background, red text, very basic looking. It was set up kind of like Netflix, with thumbnails for different channels. Most were dark or just showing shadows, but one was active with what looked like a brightly lit room. Mark clicked on it and it filled the screen. What I saw was what looked like a basement or warehouse. Concrete walls, super bright, harsh lighting. In the middle was a bloke tied to a chair, blindfolded. Standing next to him was someone in dark clothes, wearing one of those plain white masks you see in horror films. My first thought was, this is some low-budget horror film or haunted house live stream. It looked staged, you know? Too perfect, like a film set. I made some joke about how bad the production was, but Mark didn't laugh. Instead, he pointed to a chat window where people with weird usernames were posting comments and what looked like requests for things to happen. Mark then told me, dead serious, that this was called a red room, a live stream of actual torture or violence that people pay to watch and sometimes even control. I told him to shut it off, that it had to be fake, that nobody would be stupid enough to broadcast themselves committing actual crimes. He insisted it was real, that he'd checked with some security contacts, and that this stream was apparently one of the trusted ones in these circles. The fact he used the word trusted for something like this made me feel sick. I was about to disconnect when the person in the mask walked over to the guy in the chair and took off his blindfold. The bloke blinked in the bright light, looking around, and when I saw his face clearly, I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. I knew him. Not well, he wasn't a mate or family or anything, but definitely someone from my everyday life. He was the barista at the coffee shop near my office. I stopped there almost every morning. We weren't friends exactly, but we had that familiar thing you get with someone you see regularly. He always remembered my order, sometimes recommended new coffees. We'd chat about the weather or whatever. He'd mentioned once that he was working to save up for uni, and now here he was, tied up in what Mark was saying was a red room. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost on our video call, because Mark asked if I was okay. Without thinking, I blurted out that I knew the guy on screen. Mark laughed at first, thinking I was joking. When I insisted, telling him exactly who it was and how I knew him, Mark's face went completely white. He suddenly seemed to realize what this meant. Either this was some crazy coincidence, or somehow the people running this stream were in the same city as me. Then things got really freaky. The chat on the stream suddenly went crazy. People started posting messages asking if someone had recognized the subject, if there had been a security breach. I realized with absolute horror that our conversation was somehow being monitored. Either Mark's computer was compromised, or the streaming site had access to our voice chat. Mark started frantically trying to close the browser, but it froze up. Messages kept appearing in the chat, now directly addressing the viewer who knows the subject. One user with an admin tag posted coordinates that were scarily close to my neighborhood. Mark ended the screen share and hung up on our call. I tried calling straight back, but he didn't answer. A few minutes later, I got a text from him, telling me to turn off all my devices, not to contact him again, and to stay somewhere else that night. He said his system had been compromised, and whoever was running the stream now had info on both of us. I stayed at a hotel that night, paid cash, kept checking the news for anything about kidnappings or murders. Next morning, I went to the coffee shop, heart pounding the whole time. The barista was there, completely normal, serving customers like nothing had happened. He greeted me like usual, same as any other day. For a minute, I felt this massive relief. Maybe it was all fake, a prank, a lookalike, something like that. I actually managed to convince myself of this until I got back to my flat that afternoon and found an envelope that had been slipped under my door. Inside was a photo, a screenshot from our video call, showing my face exactly at the moment when I recognized the barista. On the back, written in red ink, "Viewers become participants eventually." I haven't heard from Mark since. His social media disappeared a few days later. Our mutual friends told me he suddenly quit his job and moved abroad. The barista worked at the coffee shop for about another week, then just vanished. According to his co-workers, he didn't give notice or anything, just stopped showing up. I've moved flats, changed my phone number, set up new online accounts, got security cameras, take different routes to work every day, but I never feel safe. Every night when I'm trying to fall asleep, I keep seeing that moment when I recognized him, and I can't stop thinking about how these people know exactly who I am and where to find me. The worst part is not knowing. Was this whole thing set up? Did they deliberately pick someone from my daily life, knowing I'd be watching? Or was it just some horrible coincidence that of all the people they could have grabbed, they took someone I would recognize? I honestly don't know which is worse, that I randomly stumbled across this nightmare, or that I was the target all along.